Good morning and welcome to QualityForge, a virtual conference organized by Tesla Lab and dedicated to shaping the future of digital accessibility and inclusive design. It's an absolute pleasure for us to host this event and virtually meet up with such a dedicated and forward-thinking group of professionals who are leading the change towards a more inclusive digital world. My name is Santa Wittenberg, and I'm a quality assurance team lead here at Tesla Lab, specializing in audio-video testing.
And my name's Josh. I'm part of our marketing team and handle our digital ad activities. And today we're putting aside our daily tasks and joining the QualityForge stage as hosts. In the digital age, accessibility has evolved from being a niche concern into a defining characteristic of quality and ethical digital design. At the heart of this transformation is the understanding that digital accessibility is not just a legal obligation, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for businesses to reach a broader audience and an opportunity for people with disabilities to engage fully in the digital world. For users, it means access to information, services, and experiences that were previously out of reach. For businesses, it means unlocking new opportunities for growth, innovation, and customer satisfaction.
The numbers speak for themselves. Over 1 billion people globally live with some form of disability. However, accessibility isn't just about those 1 billion people. It's about creating seamless, user-friendly experiences for everyone. Inclusive design not only helps people with visual, auditory, or motor impairments, but also benefits the elderly, those in areas with limited internet access, or even people in temporary situations like a broken arm or even an environment where they can't use sound.
Incorporating accessibility in design is no longer optional, it's essential. At QualityForge, we believe accessibility is synonymous with quality. When you prioritize accessibility, you demonstrate a commitment to your users, to your employees, and to your partners. It shows you are building products and services that everyone can use, regardless of their abilities.
We have quite a list of plans for today. A unique selection of digital accessibility experts from all around the world will be sharing their wisdom. We will hear individual speeches as well as discussion panels where opinions will be shared and pressing questions will be raised. Stay tuned for their experience, tips and tricks, and much more. And without further ado, I would like to kick off QualityForge 2024 by introducing the first speaker of the day, Eva-Janne Panula. Eva-Janne is a senior Android developer and accessibility specialist at Aura. She's incredibly passionate about today's topic, writes blogs, articles, and even gives speeches promoting and bringing awareness to the cause of digital accessibility. And in a few short moments, we will witness a live testing demo by her. Before handing over the microphone, I would like to share a quote from Eva-Janne. Accessibility is not a feature. It should be present from the beginning and built into the process, designs, and development of applications. Is this app accessible? Eva-Janne Panula will be here to answer this question.
I think this is going to be quite an exciting topic. So I believe we have Eva-Janne here with us today. Hello, Eva-Janne. How are you today?
Hello.
Hi, it's so great to be here today.
Thank you. Are you excited to be the first speaker of the day, kicking off QualityForge and setting the stage?
Yes, I'm super excited about that.
Wonderful.
So without further ado, I believe you can go ahead and tell us, is this app accessible?
All right. Thank you so much. And now that we have my slides visible there as well. So hi, everyone. As mentioned, I'm Eva-Janne Panula, or Evis Panula. That's like a name that I also recognize. And today I will be showing you a live testing demo of one app. And I can already tell you that the app today that I'm going to test is Spotify, so a music streaming app. And they actually have a lot of more things there as well. Yeah. I think I'm always at this point a bit nervous and like thinking that do I remember everything I am about to say. So like I'm kind of helping myself by telling this to everyone. But yeah, all right. We can get started. Yes, my slides are working. This is always a bit of nerve-wracking moment to see I've tested everything, we've tested everything, and then when the time actually is there, then demo effect might happen. But now everything is working. So yeah, hi. As mentioned, I'm Eevi, and I'm Android developer and accessibility specialist, and I'm from Finland. This is something that I usually forget to mention, so I specifically put that on the slide here. And sort of in addition to that, I'm GDE, so Google Developer Expert for Android, and Women Tech Makers Ambassador. And I really love to share what I've learned, so I write a blog, mostly around Android and accessibility topics nowadays, but also about equality in general, but also in IT sector a lot. And I speak at events like I'm here today. And I'm also a disabled person myself. I'm going to touch that a little bit going forward, so I'm not going to go much into that right now. And when I'm not doing something, I would say work-related, I love to explore the awesome, beautiful Finnish nature, and especially archipelago with my kayak. And I've been also up golf. So I can say I'm a golfer. That's been surprisingly nice. I'm still really surprised at how great that has been. But yeah, that was about me. And a couple of words about what we are going to do today in this short time we have together. So I already mentioned that I'm going to test one app, which is Spotify. And I'm going to test it with a couple of accessibility, testing tools. That's probably the best word here. So I'm referring to Accessibility Scanner, which is a great tool for accessibility testing. And then I'm going to use the large font size setting and large display size to check for some accessibility issues on the app. And I'm going to explain more about these tools and also tools and settings on the way. Then there is a third, accessibility setting that I'm not going to actively test. It's going to happen passively, and that setting is called remove animations, that's what it's called on Android. But on iOS, I think it's reduced motion, and on web, that's reduced motion for sure. And why I'm not going to test it actively, it's because, like I mentioned, I'm disabled, and this is the part where I'm going to share a bit about that. So I have problems with animations. Some types of animations make me physically sick. I might feel dizzy. I might feel nauseous. It's not a pleasant thing. And when I'm using my phone probably too much during the day, I really don't want to see those animations and feel sick all the time. So I have this setting on. And that's I have the setting on, so that's sort of automatically included in the testing. So if we see some animations, once I start testing, then we will know that this setting is not respected everywhere. And that's also something that once I start testing, if you've used Spotify before, if it looks a bit odd because there are no animations, for example, when switching screens or something like that, I don't know. I think I've never used Spotify with animations. Well, that's the reason for that. But all right, I'm gonna now switch to sharing my phone screen, and I'm gonna change it from here, and then yes, and I'm sharing my screen. So now you see, I'm mirroring my screen through Android Studio, so that's why there are other things than the screen as well around it. And we can start testing with the accessibility scanner. And accessibility scanner, I'm going to explain more about it while we go, but it's a tool that you can get from Google Play Store. It's really useful tool for doing some accessibility testing, like some, I would say, automated accessibility testing, and then seeing the problems and visualizing the problems on the screen. And what we are going to do, so I have it installed. I'm gonna actually, I realized that I have a couple of scans here that I forgot to delete. So now it's clear. So when you install Accessibility Scanner and open it, this is the screen you would see. And here are instructions on how to use it. And basically on the bottom right corner, there is a button that says turn on. And I am going to turn it on. So it took me to the accessibility settings of the app. So if you can get here just going to the accessibility settings of the app as well. And then I'm going to accessibility scanner, and then there is this use accessibility scanner toggle, and I'm gonna toggle it on. Then it will ask if I want to allow accessibility scanner to have full control of your device. This might sound a bit scary, but what it means is that, or why this is asked, is basically because accessibility scanner is taking screenshots from the screen of your app, and it needs to ask permission for that. Potentially, it can get into some sensitive data as well. So that's why this question is here. Now I'm gonna allow it, and now that I allowed accessibility scanner to get control of my screen and everything, this rectangle with check mark appeared on the screen. And that's, if I click it, it opens this menu that has 4 items. So record, snapshot, turn off, and collapse. With collapse, I could close the menu, and then with turn off, I would get to the accessibility settings to turn the accessibility scanner off. But then there are these record and snapshot options that are actually relevant for us. And the snapshot option is something that takes a screenshot of the screen, one screenshot. And then the record option means that you can record multiple screenshots. So you can go to the app, and then it can record multiple screens on one scan. And that's what we are going to use. As I mentioned, the app that we are testing today is Spotify. And I just want to mention that this is not my Spotify account. I just set it up. This is I'm not using any premium features. So if we started listening or something, then we would hear some advertisement, and probably in Finnish. So we're not going to do that today. But we can still get a good idea of what's going on there. And all right, I'm going to open Spotify, and I'm just gonna close the message from there about if I wanted to get the premium here. But I'm gonna start the accessibility scanner. I'm gonna use the record option here. I press that one, and then I'm gonna start going around the app. And something that you probably can't know in any way there, but I can tell that this my phone is vibrating when I'm going to different screens, and that means that it's taking the screenshot. So if you are testing accessibility scanner when the phone is vibrating, that's the time. If you've allowed haptic feedback, then that's the time when it's taking the screenshot. But yeah, we are on the music view of home here. I already got a couple of screenshots while talking there, and I'm gonna check a couple of other places here. going to podcasts, and there are some things that they recommend for me. I think it's because I'm in Finland, so that's why it all is in Finnish here. But yeah, I got a couple of screenshots here, and then the last one that I'm gonna test is this has Taylor Swift's "Cruel Summer" like on. So I'm just gonna open the view. We are not listening to anything, but yeah, now we got a screenshot from there. Okay, now we've gone to 3 screens, and okay, there's one more screenshot happening there. We want to end the recording. And this can be done by opening the like, there's an official term for this part when you drag from the top, but it displays this like stop button, so with a rectangle, and that's what I'm gonna press to stop the recording. And now it takes us to this view of like accessibility scanner, where we can see all the issues or possible issues here. And we can, like, what we can see here in this view is that we took 6 screenshots. It says that this one that's visible is screen 1 of 6. And then there is a view of like all the things that accessibility scanner picked from like this view that might have some accessibility problems. And all the elements are annotated with the orange rectangle here, so that's why it looks interesting, and like it has all those borders there. And we want to look closer to these like, well, issues that are, or potential issues that are found here, and I'd like to do it via another view. So there was this like list of things button. I don't know, like, what's the good label for that? But it opened this like all suggestions view, and there you can view them either by screen or by category. And we want to check them by category. And all these are from all of the screens that are visible there, that we took, and issues from all the screens. And we can see that, okay, it seems that there might be issues with touch target size, text contrast, image contrast, text scaling, unexposed text, item descriptions, and item type label. And let's look a bit more on a couple of these categories. So the first one is touch target. So I opened the accordion there, and it shows, well, all the elements that might have some problems. It has these really descriptive names like element 2, element 3. But what we can do here is that we can click the name, and it will open like a, well, screenshot of the area and the element that this like particular item is talking about. And we can see here that it's this all like button. Yeah, I think it's a button there, or a tab, or yeah, there are different names you can call that one. But anyway, it's annotated with orange rectangle. And if we open the touch target accordion here, we can see that, okay, the height of this item is 40 density independent pixels, which is an Android, like, what's the word? Android unit there. And it says that consider making the height of this touch target 48 density independent pixels or larger. But if you are not an Android developer, you can just think that, okay, it's 40 pixels and you should make it 48 pixels, like the height. And why this is a problem? Well, it might be too small touch target size for example, people who have tremors in their hands. That's a good example why touch target sizes should be big enough. All right. Okay. When I go back, I end up to the first screen, so I'm going back to the view by category. I'm gonna open the touch target list still, but like basically you could go to all of these elements there and click and check like more details on each of them. I'm gonna quickly check another category here, which is text scaling. And it shows that there might be fixed heights on some items there. So for example, if I click the element, well, this like row of these buttons might have a fixed height, which then might like affect in a way that text is not scalable. And that's actually a great segue to our next test that we are going to do. And I'm just gonna turn the accessibility scanner off. So I'm going back to the settings and then turning it, accessibility settings and turning it off. And then I'm gonna do the other test here. So basically I'm gonna make the font size biggest and then display size largest, because that usually reveals some interesting things in app. So I put the font size as the biggest and then display size as well. So you can already see that everything is bigger on the screen and there is way less screen estate. And then I'm gonna navigate back to Spotify and then we can see what there is if I go to music there, for example. So if we look at the item that's what that like had the problem with or was annotated with a problem with the fixed height, well, in this case, it's not actually really a problem for at least English language. I'm not sure, like with Finnish language, there might be some problems, but I'm going to test it right now. Just like Finnish language has this super long word. So like that's always a good test case for these kind of things. But it seems that I'm still able to, like, even with the large display size, large font size, I can still see all the texts in this row. Then there are some things like, well, the like profile picture on the left of these buttons or this row. Well, it's not perfectly good. It's a cut a bit, but I think in this case it's not really a problem. But in some other case, that might be a problem. So it's worth testing. Then like one thing that if I scroll down and look at the texts here, well, yeah, pretty much everything cuts. So like, I don't know, like if I was using this app with, if my like font size was always like the biggest, then I don't know, like to get you start, I don't know what that would mean. So I would really love to see the whole sentence of to get you started, which I think was there. Then okay, let's try something. It's well, it in English it's understandable, but probably in Finnish that would cut somewhere mid sentence, and I wouldn't understand like what's going on there. Yeah, and then the final thing to mention from here is the like the solution that they are using for showing the singer name and the like song name for the like currently playing or the song that I could start playing here. So it's the like rectangle above the bottom bar, which has this animated text there, like that. And it has the text like sliding there, so Cruel Summer and Taylor Swift, which actually also cuts a bit, so it might be harder to understand there in some cases. So like I think this is an innovative way of like solving an issue with text that doesn't fit somewhere, but as somebody who really doesn't want to see animations. In this case, it doesn't make me sick, but it's really distracting. Because when I'm trying to read things above there, I just all the time see the animation that like on the bottom, and then it draws my attention there. So as a user, as a user who doesn't want to have animations, I don't like it. It's annoying. It's not preventing me from using the app, but it's not annoying. But yeah. I think that was all I wanted to show from testing perspective in this time we had. I'm going to switch back to my slides. So give me a second. Yes. And here, now you can see my slides. So, okay. Yes, now they're working again. So to wrap up what we did today and what you saw here today is that I tested Spotify, the free version, with one accessibility testing tool called Accessibility Scanner, and then with accessibility settings, basically the large font size and also large display size together, and then the remove animation setting. And while the accessibility scanner annotated a lot of things there, and there are also, I can tell you that there are also some things that are relevant there. I didn't talk, for example, about color contrast, but I think there are some places where color contrast is not good enough. But yeah, I lost my thought there. Oh yeah, but as we saw later when we were testing with the font size, larger font sizes, it's always good to check manually as well if something that accessibility scanner shows is actually a problem. So yeah, and with font sizes, what we found was basically that some text cut mid-sentence, and that might be really hard to use the app especially if it's a language that has these longer words there. So if the sentence just cuts mid-sentence with ellipses, then the meaning might be completely lost there. And then the final note was about these personally annoying animations with the singer name and song name there. So yeah, that was what I wanted to share. Thank you for listening. My name is Eevis Panula, or Eeva-Janna Panula, and if you want to find me, my website is in eevis.codes, so eevis.codes, and there is all my contact information, and also my blog is there. So thank you.
Thank you, Eva.
Thank you. I really appreciated the personal touches you added there, letting us know how the animations impact you as a user. And I thought it was really valuable that you did the live demo on an app that a lot of people use every single day, and showed us how the accessibility reader interacted with that. That was a great presentation. We are going to move on to our questions segment. We did have some from the audience, and we have others in general. So
yeah, so I'm just going to start with the first question. How did you end up working specifically as an Android developer? Why not iOS?
Yeah, thank you. And that's a really good question. So when I joined the company where I'm currently working at, I actually joined as a web developer and accessibility specialist. And I was doing some accessibility testing around our apps a couple of years ago. And when I started discussing with the developers and showing that, hey, we have this problem here and it actually needs to be fixed, I realized that our Android developers, they are all really, really busy. And then I kind of decided that, okay, I need to do it myself. And well, there was also that I wanted to get more back into coding, and that's something that I really love. So it was kind of well, decision that was really easy to make because I got to fix accessibility issues. I got to learn Android development as well. So I actually never considered
you
iOS.
saw an opportunity and you took it.
Yes.
Wonderful. I guess on to our next question. From your observations over your career, what are the features companies try to focus on first that they, however, should in reality have much a lower priority?
Like in context of accessibility or in general?
So when they're thinking about implementing accessibility, what do companies try jump to go first, when in reality the features they're trying to implement might be less important than others?
One thing that I've been observing, especially lately, is that screen reader accessibility is the most important thing when starting with accessibility or like fixing issues or anything. And while it's really important that apps are accessible for screen reader users. At the same time, it's good to remember that the number of like screen reader users is way smaller than, for example, users who use larger font sizes than the default. So I would say that, like, while thinking about screen reader accessibility, it's also important to pay attention to other aspects of accessibility. So I think, for example, the like larger font sizes is one, then the color contrast. And well, I could list many others as well, but like that would be probably my answer to this question.
All right, thank you. So let's now just assume that there's an already existing app which has no accessibility features. How time-consuming would it be to implement accessibility for this app? Could you maybe give us some examples?
My short answer is that it depends. It totally depends on how the like app is coded. What are the like technologies used, for example? What are the features in the app? But like one rule of thumb is that adding accessibility later, it's always more costly than thinking about it from the beginning. So it's a good thing to remember. So I know that in many places, accessibility is something that when you like, when there is a deadline and it's like you're in a hurry to meet the deadline and you need to descope some things, accessibility is usually something that's descoped there, unfortunately. But it always means that it's going to be more costly to like fix the issues that are caused in the development phase. So,
of course.
Yeah.
But maybe when we compare iOS, Android, web, which one is the most complicated?
I think they all have their sort of like complications. Of course, like iOS, the culture and like how things are built and how like iOS as a like platform, how accessibility has been like baked in there, and what's the history there? Well, it has the longest history, like from the mobile platforms, but Android is definitely catching up. But one of the problems is that there is not enough material to learn about, for example, Android accessibility. So that's a huge challenge there. But I think like comparing web to mobile development, in mobile, both Android and iOS, the operating system and like platform level components and things like that take care of the accessibility more than on the web. Because like web is Wild West and like you can do so many things with, for example, JavaScript that it's sometimes really scary. And that also means that like it's really easy to create inaccessible experiences in the web. So like, I probably would, if I had to choose, I would say web is the most challenging one, even though there is most material how to create more accessible like experiences on the web.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So What are the first indicators that show users that the app is not accessible?
I think like if a user is not using any like accessibility settings, any like assistive technologies, then visually probably I would say color is something you notice probably the first if things are not really like if the color contrast is not good enough, then like you probably notice that first. And also animations, if you don't have any type of like reduce motion, remove animation setting, then like that's probably something that is like not everybody who doesn't like or doesn't want to see animations even knows about the like this setting or want to use it because they want to see some animations. Because on phone it usually blocks everything out. Then like these animations might be like let's say distracting animations can be a sign of an inaccessible app. But again, I would say it depends on the app as well.
Yeah, I would totally agree about the color contrast. That's something that me myself I have actually noticed. So yeah, and also we wanted to ask if you have any personal goals regarding accessibility or design. Maybe something you're looking forward to accomplish.
Maybe like one goal that I could share is that I'm graduating from a master's degree, and I wrote my master's thesis around the theme of Android and accessibility last spring. And I really want to continue on those topics. And like, I don't know how like short-term dreams these are, but in the upcoming years, let's put it that way, I want to like continue studying in a like how do you say it in English, like PhD degree, and study Android and accessibility more. I don't know yet like about the more like precise topics or anything, but that's something that I really like look forward to in the upcoming year, probably in plural.
All right, all right.
We also had a question from the audience, maybe specifically pertaining to the live demo. It was, can this tool only be used for scanning apps, or can it be used for web pages as well?
I want to say it's for apps. Let me think. I'm 95% sure that it's only for the apps, because it like, yeah, it's for the apps only. Yeah. Here's my like thinking process happening at the same time. Yes, it's for the apps. The web has like lots of different, I don't know if there are similar tools, but this one is for like Android apps specifically, because it considers the underlying structures as well there. Like, for example, with the font size annotation, there was something mentioned about text view, and that's actually an Android component that's like wrapping the row there. So it considers the underlying code to some degree as well.
Okay. I'm going to be honest, I'm not an accessibility expert. As I told in the opening speech, I'm an audio video testing department team lead. So it was very interesting to see the live testing demo and see accessibility testing in live action. So thank you for the live demo. Thank you for your knowledge. We very much appreciate you coming today.
Yes, thank you so
Thank you
much.
for having me.
Okay, see you in the future.
See you in the future. Have a great day.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Josh, this was a lovely speech.
I think it was great.
I think it was the perfect first speaker for today. Practical knowledge and theoretical knowledge, so...
Yeah, and a lot of people out there who may not work directly in web testing or use screen readers may not have seen that side of everything, so it's great for them to get that foundational knowledge and exposure to that.
Exactly. So I believe that we can move on with our next speakers.
Yes, moving on to our next guest speaker, or should I say speakers, we will be joined by a duo. Both of the speakers work for the Latvian company ACTUM, or in English, e-signature. I would like to introduce Jolanta Lapa, who is a product manager at ACTUM. Jolanta heads up accessibility, usability, and sustainability management for digital services and is creating solutions for existing and future customer needs. Joining Jolanta, I would like to welcome Laura Pintere, who works as a UX designer at ACTUM. As a dynamic duo, they will be sharing how accessible design can not only foster inclusivity, but also drive team growth and create genuinely inclusive solutions. Be the change, the journey to accessible design. Jolanta and Laura, I believe you are with us today. Hello there.
Hello, ladies.
Hello. Hi.
Thank you for joining us for QualityForge. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Yeah,
very
it's
much-
absolutely honored to be on this stage, and yeah.
I'm very much looking forward for this speech. I'm a huge fan for teamwork, as I'm a team lead, obviously. So the stage is yours. Enjoy.
Okay. Thank you. Why we are here today, and we are here today to share our experience and a little bit to reflect on our journey towards accessibility, and maybe to try to encourage somebody to start, even you can't do everything at once, and be those changes in your organization. And Laura also will share our success and failures, because mistakes help us grow, and through the mistakes we can see what truly matters. Our journey started when our customer portal needed a major technology upgrade, and we realized that this was the perfect moment, not just for technical changes, but also for rethinking and redesigning the entire user experience to make our portal more accessible and easier to use for everyone. And shortly, our portal has three parts: a public section that's mostly important mostly informational, and document signing, validation solution, and the third one, which is like a private section where users log in to manage their services. In the beginning, we dreamed big. We dreamed really big, but what did we realize? That we couldn't change everything at once, and we tried. And if we tried realize everything at once, users would have to wait years for a complete overhaul. And so we decided to take it one step at a time, and starting with the most used part in portal, the document signing solution. Of course, there were concerns that the user experience would still be a bit fragmented, and we wouldn't solve all accessibility issues right away. But we was brave enough. And if you're asking, are we accessibility experts? No. Honestly, we didn't have any prior experience with accessibility, but that didn't stop us. We decided to be the change and do it step by step. And maybe our story today will encourage others to start as well, even if you can't do everything at once, and start small, making each, and start small. And let's decide that we are making each new solution accessible, and it might feel like a drop in the ocean, but don't be afraid to take that first step. And our most important takeaway from this momentum, when you have this opportunity to change, be bold and seize the momentum and do more. Go deeper and create meaningful impact, and don't be afraid and dare to be change. Because when the chance for transformation comes, take it and make it. Take it and make it. We know, like in change management, also in change process, when we are talking about accessibility with different stakeholders and board, team, developers, and it's very essential to tailor the right message to your audience. And always we can start with emphasize the gradual progress, and that change doesn't have to happen all at once, and encouraging taking things step by step. And every little success helps build the momentum and keeps us as a team and everyone focused on the bigger goal. When you discuss accessibility issues or development with your team, make it personal and share real-life examples and stories that shows how accessibility directly impacts people. And this will help make it more relatable and helps the team to see why it really matters and make it personal and make it tangible. When you discuss resources and priorities and strategies with the board, then you can focus on regulation and talk about compliance with laws, accessibility standards, and explain how not meeting these standards we could hurt the company reputation. But also, never don't forget to highlight how improving accessibility we can have a positive effect on business outcomes, and that accessibility is good for everyone, also for board members. It's not just compliance. And the very crucial part in this stakeholders in our organization, we are working like one common team, but they are developers. And when we're talking with developers, we need to we need to put in conversation clarity and practical guidance, but still make it about user experience, focus on real impact, break it into practical tasks, provide some specific tasks like ensure all buttons are labeled for screen readers or other examples, and use familiar tools and guidelines for developers. And in the same time, for the team, board, and developers, explains the long-term benefits, because fixing accessibility or doing accessibility issue earlier, we can reduce the risk of rework later and when problems are harder to resolve. And my favorite part is promote collaboration. Promote collaboration in learning and encourage open communication between product managers, designers, testers, developers, and make it clear that accessibility it's a team effort, and developers plays a very critical role in making sure that designs are implemented in accessible ways. Where to start? It's easy to say just do it. Just do it. It's a joke. It's not so easy. It's not so easy, but start. Let's start with team and come together as a team. And one person can't do it all, and this is reason why the team you build around you is your driving force, and the right mix of people is everything. It sounds simple, but it's very crucial, because for any idea to come to life, we need a visionary. In our case, it was in the beginning, it was me as product manager, because you need to guide the idea and make sure that your idea meets market and customer needs and all accessibility needs. As a product manager, best friends, UX, UI designers who are the bridge to user experience, user insights, can make tests with user and prototypes. Developer, it's a crucial partner, because it's technical partner who actually brings idea to life, and of course project manager who keep all us on the track. But there is one additional role who is overlapping with all previous, and everyone is in the team should be the pitcher. The pitcher when we meet partners and we meet colleagues, when we meet some problems and need to drive our idea, because we need to sell this idea about accessibility. And so it's in the way of a lasting impression. When you are set with a team, you need to set clear expectation, and let's be honest, and transparency is the key. both with yourself and with your team, and never pretend that you have all answers, and admit that success can only happen if you work together, and everyone needs to understand their role on how they contribute to accessibility. By setting those clear expectations from the start, we can ensure that everyone stays committed, focused on the shared goals, and already accessibility becomes not only as a goal, but also as a purpose. And when we are going through the changes, this could be very scary. It is very scary, but if you have the right team and clear expectation, we need just to trust the journey. We need to trust our team and all our own roles. We need to stay proactive and don't stress if something goes wrong. It's the hardest part, but after all, those mistakes are part of learning, and you will see how amazing your team really is. And I'm really grateful to work with a team that is so passionate, genuine, and brave enough to take those actions. About learning together, when we started as a product manager, it's me. I was not just driving the idea, but also sharing knowledge about accessibility with my team. But there is a thing, one person can't know everything. And accessibility, as I mentioned several times, it's team effort. So we learned together. We made some progress early on these, what we already knew, but the real breakthrough happened when we had 2-day training session for the whole team. And it was game changer. It was something magical, because after those training, each team member learned what matters most for their role. And everybody started digging deeper into accessibility and how they could contribute. And I really suggest those co-learnings, because after the shared learning experience, we came together as an absolutely different team. We started working in an incredible way, because each person began to see how they could make an impact and started taking action in their own. We started to be more proactive, and of course we are creating teams. We are learning together. We are creating solution, but we need to test it, and we need to test it. And there is a lot of great automated solution and browser extension, but we need to be very, very careful. We need to mix and balance, because those tools, they help us to catch a lot of issues and make sure that we meet these basic standards. But we really need real people, and we really need this human touch. And after this great journey, my final conclusion. That teamwork makes the dream work, and maybe there are some takeaways that success is a team effort, and we always should be honest with ourselves and our team, and make sure that everyone understands their role and understands the overall goal. We need to trust the process on the team, because accessibility can't be learned in a day. And it's real journey where the team learns, grows, and gets stronger step by step. And each step forward makes us smarter, we're more united, and we are building not only better products, we are building a stronger team and a better person ourselves. Laura?
Now I'm going to jump right in and shortly and sweetly tell you about our practical experience with redesigning this customer portal. And we started by creating a design system and a prototype, and we carefully followed the accessibility guidelines. And after that, we took our product to users and found out that what we thought was a good and accessible solution was not really the case. And now 2 specific examples. We opted to create a high contrast version of the portal and decided to have a little creative liberty and use dark purple and light yellow because we simply didn't know better that we actually couldn't. And this solution, while technically is compliant, checking by the color standards, is actually absolutely unusable for our users. And we are super glad that we found out this before launching the product in production. We came back to the drawing board and created better solutions, now with completely yellow background and dark text, and vice versa, also black background and yellow text. This turns out to be a much greater value for users with visual impairments. They can see the color yellow way better than others. And another example is about navigation with your keyboard. We have one central hero function in our customer portal, and that is to validate or sign documents. And it's located right there at the top, and it seems like it should be easy to get there if you're using the keyboard. After testing and paying careful attention, we found out that it takes 46 hits to navigate to this button. And once we realized that we had such a burst of emotions, we felt even slightly ashamed that we didn't catch that early on. Now it's the first function you get to, and we already feel better about ourselves. And this shows that we should use the same approach for every user. If we have a hero function or important information, we should not only visually put it somewhere up top, but also make it accessible and easy to get there, even if you use a keyboard. In this document signing section that we have already redesigned, we have also included a content navigation that helps even more. And that is what we aspire to do also in the public site of our customer portal, make it even more comfortable to navigate through. And the conclusion after our experiences and user testing was that guidelines are incredibly important and a great help to create accessible solutions. However, we should never ever skip testing with real users, talking with real users, because that gives us the practical impact and practical importance of why are we doing what we are doing. And we had the great pleasure to interact with our test group, not only by me as an UX designer, but also as a whole team. And that is always a great tool to build empathy within the team, not only in context of accessibility, but overall. And that is a great takeaway to take with you. Jolanta, do you want to finish the conclusions, or should I just power through the end so we can reach the question part?
Yeah, stage is yours, Laura.
We found out that change has different languages, and while it at the beginning seems that we want to go big or go home, this is not the option when we talk about digital accessibility, and we have to find the language of change with every stakeholder and every solution that we create. And in the end, as you heard from what Jolanta was saying, and what we found incredibly important, team is everything. And if you are a part of the team that are looking to create something more accessible within your company, then we suggest you find some like-minded colleagues and teammates and do it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies, for the inspiring speech.
It was great to hear how you talked about the importance of making sure the team is fully involved when you're making these accessibility decisions, but also that where you can follow guidelines, it's also really important to involve the users in the end product to make sure everything is caught. So really, thanks for those real world. That was incredibly useful.
And it was very interesting to actually see the use case, because Epirx is something that me and you use basically every day.
When you design an app that is used by an entire nation almost every day, by businesses, by people, by everyone, making sure the user experience and that it is accessible to everyone is really important. So it's good for you to show how you've been able to do that on such a large scale. So thank you for that. We'll move on to the questions now. And my first question is for Laura, while you're still in talking mode there. Laura, how do you balance aesthetics with accessibility in your work?
First of all, I would like to shout out our UI designer, Madars, because as we work, I am more on the UX side of things, and he is more on the UI. And he created this beautiful design system that we are working in. But what I've observed and also felt like is that accessibility in design and in aesthetics creates an interesting challenge, because it is very easy to design if you have all the liberties in the world and you can go wild with colors, animations, and everything. But to make something aesthetic while it is also accessible, it is extremely interesting to navigate through. And I think it like scratches your brain in a very good way when you have to figure it out. Like, okay, I want to do this, but how will it be good for everyone? And yeah, I find it interesting and challenging at the same time.
That's called magic.
In a way.
All right. So, Jolanta, what is the most effective way on dealing with customer complaints so that the issues are actually resolved at the end?
This is a really tricky question. So thanks for that. But there is one golden rule. If this compliance is in operational level, you need to act very, very fast and very quick. And there are several solutions. Not always this is bug fixing, but it's nice if we can do this very, very quick. But we can support customer with some assistance and how to proceed through the task. We can propose or provide some alternatives or some guidance. But golden rule is that this claim or loop in operational level never could be not closed. We always need to close. And my favorite part in customer claims, I want to say it's more feedbacks, is if there is an option to create and implement a voice of customer program in organization, where like I was shared my experience with the team, how we see our roles and how we can we can give our effort for accessibility. The same as with voice of customer programs, that every frontliner, every who is in interaction with customers who know their roles and tasks and what they need to do, and all those data are gathered in one place. And we can deep in quantitative data. We can deep dive in qualitative data through some interviews, and there are also data from customer experience measurement, customer effort scores, or maybe satisfaction rate, or this post call resolutions, and data from some statistical tools about performance, and then we have a very, very broad data to take decisions for development and for the future.
I feel that it's very important that the feedback, that the maybe even complaints don't end up just somewhere in the air, that they reach the right persons or on your end or any company's end. Okay.
Yeah. So back to Laura. When you started working as a UX designer, did you imagine accessibility would play such a large role in your work life?
Actually, yes, because my first steps in UX design was with Google professional certificate, as many UX designers at some point start with that. And Google has thought about and implemented accessible solutions for a very long time, and it's like a few steps further over there than it is here. And I am incredibly happy that in Latvia and in Europe as a whole, we talk about digital accessibility more and more, because I am a firm believer that accessible solutions are for everyone, not just for a specific group of users, but they benefit every one of us.
Okay, I think that's very true.
Yes. And Jolanta, another question to you. Maybe you have some tips on forming your team. You were talking a lot about teamwork. So how to select the right candidates in order to reach the right team dynamics?
Yeah, I should be honored. I should be, how to say, I had no big choice because we have only one UX designer. I'm absolutely happy that this is Laura. We have a particular developer who is outsourced, but in previous years we created really good, I want to say, partnership, and that I was absolutely sure that we can do this job together. And if you don't have, you can't pick your team members from a wide range. Grow together with them. Be very honest. Be transparent and authentic. I think I really believe in authentic leadership. It means that I show that I'm not the smartest person in the room, and we are, but we strongly believe in our goal and purpose, and then all team work as one. And I'm really happy that we did this. If you ask for tips and tricks, I don't know. Maybe Laura can say what works the best. But I think that if you are open-minded, if you are authentic leader, it helps a lot.
Yes, developing strong teams is a really good way of generating great products.
Yeah.
Yes, Laura must be happy now that
Yeah.
she received such a compliment
Exactly.
during the live session. And Laura, actually, if I am not mistaken, you took part in Riga Tech Girls mentorship program, where
Yes, I
women
did.
from Latvia are guided into the IT world. I am a Riga Tech Girls mentorship program alumni myself. So I just wanted to ask, before applying to the program, did you know that UX is the direction you're planning to go? Because they are introducing you with a bunch of different directions. You already mentioned that you had some history with the user experience, but yeah, before Riga Tech Girls.
Well, Riga Tech Girls has these two programs. It's first iepazīsti technologies, like get to know technology, and after that is the mentorship program. And in the first program, I also participated in when we got to know different parts of IT. UX was just the one that absolutely clicked, and I'm very happy to be a part of it. And after that, when participating in the mentorship program, that was a very clear goal to go in this direction.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. I believe that's all the questions we have for today. So I'd like to thank you both for being here, sharing your knowledge and helping us understand the journey to accessible design. It's been a pleasure having you both.
It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So we've had two great speakers so far, showing us a live demo and helping us understand the journey to accessible design. And we have much more coming up. The next speaker will be Andre Pol. But before we get there, we're going to have a quick 10-minute break. So make sure you can grab a coffee, a cup of water, take a rest break if you need. But stay tuned because we'll be back with a lot more today.
Welcome back from the break. QualityForge is ready for its next speaker, so please join me in welcoming Andre Paul, who is the Accessibility Director at ACTUM Digital. Andre tries to create the digital space accessible for everyone and believes that accessibility is vital, as it bridges the gap between diverse users and the digital world, ensuring that no one is left behind. Andre will talk about what are the expectations and what is the reality when it comes to creating an accessible website. I believe that Andre has already joined us.
He has. Hello there, Andre.
Welcome, Andre.
Hi, hello everyone, and thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to have you. Without further ado, you can take it away.
Great, thank you. So, hello everyone again, and great to be in here. And today I want to talk a little bit about how to create an accessible website with the subheadline expectations versus reality. I will try, to give you as much more information as I can, and on the end we can, have some questions. So everything which I will be talking today is inspired by real experience with organizations like Academy of Sciences in Czech Republic, Czech banks, and Czech government. So it's not theory; it's real stuff. And our main focus today will be on the three main pillars of accessibility, which are design, development, and content. So let me start with, before we will jump into those three pillars, with the process and what happens in the planning phase, most of the times where you are trying to create an accessible solution, whether it's a website or an application. So it's a planning. It's a really important part of the whole process where the accessibility should be already part of. So let me show you a few expectations versus reality, what happens. So one of the expectation in planning phase, what we talk with clients, is that accessible equals fulfilling legal requirements, like to be in conformance with EN 309, 549, or WCAG, or whatever it is, right? But the reality is that you need to go above and beyond legislation to have really and truly accessible and usable solution. So only complying with laws and standards is not enough if you really want to have a truly accessible solution. So that's one expectation. The other one is that making something accessible is simple and cheap, or can be done automatically. Another expectation that I hear a lot of times, but the reality is that making something accessible often requires significant effort, time, resources, and cannot be fully automated. And last but not least, so we will move to the next phase, which is I want to show you a few common issues that happens in those three mentioned phases, like design, development, and content. So let's start with the design phase. So one common issue that happens is low contrast input outline. We will be focusing in all those three examples at the moment on forms and inputs. So let me show you what I mean by the low contrast input outline. A lot of designers do that. I don't know why, but they design the outline inputs really with low contrast. A lot of times in like gray, something like that. So what I'm showing right now. So what I'm showing right now is the non-impaired side. Sorry, but I hear the sound from the stage. Okay, so what I'm showing right now is a view of a non-impaired site user. So right now you can already, sorry, I hear voices from background. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so what I'm showing right now is a non-impaired site view. So even for you, for some of you, you are not maybe able to see the outlines of the inputs. And when we switch the view as a simulation to some user, for example, who has slow vision, or you are in direct sunlight with your device that's shining into your display, you maybe in some situation will be not able to see the outlines around the inputs. So that is really vital, because then the user will be confused and don't know what they should do, if this is a text or if it's an input. So this is why it's important to have enough contrast with the outlines of an input. So let me jump quickly to the next example, and it's a placeholder as the only input label, which is a common issue. So let me again show you the thing that right now we have the same form, and this is a view after you already fill in the information, right? And in this case, if you imagine yourself, you want to go through it again and to be sure that you fill the right information, at the moment, it could be for some users really hard to discern what kind of input it is and what information they fill in. So you be able to really tell if you fill the right information. And only thing you can do is to delete those information in the input to be able to clearly see the input label, which is the placeholder. So this is again another common issue that creates a lot of issues and barriers and not good user experience. So let's jump into the last example from the design phase, and it's an insufficient proximity. What I mean by that is, in this case, the label is in a galaxy far, far away. Sorry for the reference for a Star Wars fan. And so let me show you that. Some users use magnification. For example, if there are low vision users, they need to magnify the content to be able to clearly see it and read the text and so on. So right now I'm showing a simulation of 4x magnification, and we can see a portion of an input, probably, but no label around at the moment. So if I zoom it out to 2x magnification, we can right now see most of the 2 inputs, but again, no label around. So still as a user, I don't know what should I fill in into those inputs. If I zoom it out to 1.5 magnification, we can start seeing some kind of text emerging in there. And if I zoom it out to the default magnification, right now we can see those 3 labels, first name, last name, and social security number, which are really far away from the inputs itself. And so what does it mean for a user that uses a magnification or another form of zoom? They will need to travel from the label to the input a really long distance, and sometimes they can mistaken and jump to another input. If they will be checking if they fill the right information, they can make mistakes, and it could be really frustrating. So another common issue that happens, that the labels are really far away from the inputs in cell itself. So the next phase that I want to show you common issues from is from the development phase. So in this case, we will be showing that on the mobile navigation on the hamburger menu. Most all of those examples will be covering that. So the first one is visually hidden interactive elements are focusable. Let me demonstrate what I mean by that. Imagine that we have this kind of display. So we have a display menu navigation with hamburger and with text, which is interactive. And then we have also an image, which is underneath, which is some kind of banner that is also interactive for this case. So let me clarify what I want to show you right now is a user that is sighted, so they can see. And then they use, for example, a keyboard to navigate through the device. right? It doesn't matter if it's a mobile phone or a desktop, because they can zoom in and also have this kind of responsive behavior. So what is happening for users? They are sighted and use the keyboard or another assistive technology like keyboard. They use key tab and shift tab to move on all of those interactive elements. So what should happen and what will be their expectation is they will focus the menu. So they will be on that interactive element, and then they will jump to the next element, which is the image. But what happens in this case is I will hit tab as a simulation, and we are focusing right now the menu. That's great. And when I hit tab again, I should move to that image. But what happens? The focus is gone. And as a user, I don't know where am I at the moment. And if I hit enter, what will happen, right? I will hit tab again, and still focus is nowhere around. I will hit tab again, and still no focus is visible, so I do not know which interactive element right now I'm focusing. And for the fourth time, I'm get to the interactive image as I described. And what happened in here is so-called lost focus. And what happened is that in the menu, there are 3 items, which are links to another pages, but they are hidden visually, but they are available for a keyboard or another assistive technology, so they are not restricted. And they should be, right? So this is one of the common issues that happens. Another common issue is missing information about expanded and collapsed state of some interactive elements. So again, let me show you that on the same example. So what should happen when the user focuses the menu navigation? It should, I forget one thing is that in this case, the user is using screen reader software, which is assistive technology. So for some users that are, for example, blind, or there are also other users that use this screen reader, they use that software and focusing the stuff and going through the elements on the website, and the screen reader reads that aloud, so they can hear where they are and what they can do and read the content. So in this case, when they focus the menu navigation, they should hear, for example, something like a button menu collapsed, because the menu is expandable. So they need to know they can do what interaction they can do, right? And if they open the menu, it should tell them expanded. And it's done by ARIA expanded attribute. And if it's not there, they will not know what happened after the interaction with the menu. And again, this is one of the common issues that happens not only for menu navigation, but also, for example, for FAQs or any other component that expands and collapses. Another example from the development phase is overkilling accessible names with titles and area. So again, let me show you that on the same example. I already told you what is the ideal. So the ideal is that user will hear menu, button, menu, collapse. But in this case, and a lot of time that happens that people overkill accessibility because they want to be sure that, yeah, this is really accessible, let me put everything in there. And so they put an alternative text alternative inside the SVG element, like the hamburger menu icon. So they will put their title menu. They also put on the button ARIA label menu, which is one of the forms of accessible names. And then you have the visible menu text, which is a paragraph or could be span or whatever. So in this case, when the user will focus the menu navigation, they will hear for the free time menu, 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 which is not a barrier, but it's really distracting and not good user experience. And it happens a lot of times. So let me move to the last common issues from the content phase. So the first one, and for me at least it's fun one, is so-called karaoke style captions. Let me show you what I mean by that if you not catch my drift. So karaoke captions visually distract users and could be overwhelming. I'm sure that most of you already seen this kind of style of captions on videos, especially on social media. And some people see them as cool. For some people, maybe it will benefit, but for a lot of users, it's some kind of barrier. Let me elaborate on that. As some users read slower, some users read faster, even the captions. So really forcing them to read with this in some pace is not good. Also, for users with some kind of cognitive issues like ADHD or other ones, it could be really distracting, and they will be not able to focus on what they are reading. And also in a lot of cases, like in this one, it's lowering the contrast of the text on the background, so the text is much worse to read. So I don't know who came with that. I see it most of the time, something like with the ripped jeans or the holes in jeans. Somebody came with that and it was total viral and everybody wanted those kind of jeans. Maybe it was with this, somebody came with this that put karaoke caption styles into the video and now everybody do that. But it's unfortunate, it's not really accessible, so I do not recommend to use that. And this is one of the common issues that happens with the content phase in videos. And another example is missing or empty text alternative. So again, the same situation as I already were describing with screen readers. So some users use screen reader to access the content and it's read aloud to them. And this is the simulation of the screen reader. It's a portion of the website. Maybe some of you already have an idea which portion of the website it is. But the screen reader will read image, 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 solution heading level 3, digital strategy link, AI and data link, cybersecurity link, and then follow us heading level 3 and image link, image link, image link. So if you imagine the user, if they hear image, they will not get any information what the image is about and what kind of information it brings to them. With image link, they will know that this graphic element is also interactive, but still they will not know what it will do and where it will lead them to, right? So let me switch that to visual experience. And right now it's a portion of the footer and the 4 images on top were all those different kind of payment methods that you can use on an e-commerce website. And under the follow us, there were links to social media for LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube. So if you will not describe, non-interact, like images, graphics, icons, and stuff like that, the users using screen reader will not know what kind of information you want to give them. So that's really important. So we are getting to close of my presentation. And the last thing that I want to show you guys is a practice evolution of one specific example and how it changed in time if the team have a different kind of experience with accessibility. I will be showing that on 4 different kind of examples. So the first one will be if the team does not have any kind of knowledge about accessibility and trying to do something accessible. The second one will be after some kind of training or webinar, or they read some information about accessibility, so they have some limited knowledge. Another example will be with providing feedback from an accessibility expert, but with non-specific information. What I mean by that is like, this is not accessible to, for example, blind users and stuff like that. So no specifics. And the last one will be with providing a really specific feedback, like also giving them information how they should change code or design exactly to make it accessible. So let's jump into it. And the example will be with a card. And what I mean by card is you can imagine it as, for example, preview of an article on a website. So you have an image, you have a headline, you have some kind of text, and some kind of link or link look like text that looks like a link or a button. So this is what I mean by a card. It also could be a preview of a product on e-commerce. It could be whatever it's needed to be. So let me show you the first one as I was already describing. So how the situation will look like before the training. So the team doesn't have any accessibility knowledge and they want to make it accessible. So a lot of times happens that they will put there an alternative text on the image, which in this case is really describing what's on the image. So glasses on open book. The headline is a paragraph. The paragraph text is in code, also a paragraph. And the underline read more text is also a paragraph. And the whole thing is nested inside a link. So it will make all the portions of the card interactive so the user can click and interact with any portion of that image. So I will be showing that on 3 examples, what is the impact, right? So for the pointer user, which means user that uses mouse or touchpad or something like that, the situation is really good because they can interact with the whole image, so they can click, with the whole card, they can click on the image, the headline, the link, and they will get where they need, right? So for a keyboard user, in this case, they will focus the whole card, which again is good because the user will know where they are getting into and where, if they interact with it, where they will go. But for a screen reader user, it's not good because it will read everything. It doesn't mean it's a barrier. It's like technically accessible, but the user will need to hear the alternative tags, all the tags in here, and on the end, they will know that it's a link and they can go somewhere. So it's not ideal. Another example is after the training, so they have some kind of little knowledge how this situation will change. So right now, the image has alternative text, which is European accessibility tag is near here, which is the same as the headline. But also it has a title with the same name, and the image is a link. Then the headline is a paragraph and also a link. The paragraph text is still a paragraph, no change in that. And the underlying text is a link, and also the link have an area label that will tell you when you focus that element, read more about European Accessibility Act is nearly here, which is important because if the link would be only read more, the user will not know without the context read more about what. So this is why the area label is in there. So again, let's look at this on the same point. So for the pointer user, it's again good because they can interact with the image, they can interact with the headline, and they can interact with the link, which is the three most common places they will interact if they want to go to the detail. The image, so for the keyboard user, the image, the headline, and the links are focusable, which is not good because the user will need to hit 3 times tab, to get, for example, to the next card. So they need to do much more interactions, and all those links link to the same place, which is unnecessary. So this is not really not good user experience. And same applies for a screen reader user because they will hear the link 4 times, on the image 2 times. Then we have the headline and then the link. So they will hear 4 times if they go through it, where they can go. And again, they will need to do a lot of interactions to get to another card. So not good user experience. So let's move to the another example, which is after non-specific feedback. As I already mentioned, you will tell, hey, it's not accessible for a blind user or for screen reader user, and that's everything, right? So the image is right now with empty alt, which means it will be ignored by screen reader because it's decorative, so that's good. The headline right now is heading level 3. The paragraph text is still a paragraph, and the read more is still a link with area label. So let me show you how it's changed right now. So for the pointer user at the moment, in that setup, only thing they can interact with is the underlying text, the link, which is not ideal because they will also try to interact with the image or with the headline or with other portions of the card. So it's a really small portion which is interactive. That's not ideal. So for the keyboard user, it's okay-ish because they will see like the focus, but maybe for users that have tunnel vision or a really high magnification, it will be also problematic. So as I said, it's okay-ish. And for the screen users, it's totally okay because they will hear the link 1 time and they will know where they're going into. So that's the situation. And last but not least, after providing a specific feedback to the team or the people who are developing, designing the solution, is how it should look like is the image have, again, empty alternative text, which will be ignored by a screen reader. The headline is heading level 3 and also a link. The paragraph text is the paragraph text is still paragraph, and the underlying text is again a paragraph. And the whole card is made interactive with pseudo content after and position relative. And so the outcome is that the whole card is interactive, ideally, except could be a paragraph text, or you can do it for whatever it's needed, so the user can copy and paste it, because otherwise, if you use the position relative and the after, you cannot copy the text from it. So sometimes it could be useful. So that's one example. So that's okay and that's good. So for the keyboard user, the only focusable thing is the heading. So again, that's really good because they will clearly see where they are going if they interact. And for the screen reader user, again, it's also great because they will hear only the heading 1 time where the link links. So that's the most ideal approach, for example, to card, and how the process change if you provide different kind of feedback or a different kind of knowledge about accessibility. What is important is that all those four mentioned variants, I'm getting back to the start of my presentation, is that they are more or less conformant with the EU standard and they are technically accessible, but there are a lot of different kind of usability. So one is much more usable and the other one is less. So that's it. So thank you very much. And I'm here to hear the questions.
Thank you, Andre.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for the presentation.
It was very in-depth, very useful. I like the use of practical examples and really helping to explain the difference between what someone might go into accessibility thinking what it is, and then the reality and the real expectations of what it's really like.
Actually, the thing that stuck with me was with the karaoke captions. I had noticed that they annoy me, but actually it's related to accessibility. It's not just me. Yeah. Okay, we have some questions prepared for you. And I will start with the first one. What is your initial goal? Like, what was your initial goal when you went into accessibility?
Yeah, so like my initial goal, like how I get to accessibility, you mean?
Yeah, like accessibility in general.
Yeah, so it was really like coincidence for me to get into like accessibility. I one time read about it and then I fall in love with that. But with accessibility overall, what is my goal is really to make great user experiences, because my background is in user experience. And on the start, I was thinking, yeah, I'm really helping users, which partially I was, right? But most of the times I was trying to help clients to, not, I don't say force, but really to motivate users to do what they want, right? So I was really wanted always in my whole life to help people. And I found accessibility, and for me, this is really the true help to a user, because I do not care what the digital solution is about, if they're, doing good stuff or bad stuff, because every user should have an opportunity and option to, scroll through any digital solution, buy there anything, what they want, whatever it is, but they should have at least the option to do it. So for me, like the accessibility is like the overall overall top for me, how to help people in the digital world. So,
and shortly, maybe you could answer if becoming the accessibility director was your end goal, or was it something that just happened by accident?
I think most of the times it happened by accident, and hopefully it's not the finish line. Hopefully there is more for me in my life, regarding accessibility. So we'll see what it will lead me to, but it was not a plan. It was a process that happens most of the time.
With all your experience, do you have any advice on how to keep a calm mind when you realize that the reality does not meet your expectations when creating an accessible website? And do you have any tips?
That's a really good question, and it's really hard a lot of times. It's really hard to, be mentally stable in the field of accessibility, because first of all, most of the digital solutions in the world are inaccessible. So that's one thing. And, to see the slow process into the future, like it's not going as fast as it should be with regarding to making things accessible. A lot of times you hear from clients or for people like rejection. Hey, we do not want to do it. We do not have money for it. A lot of times they are even like vulgar to you and saying like, we do not care about people with disabilities and stuff like that. So a lot of times it's really hard psychologically, to say like, should I still do it? Because if I hear so much rejections from people and I really try to help people, and, so a lot of times it's really hard. And my tips for it, how to stay calm in mind, is find some hobby, and try to get your mind off your work. And what I do every day when I leave work, I leave everything from work in work. So I'm focusing on my family and my kids and my hobbies, and I do not care about work. I do not read emails after my work time because they will wait to the next morning. So really, I'm trying, to not thinking about work without in my free time, and that really helps me a lot. And also, it's really great to have some kind of vacation, at least for a few weeks, to really, get new energy and get back to it.
I think that's a healthy advice.
Yes, no, maintaining work-life balance is definitely key there.
Yeah. Josh, I believe that we have a question from the audience as well.
We do. The question we have is, what is the proper way to handle placeholders? When we add labels above input fields, is it still helpful to use placeholders? Using both will result in repeating the same text by a screen reader.
Yes, that's a great question. For me, if I should say like one sentence is do not use placeholders at all. In most cases, maybe there will be some exceptions. But if you want to, for example, provide a user with some kind of guide, how the format of the information in input should look like, use, for example, and hint that you can put like an icon with question mark or with I that you can put beside a label, and user can interact with that and read what should be the format, because the placeholder itself, it's problematic even for screen reader users, at least for some of them, because sometimes they think that the information is already filled in. So if you have, for example, John at doe.com, then sometimes they think that it's already filled information in, and they will need to delete it before they will start filling in. So it's confusing. So placeholders are never great, but the most important thing is do not use placeholder as the only form of the label input. That's the most important part.
Okay,
That is a very good answer.
Yeah, very valuable. So thank you, Andre, for joining us today.
Yeah,
it was a pleasure.
It was a pleasure to have you here. That's the end of our questions. You've been very informative, very thorough, and there is a lot of really great takeaways that I think our audience got from you today. So thank you so much for being part of QualityForge today.
Thank you very much, and looking forward for the next sessions.
Thank
Bye.
you. That was Adri. That was fantastic.
That was really fantastic. Yeah.
But now for something a bit different and a bit more interactive. It's time to move on to our first panel of the day. We've prepared a variety of questions on pressing topics that we will be posing to our panelists. The panel topic will look at how framing the right mindset is key to inclusive design. So, jumping right straight into our first speaker, it's Mari Heinlut. Mari is the Global Diversity and Inclusion Manager at Bolt. She is dedicated to helping organizations create more inclusive and fairer workplaces. Her career in diversity and inclusion started at Swedbank, where at first she led diversity and inclusion at the Estonian level, but she would grow to lead the function at Swedbank's Baltic Group level. So we can be sure she knows a thing about diversity and inclusion. Maria also provides trainings and speaks at conferences like she is today.
Joining Mara, let's welcome to the discussion panel Rimvydas Petkus. Rimvydas is a board member at Lithuanian Software Testing Qualifications Board and the lead QA engineer at Zenitech. Besides being a part of LTSTQ community, Rimvydas has worked in the quality assurance field for quite some time now and has navigated himself between different QA roles. With experience in various aspects of quality assurance, he is here to share his view about digital accessibility and how it should become a part of modern software development. I'm very excited about this panel because the panelists cover both the technical side and the human side while discussing the right mindset as a key.
It's also a pan-Baltic event with an Estonian and a Lithuanian all being broadcast out of Latvia.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Okay, I believe that we can jump straight
into it. First question is for Mare. Mare, what does inclusive design mean to your everyday life at Bolt?
Thank you for the question. Hi, everybody that's watching. What does inclusive design mean to me? Well, in my work as the diversity and inclusion manager, it's to raise actually people's awareness on these type of topics, like raise people's awareness on diversity and inclusion, bias, and how that affects our life experience and the decisions we make every day. Starting from, if you're a leader, if you're a manager, what kind of decisions do you make about your people? Are you fair in your leadership? But also if you are, designing products or processes, or programs for customers, then are you doing that in an inclusive way? Are you making sure that everybody can use your product? Or are you, inherently, accidentally, unintentionally excluding some groups of people that actually can't use the product? And that is never a wise business decision, is it? So
We can agree.
that's the kind of mindset I try to foster in the company.
Okay. And Rimvidas, tell us, how does inclusive design reflect in your field of work in LTSTQB?
Hello, everyone. LTSTQB, actually, I'm wearing two hats now when it comes to digital accessibility. One of them is Lithuanian Software Qualifications Board. This is LTSTQB organization, and another one is a Zenitech company. So as LTSTQB, we are a young organization established in 2023, and we work closely with ISTQB as a global organization, and we are giving people some opportunities to get access to official STQB training providers. So it opens doors to people with common interest in software testing, but at the same time, we are also very diverse in this area from our experience, knowledge, and areas of interest. So we are much involved into many different activities within ISTQB, and as you know, this organization is about training, about certification, and when it comes to digital accessibility and the organization LTSTQB or ISTQB, we should be talking about usability, because usability is a syllabus which was released 6 years ago, and accessibility is a very small part of it. But during that time, during this half of the decade, I noticed that the demand in the market increased a lot. And I think, from the knowledge that I have now, from the experience, that it's a really big thing in quality assurance industry. It will be a really big thing, and in overall people inclusion, keeping in mind the technological progress and continuously increasing demands, which are very much impacted by governing bodies and legal requirements. So within our organization, digital accessibility is a very relevant topic, and it's our area of interest. And this is why we are looking forward to collaborating as a young organization with experts in this area. So the more enthusiasts we get involved, the better prepared materials we can have and more accurate reflection on digital accessibility. At the same time, I work at Zenitech company, where we build many different web and app projects for various industries. So I kind of lived through this 5-6 years, and I saw how it changed, and it's I can tell that it's definitely the demand of digital accessibility and inclusiveness overall increased tremendously in the market. So 5 to 6 years ago, it was a very different story. The clients that we used to work just talked about, but it was more like nice to have thing. And I would say now that everyone is really way more aware about it, and it's a very good and positive change. So for us, making accessible products is a very our everyday life.
Yes, and soon enough it will be a must thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Back to you, Marta. A question that tackles straight up to the crux of the panel discussion. In your opinion, what is considered the right mindset in regards to inclusive design?
Yeah, I think this answer has many layers or many facets to it. I think it starts with understanding that design is never neutral. You, as a designer, you come to the workplace with your own life experience and your own biases, and there's no way to strip yourself of them. You can only become aware of that. So I think this like self-awareness of just accepting the fact that as human beings, we are all biased and we cannot foresee or just decide to imagine what another person would need. I think that's really important to just be a bit humble about that and understand that we cannot presume everybody's life experience and needs. So what that means is actually we need to be data-based. We need to talk to different kinds of people. If we are building databases on user experience and needs, then we need to make sure that the database is actually reflective of the population and the different kinds of people in that population. I mean, we have so many examples from the past how design has been very non-inclusive, like the way that security measures in cars were only designed for men, and women were much more likely, much bigger likelihood of serious harm, or how the software that recognizes skin cancer recognized it way less on darker skin types because it was only trained on light skin types. So those are just real life, quite tragic examples how non-inclusive design can be really harmful. So I would also add the element of responsibility to the mix, that if you are a designer who designs solutions and products for everybody to use, then you actually could do harm. So be responsible of the fact and recognize that it is your responsibility to think of all the different people and their needs.
Yeah, so I guess taking the mantle of responsibility and also making sure you're aware of any of your own biases to make sure those don't make their way into any product or solution you work with are sort of very key to make sure you're setting yourself up in that right mindset there.
Yes, yeah. and data and collecting
and lots of data.
Diverse data sets. Yes.
Yes. Rimvidas, as Mari mentioned, this right mindset has multiple layers, we should say. And do you think that this mindset is something that can be gained through education, or how?
Okay, that's a very interesting question, because I think that there's no right answer to that. But in general, I would say that consciousness and the awareness of digital accessibility become part of the foundation now for modern software development. And this is mindset that we must have to meet the market demand. And I can hardly imagine an ambitious project without digital accessibility in mind. And when we talk about accessible products, one of the key aspects in the mindset itself is the awareness that disabilities are not inabilities. So technologies help many people to achieve great things. And this is, as Mari said, it's to being responsible. So this is our responsibility and, in a way, our privilege to empower those technologies, those solutions that we have now, to serve us in the best possible way. And there are many people around the world who are disabled in many different ways, but still manage to achieve great things in life. So for us, I think it could serve as inspiration, and it could give us a confidence that things can be done, even if there are no convenient ways of doing this. And naturally, it makes us realize that there is a better way. And even if this way is not a very convenient one, but it's important that it's the right one. So I truly believe that there is a different paths how people can choose how to develop their mindset. And one of the ways is the mindset in general is like a combination of knowledge and experiences. So you can, for example, in general, you can get education by going to school, but you can choose other options like self-learning, homeschooling, whatever. So, but there are some systematic and structured ways of education where they are created because it was identified that some learning principles can be applied to the majority of people. But as I said, knowledge and experience comes from life, from the people that we are surrounded by, but we can choose the way we get this knowledge to ourselves. So the proper education, I think, whatever path you choose is the right way to gain this mindset. It's just a matter how you choose to learn.
Yeah,
If you prefer like a well-structured information, I would say that maybe taking official course, maybe even get certified if that satisfies you, is the way to go. But there are other opportunities as well.
Yeah,
so,
I think that maybe through education you can be told about this mindset, but you can actually gain it through life.
Yeah. So those are two elements that I think that you need to be willing to learn something and be thirsty to just get this education in whatever path you choose. And then there are life experiences that you get. So without life experience in education, it's not a mindset yet. You need to experience it.
Okay, I think that's very informative. I guess I'll go back to Mario. Tackling awareness. Do you believe there is enough awareness brought to the issue that not all companies are using inclusive design or putting a lot of resources into it?
I think the awareness is growing. Is there enough of it? Not yet, I think, but I see many structural changes or drivers that increase this knowledge. Regulation, obviously. I mean, in this sense, I'm a fan of regulations. I know they get a lot of hate also, but I think many of the major regulations are nudging us in the right direction that we need to take as a collective. So definitely fan of the Accessibility Directive, but also tenders. So when government tenders, for example, require accessibility or inclusive design from companies, that is a very strong incentive to take that on. Also, any sorts of supplier requirements that you yourself can impose on companies that provide services to you on accessibility or inclusion of any kind is I think, a great tool for us to take collective responsibility. I mean, all of us in this ecosystem of companies and public sphere, like we all need to nudge each other and ourselves and keep us accountable. So I'm definitely happy to see more and more of the design community itself talking about this. I mean, it's kind of inescapable with the Accessibility Directive, but still, so I say we're moving in the right direction for sure.
And those legal changes will be a big, I guess, push of that, and really bringing that to the forefront now.
Yeah,
definitely.
And Rimvidas, from your experience, in what ways can assumptions and personal values limit a designer's ability to create inclusive designs?
It's a tricky question.
Sorry, we don't hear you.
I'm very sorry for
there we are.
Did you hear the question?
Yeah. It was in what ways assumptions and values limit the abilities, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So from my experience, personal assumptions and values have a very big impact on the ability to create inclusive design and make products digitally accessible. Well, generally speaking, people can have a very different opinions about inclusiveness in life overall. So the key element here is that being inclusive is actually one of your personal values. It is very hard to do something that you do not completely agree with or believe in. So there are people who challenge others by being very extreme on inclusiveness topics. And in this way, inclusiveness cannot be limitless, I would say. But there are some boundaries everywhere in life. Otherwise, it's chaos. It's like this hurricane that we had in US last night that could not be controlled and caused so much damage.
Yeah.
So it is important to have values such as acceptance, empathy, open-mindedness, and awareness of differences, as well as the employees' values must match with company values, because it opens up employees to be a very true themselves and boost their creativity. So I can reflect on similar cases in accessibility testing. So if a person who is testing software does not believe that it's important and does not feel like in a role of a person with disabilities, so then it's just another boring task to complete, and there's a risk of missing something very important. So accessibility testing is a pretty different from just doing a functional testing. It's way more different area. So it's a separate field. And you know that it's often required for testers to be creative and think outside the box. So here it is. Making sure that product is accessible is definitely a chance to step into someone else's shoes and be creative.
Okay, so you believe that accessibility testing is creative?
Oh, yes, it is.
That's good to hear. Going back to you, Mara, I think it's fair to say Bolt's quite fortunate to have you as part of their team, but not all companies have diversity and inclusion specialists present. So how can organizations encourage a mindset of inclusivity amongst their design teams, especially if they don't have someone to help them implement that?
Yeah, I think what you can always do, I think, somebody needs to have that light bulb moment of, oh, we need to actually have attention on this. So like if you're a leader of a design team or any kind of like product design organization, then if you don't have the capacity to, run this yourself, assign somebody the responsibility for accessibility and inclusive design in your organization. Task them with self-development on the area. Task them with bringing their findings, their aha moments to the team, and make it a regular thing, like not just a one-off. You cannot really change anybody's mind or habits or attitudes in one session or one day, but make it a habit, like at your, I don't know, your regular quarterly, whatever meetings, like have a presentation, have something on accessibility that you can educate everybody on. And another thing for leaders, I think, is to seek talent with diverse experiences, both like in terms of representation, like having people from different backgrounds in your team, maybe also actually people with some sort of disabilities. I mean, Microsoft and some other companies have like quite big in-house accessibility teams that are consisting of people with disabilities themselves. And also look for educational backgrounds, for example, in anthropology or social sciences or behavioral psychology, that can really help you diversify the skill set of your entire team by having these different people in it. So
that's really useful. I guess
a
smaller follow-up to that. When someone in the company does have that light bulb moment, do you have any advice for them on how they'd go about sort of spreading message, getting more people on board and actively pushing that change? How would they start the transition?
I think you just need to go and infect others with your enthusiasm. Like, equip yourself with the interesting facts and findings and data and research and go and tell people about it. Like make them see what you are seeing. I mean, it's the, classic 101 of any kind of persuasion, like have your facts, be enthusiastic about it yourself and and bring others along on the journey. And of course it helps if you aim the higher up, right? Because any kind of like major shift in mindset or attitudes, it needs to be supported from the people at the top of the company. So try to get them on board.
All right.
Thank you.
And Rimvidis, maybe you have a comment regarding the main obstacles and differences between implementing inclusive design to an already existing product versus a new product, which is only in its early planning stage?
Yeah, I think the better, the earlier you start, the better overall. And if you are in a position where everybody within your team agrees to follow inclusive design principles, it's so much easier to develop a product. And be aware that it's not only so saying that you have the mindset, it's not only that you are developing the product, but you keep developing and maintaining your mindset as well along with the product, which is in the long run is a key to success. But as we know, complexity comes with collaboration between different roles. So there are product people, designers, developers, testers. At some point, there might be situations when some will start pushing harder and there will be some reasons to have the compromises. But when we talk about accessibility in a product, everyone must have this this in mind when designing it, that the process is pretty time consuming, as it has to be well aligned and there's a lot of prep work to do. So designs must be inclusive. They have to be usability tested, and they need to be product management approved and shared with development team with accessibility in mind. So there should be some guidelines how to develop, how to test, etc. So I would say that the best approach is to start early and to have accessibility expert in a team right from the beginning, as it helps to save so much design, development, and testing time. I've seen cases where some parts had to be totally refactored due to limitations in assistive technologies that were not thought through, or that designs had to be redone because they were not tested before earlier, and then they didn't meet accessibility standards. So I would say, I would probably summarize it like this, that if you are creating inclusive design and developing digital accessible product, if you do it in the beginning, it's like a mindset-driven approach. I'd say that it's cheaper one, but more challenging and to adopt, because you need to make changes in people's mindsets. And people, not technologies, are the most complex component. But if you're implementing it to an already existing product, it's more like a demand-based approach, a more expensive one, but depending on the product specifics, it might seem sometimes a simpler option for business people.
Okay, very useful. So starting early is the trick to, I guess, making it a much more streamlined process overall.
I think that we already spoke with Eviana Panula regarding this, that it's actually cheaper, of course,
it is
to
cheaper
implement accessibility to a new product rather than an existing one. But
yeah,
Josh?
Moving on to Mare. What role does user feedback play in fostering inclusive design mindsets?
Feedback. Well, I think feedback is vital in many situations in the corporate world. But I mean, user feedback, of course. I mean, just looking at our experience at Bolt, user feedback is vital for us to improve our products in all aspects, including inclusive design. And I just remember this quite recent example of when we launched an app update where we significantly changed something in the user interface, which made it so that people with screen readers couldn't choose the category of the car anymore. And well, we were immediately contacted by many customers with this issue, and we could solve it quite quickly with the next release. So that's how it goes. There are these small concrete examples, and then there's this more comprehensive approach that sort of trickles through consistent feedback over time, where you're going to need to do some sort of major changes, not just changing one button or something. So yeah, feedback is paramount, but also feedback not just from customers or users, but the feedback that you get from your colleagues and your peers is very important. Like, it's important that in a design team, like, we're okay to tell each other that, hey, I think what you designed there or what you created there, I think it's not very inclusive or accessible from that perspective, right? You need to have that sort of an openness in a team to address these things and not pretend that everything we create is just ideal from the get-go. Like, that's, yeah. So that would be my answer to that.
Okay, actually what crossed my mind is I wanted to ask whether you have heard about these perspective taking and perspective getting methods.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have, and I completely agree with this perspective taking or asking method, in terms that, we cannot imagine ourselves into the shoes of every person in this world and their needs. We just can't. So let's go and ask the people what they need rather than imagine what they might need. We don't know everything. Like, yeah.
Good.
All right, and
I guess as a short final question to you both, in what ways can inclusive design contribute to social equity and fairness as a bigger picture? It's just a final remark from both of you. I guess Mara can start.
Yeah, another very concrete example, the population of the world is getting older. I mean, in the Western world, at least, we're really getting older. We're going to live longer. That means we're going to spend a longer time with all sorts of like physical ailments. So the elderly people also need to have access to digital solutions. Like, how else will they like pay their rent or pay their utilities or do things that they need to do just to survive in society? So that is just one concrete example why accessibility and inclusive design is necessary.
Wonderful. And from Rimvidas, any closing remarks from you as well?
Well, I'd say that it serves like it's like in a loop. So all the social society serves the business, and business serves society. So it's in a loop. So if you are in from business perspective looking at it, it's like the broader user audience you manage to have as a business, the better products and services you must provide in order to keep them and provide best services. It means that those experiences kind of helps your business actually to grow, and it's vice versa. The better you reflect differences in the society and differences in your product itself, the better likely you are to keep your audience, with you. So it's a very loop thing, and I think that what happens in society with all the mindset of people, all the awareness is helping business, and business is kind of helping society as well.
Okay, I think that's all we have time for now.
Yes, thank you for sharing your opinions regarding this actually broad but very important topic.
About saying, right, so it's been a pleasure to have you both with us today, and we do hope to see you in the future. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And QualityForge would like to introduce you to the next guest speaker of the event, Adrian Bologno. Adrian is a senior accessibility software engineer at Miro. By closely collaborating with people with disabilities, as well as collaborating with teams across Miro, Adrian is actively participating in the analysis of accessibility issues, doing his research and determining solutions requirements in order to make more accessible products. In a nutshell, Adrian is working on making the internet a better and more accessible place for everyone. Today, he will be talking about design systems and how to use them in an accessible way.
Welcome to the stage, Adrian.
Thank you very much. So today I'm going to talk about design systems. But first, let me do a small disclaimer. So if you're posting any picture in any social network about this conference or any other conference, please add description to your images. Otherwise, you will end up posting something about accessibility with no description. So please do so.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so let me introduce myself very quick. Yeah, so I'm Adrian. I'm a software engineer at Miro. You can find me in Twitter or in my website. And yeah, today I'm going to talk about design systems. And it is very difficult sometimes to define what design system is. And you can find some things like is a repository of components, or is a collection of components, or similar definitions. And this is what most of the people see about design systems, so components, layouts. But there is much more components and artifacts from a design system. So brand, identity, voice and tone, writing styles, foundations. And we're going to talk about some of them today, but it is true that we are going to focus a bit more on components. So let's talk about tokens. And you might have this system that fits into your corporate image, right? So maybe your corporate image is orange and white with tones on green. So maybe your component library looks like this one, and then you might be creating those components with those colors. But some users will see this in a different way, and some other users will see it in a completely different other way, because they are colorblind. So what you can do not to fix that, but to make it even better, instead of conditionally changing it, is use tokens. So tokens are name and value pairings that represent small decisions. It could be a color, it could be a font size, it could be spacing. And what is powerful about tokens is that we can create themes and modes. And when we talk about themes and mode, then I guess you're all thinking of the same, which is light and dark mode. This is the first thing that we talk about. The first thing that we think when we talk about themes and modes, right? But we can do much more with that. We have a lot other need for a completely different type of user. So we can create high contrast mode, we can create colorblind mode, and as well, we can include patterns to support the choice of colors. We cannot rely only on colors. I think this is something that we've been repeating in development. And the nice thing about that is that without losing our corporate image in design system, we can create a set of different modes and themes. The only thing, or one of the things that are important here, is that you should always respect the user preferences. So if a user said, I want dark mode, next time I get into your application, I want the dark mode. The same as if I want the high contrast mode. And we need to be very clear that you can change those modes and themes over the app settings. And as well, about tokens, the themes are always changing. We can change from dark to high contrast, but the tokens stays the same. So when a designer tells you that this is the token name, we can change the value. As I said, it was a pair of key value. The key is always the same, but the values are changing. So that's how we can create those themes and modes. As I said, components are a big artifact of a design system. And we're going to talk about some components and probably the most commonly used components in a design system. And let's see how can we use them correctly or not. But first, I've heard sometimes a couple of sentences that are funny enough. So something like, "Oh, yeah, our components are accessible," which is not really true, and we are gonna see in a bit why this cannot be true. Or even better, our components are accessible. So if we use them, yeah, our application will be accessible. Sometimes there is an extra thing by default. So our components are accessible by default. So if we use them to build our application, then it's accessible by by our component. So this is not really true. And again, we're going to see in a bit why and how to change this sentence in a better way. So as I said, maybe the most common components that you're going to use are images, buttons, and like very atomic components. So let's talk about the image component. And we know that every image that we put in our website or our web application must have a description using the alt attribute. And it can be, though, empty if the image is decorative. But if we have something like that we have an image of a car, then we can have a description, like a red car with a back door open. Maybe you're developing a selling car application, right? And we know that this alt attribute, when is there, when it's not empty and it's not a decorative image, should be meaningful enough and contain the description of the image. So in this case, it's a red car with the back door open. So I think it's very clear that that this is the description of the image. But we can use those components in a very wrong way. For example, for SEO purposes. So I've seen this before. This is not an invented case. I've seen some websites using the alt text or the alt attribute to put just keywords. It is very good for SEO, don't take me wrong. It is very, very wrong for accessibility, because someone using a safe text technology, specifically a screen reader, this is what the screen reader will read, what's going to read when this image is focused, and that's not really what the image is about. So this is a very nice example on how to use a design system component in a wrong way. Let me tell you a bit more about that. So button is an atomic component that we're going to use a lot. We have interactive elements in our web applications, and buttons are part of them. And the thumb rule, at least what I normally do, is when I need to choose if I need to use a button or a link, is button perform an action. So buttons perform actions, and links take you somewhere, change the route of your application. So when we can make a lot of our web application when we use the correct semantic HTML elements, and they have the purpose of it. So whenever we use a button, then it's easy. We can use an on-click handler to handle the action that is going to be performed by this button and the content of the button. But sometimes we give so much freedom about the use of the button that we can include not valid HTML semantics into a button. In this case, we are using a div, or I've seen them, and again, this is not invented, I've seen this using headings even inside a button. What we need to understand is the only permitted content of a button element is phrasing. So maybe a span or a paragraph, or even better, nothing, just like in the first example. So even if a design system component allow me to use whatever as a content, that doesn't mean that I can use whatever I want as a content. In this case, it is allowed by the design system component API, or the way that this component is built, to include whatever as a content of the button. But we need to understand the implications of using different semantics when using this component. For example, with empty buttons, in this case, we have a button that has only an icon, and we can do that, and it will not be an error, or at least semantically an error. But we need to understand that whenever a screen reader will focus, this interactive element will not announce the purpose of this button. So that's why we need to have an accessible name for all interactive elements, and we can use this. We can do this using the ARIA label attribute in this case to, again, explain the purpose of this button and the action that is going to be performed when this button is either clicked or pressed via keyboard. So it is very clear now that this button will remove a task. And now that we've seen this icon here, and of course, this same behavior applies to empty links like social media profile links. Maybe you have the icon of a social network, and then you want to add an ARIA label to say, go to my social network profile. But now that we're talking about the icon, when using an icon, in this case for an empty button, or it could be used as a decorative icon, maybe an info bubble, in those cases, you would like to hide it to assistive technologies like in screen reader. So in combination with the empty button, using an ARIA label to explain the purpose and the action, and using ARIA hidden to hide the icon to the assistive technology, you're going to use those two components together in the most accessible way. Because you're not only explaining the action, but as well you're hiding something that is not relevant for the screen reader, like this icon without title. So those are the small things that can enhance the experience when using components on your library. So design system components, what is the best way to do them? Well, make them very easy to use them correctly, but make them very difficult to use them wrongly. What I mean with that is create compulsory props for your components, properties for your components. So whenever a consumer is going to use a component, it's going to give an error if I don't pass a alt attribute to the image, or I don't give an on-click handler to a button, or I don't give a ARIA label to a drop-down menu trigger because it might be an empty button. So those are the things that will make you use them correctly very easy, but as well make them very difficult to use it wrongly, like maybe type safe. So maybe a button should not accept anything and maybe only use phrasing components. So in this case, the consumer will have enough freedom, but in the best way possible. There is another aspect of a design system, or at least a library, which is patterns and behaviors. And what I mean with patterns and behaviors, I mean focus trap, ARIA disable instead of using the disable attribute, or theming. In this case, if we use them, or if we create them, it can be reused across the main application. But please test them before including them. Maybe the best way is, if you use Storybook, maybe create stories explaining these patterns and testing them, or maybe use prototype apps. Maybe you can create a small app testing those focus trap in a menu, or ARIA disable when you want to disable buttons. Those will avoid, or will allow you to avoid extending those bad practices all over your application. So we had this sentence of our components are accessible, which we said is not true. Our components are not accessible, are accessible ready. So they can be used in an accessible way, but they can be used very wrongly. So our components are accessible ready. So if we use them correctly, our application will be accessible. Actually, it might be accessible because there's a bunch of other things that are affecting our application. Maybe the browser API, the way that we use the browser, and the browser that we use. Not every screen reader or assistive technology will interpret and read everything in the same way. So we want to use them in a correct way, use them in an accessible way, but as well, we want to test them in different environments, browsers, screen readers, operating systems, devices, etc. So don't rely only on our components that are accessible already and I use them correctly. Why our application is not accessible is because you need to treat this as a one thing with building blocks inside. And one essential part of a design system is the documentation. This is the way that you have to tell the consumers of components, of layouts, tokens, the foundations, brand and company identity, to tell them how to use them. So the best documentation will answer questions like, how do I use this component in an accessible way? What are the best practices when using this component, pattern, or behavior? Or how do I use these components together? We've seen using a button and an icon together. How do I use them together? Again, we talk about ARIA label plus ARIA hidden. Or when and how do I use this pattern? When is the best opportunity to use a focus trap in a dialogue, but maybe not in a form? So those are things that should be included in the documentation. Where can I read more about this topic? Maybe you want to give links to the W3C pattern library or the specifications or the WCAG success criteria about the topic that we're talking about. Or what is the keyboard navigation of this component? I have a menu and I want to know if I need to move across using the arrow keys or not. And this is built in the component. Should I use a pattern already, a hook, or should I build it my own when using this component? So those are questions, some questions that there is the documentation of not only the components, but all your design system should be answering. So how can we create this documentation, or what is the best way that we can use this documentation? So when you have, maybe you have a website, a web application, a portal where you have the documentation on the usage of your components and patterns for all your engineering team. Every component, every pattern should have an accessibility and usability section with guidelines, with do's and don'ts, and external documentation. As I said, in this case, this is an example of Primer, the design system of GitHub. Or maybe you have a storybook, as I said, as a showcase for your components. You can play around with them, but please create stories only for accessibility purposes. So if you create a button and then you create your primary, your secondary buttons as well, please create a story for disable and the differences between disable attribute and ARIA disable, when to use one and when to use the other one. So like this, an engineer will play around, but at least they will see how to use them in the most accessible way. So as well, if you find it difficult to understand or have a lack of documentation using a component, a pattern, or a behavior, please extend the documentation as you would like to have it. Even if you're not part of the design system team, I assure you that the rest of the engineering team will appreciate that you extend the documentation, make it better. Let's embrace the Scout rule. Instead of campground, in this case, we always need to leave the code and the documentation cleaner and clearer that you found it. And I think, again, everyone in the engineering team, even product team and design team, will appreciate that you extend the documentation. That was a bit of tips on not only how to use a design system in the most accessible way or maybe in the best way, but as well on it opens a discussion within the engineering team and the design team. I have not talked about design annotation when you're creating the component even before the implementation, maybe the ideation part of these components that we need to think about what is the keyboard navigation or what is the screen reader announcement that we are going to use. This is how to create a design system. In this case, I want to show you how to use the components, and you need to understand again that you can use components, patterns, and behaviors in a correct way or very wrongly. And as I mentioned just now, the documentation is the essential part that is going to educate and teach you how to use them in that correct way. So that's why we need to point a lot in those documentation stories, examples, and as well, maybe talk about this. Slack channels, guilds that we have in our companies, show and share your experiences and examples. You can find me as well in my website. I write some blog posts about accessibility, and I want to leave with a couple of sentences that I think they summarize a bit the importance of accessibility. And we all do this because we don't treat accessibility as a feature, and I think this has been said a lot during the last times. But let's stop thinking about accessibility as a post process and include the accessibility from the very beginning: ideation, design, and implementation in this order, but as well from the ideation. Whenever we think about a feature in our applications, in our website, then think about how is it going to be when a keyboard navigation user use it, or how is the screen reader announcement will be for these features. So think about this from the very beginning and don't treat it as a post process, because later never happens and we cannot do this afterwards. And one thing that we need to understand as well, that I think is a bit of a mistake when we think or when we say that we develop digital products for the company, right? I work for this company and I develop for this company. It's not really true. We develop digital products for other humans, and the companies are, or the company that we work for, or even our company itself, is just a channel, is the channel to arrive to other humans. And if we think that the product that you are building will be used by some other human, then we start developing this empathy on, okay, maybe I am using it like this, but some other user, customer, human will use it in a different way. We don't know. And since we don't know our users and the user and the customer that is going to use our application, the only way to do a quality product is doing it for everyone. And doing it for everyone means doing it accessible for everyone. And if we start thinking like this, then we have a huge path already covered. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adrian, for the end message. I also enjoyed the point you made about the documentation. Well, if you need the documentation, the extended documentation, just do it, because it can become much worse if you don't have the documentation.
Yeah, at the end, if you needed it, it's very probable that some of your colleague will need it as well. So you're probably not the only one who thinks that, oh, there's a lack of documentation. It will be not logical to say, okay, it's a lack of documentation, but I will leave it like this. So the next one will find exactly the same problem as I find. So
Exactly, yes.
Wonderful. So we'll go straight into our first question here. And that it's a broader one. Where do you find inspiration for the projects you're working on?
Well, I think part of the motivation and the inspiration is the topic that I mentioned at the very end. So what I normally think is what I'm building now is for some other user. So I'm not building this for my company. Someone like a human is going to use what I'm building. I don't know this human. I don't know who's going to use this one. So the only way that I have it to make it very good and with quality is to make it for everyone, to make it accessible for everyone. So as this is one part, which is much moral or in the moral way. as well, I'm a software engineer. I like to create a very good and tech excellent, right? So if you want to make it technically good, it needs to be accessible. You need to create it using the correct semantics. You need to understand why you're creating those semantics, and you need to use the tools that you have. Your design system team provides you with a tool set, a lot of artifacts, a design system component library, patterns, behaviors, voice and tone. You cannot create a component like you want. You have a guidelines and tools. So if you use it correctly, it's going to be technically good with a lot of quality and morally correct. So it's for everyone. And I think this is the combination of the inspiration.
All right. So the next question is a bit about the new regulations that will come into force in 2025. How will they impact your daily work?
So luckily and fortunately enough, there's new regulations that will come, and this is going to affect everyone. And now we are experiencing that companies are taking accessibility more seriously because of that, which is a pity and not. It is a pity because some companies are going to do this because they don't want to lose money, they don't want to be fined. But in the other side, then they are going to do it. So if they build an accessibility team and they care about this, and if they put the seed on creating the team, educating their engineering teams, then it's not going to be a one-time thing. It's only for the European Act. It's going to be a path that is going to be from now on, our applications and our products are accessible. And I'm happy with that.
Okay. And if there was one message you would like to deliver to companies that own digital products, what would it be?
If you do your products in an accessible way, more users will want to use it. And I'm not talking about people with disabilities or user with disabilities. I said more users. I'm a heavy user of tabbing around a website or filling forms with a tab. I watch videos with subtitles when I don't hear correct, or maybe I am in the public transport. So I would like to use a product that I can use in an accessible way, even if I don't have a big disability. So again, if you create products that are more accessible, then more users will like to use it. So I think you will increase your user base.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
So people are appreciating your insightful lecture in the comments section. And there's also a question from Richards.
Given Miro's business, which is enabling users to create custom designs, graphs, charts, etc., do you have any features that enable better accessibility within those designs created? So multi-layer.
Yeah. So here at Miro, we have a collaborative application, and then it is very visual. So the way that we have to enhance the user experience is to create two main things in the best way possible, which is the keyboard navigation. So how you navigate across your Miro board, and what is the information that we are delivering to, for example, screen reader users. So whenever you have an image, then you will have the alt text. Whenever you have graphs, you can have descriptions, and etc. Of course, this is a path and this is a process that we are following, and we have a lot of teams working in different widgets. Very interactive. The way that we work with them is to let them understand the importance on conveying information to the user when the user is focusing or using this interactive widget like graphs or prototypes. So we are working on delivering the information to screen reader or assisted technologies in the best way possible and in the most concise possible. So giving the creators fields like descriptions, alt attribute, or the image description for images, etc. So whenever a creator creates a new widget, they can add the information for the consumers.
Okay.
Very insightful.
Thank you for your answers. Thank you for the presentation. It was a pleasure having you here.
And we have a lot of positive feedback in our live chat from other software engineers who are very much appreciative of everything you've said today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, Adrian.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully see you in the future.
Have a great
Definitely.
day.
Bye.
Ciao.
Josh, my head is still processing all the information it has soaked in. So maybe we have deserved a quick lunch break.
I think we have.
So we will be back at 20 minutes past 1 with another panel discussion. Stay tuned. See you later.
Hello and welcome back. We're almost halfway through the first ever QualityForge conference, and coming up next on today's agenda, there is another panel discussion. I would like to mention also at this point, do stay tuned to the very end because we do have a surprise announcement. But I would like to introduce our first speaker to our current panel, Liga Letina. Liga is the head of design at Printify, and she's leading product marketing design ops teams in building one of the world's leading print-on-demand platforms. With her more than 12 years of experience, Liga is actively involved in the UX and service design communities of the Baltics, and she has organized the UX Riga conference as well as volunteers and mentors women in the Riga Tech Girls program. So it goes without saying, she knows her stuff.
And joining Liga today, a true specialist in accessibility, Elina Shishkevich. Elina is the Accessibility Testing Department lead at TestDevel Lab with more than 10 years of experience in IT, especially testing. Besides leading a whole department, Elina has led countless accessibility testing projects, planning the whole process from A till Z. She is also a mentor, a teacher, and a passionate advocate for inclusive design. Accessibility to Elina means creating an environment where discrimination is actively avoided, allowing everyone to participate equally. By fostering inclusiveness, we build a world where everyone feels valued and included. Two experienced sides will join us to discuss why accessibility is a win-win for users and businesses. Welcome to the stage.
Hello. Hey.
Hello there.
Nice to
Thank
be
you for
here.
joining us today. We're very excited to hear from you both. You're both very experienced in your field, and we know our audience today will really appreciate what you have to say.
We can dive into the discussion. So, Elina, we will start with you. Could you please tell us what sparked your joy in accessibility?
So basically, my interest in accessibility was triggered by a combination of my passion, I would say, for helping people and, interest in healthcare side and my background in IT, which is more than 12 years now. So I have always been drawn into field in field, and I planned maybe also working in this, but I switched a bit my field to IT. So, and during my career, also IT career, I noticed that many individuals with disabilities often struggle to fully use their possibilities and potential due to barriers in digital environments. This really motivated me to dive deeper into this topic of accessibility testing and testing accessibility, and especially accessibility testing, because I had this testing background and so on.
So basically, all of your interests rounded up into accessibility.
Yes.
Okay,
Exactly.
That's interesting.
And then Liga, how did you end up working in this field of work, and what brought you to user experience?
Probably also curiosity, and mostly curiosity. I was working in a totally different domain 12, 14 years ago. But I was in touch with websites, and I had no idea what UX is and what information architecture is and what even sitemap is. But I was doing websites, and then just out of curiosity, it's like, is it really working? And how do people use this thing? And trying to look into data and then discovering usability and discovering that you can test with users and that you can actually co-create with users. Basically it opens me the new worlds that I found really, really exciting, very much interesting that dealing just with text that I did before. So curiosity led me here.
Yeah, so interest is a key component, I would say. Okay, ladies, I have actually a question to both of you. In your personal opinion, is there a huge community of people who are trying to promote and fight for a more inclusive design and accessibility?
Elina, you can start on, take it away.
Thank you. I can this is my opinion. Yeah, if we are talking about nowadays, yes, there is a vibrant and growing community. That's why we have this basically our events today. Yeah, so we have a lot of like viewers also for our conference. Yeah, and I see that now like we have a growing community of dedicated and people who are working in design, in testing, in business analysis. Yeah, so developers, of course. Yeah, we have people who promoting inclusive design, and they're promoting this topic about accessibility. And yeah, now it's better if we're comparing with situation 5 years ago. For some people, it was a totally new topic, and we had a lot of discussions, about what is accessibility, why it's so crucial, critical, why we need to start thinking, not maybe, maybe not changing our products to like right now during this year, but please think about accessibility. I remember about this about inclusive design and the design universal design principles, at least when you're designing something, when you're creating some learning materials and so on. So now it's easier to start communication. You should not provide so much information. Of course, it's happens also now. It's totally normal, but if we're comparing those like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, at all, so people with disabilities were totally invisible in society, like in social life. They sat at home sometimes, and they had no possibility to participate in social life. Maybe not so how I told it, but now those people are visible. Now people have like a possibility at least to speak, to give some feedback, and be like visible and help to improve something. So for now it's better, totally better than previous 5 years ago. So Liga, maybe you have something to add, but I'd say.
Also, Elena, probably back then, like 5 years ago, it was harder to find some educational materials about accessibility, right? And that has improved.
Yes, exactly. We have also now our courses in Tele-Develop School, for example, we created also to improve this topic as well. But of course, they were some material, they were like IAP certificates or something else. But overall, this topic was not so popular in Europe as it is now. So, and
Okay.
So, about education materials, totally agree.
Yes. Liga, what's your opinion on this question?
I want to get in Elena's bubble. Please, Elena, invite me in your bubble, because I don't feel that there is a huge community yet. And I think it also maybe depends how you look at it. For me, I think if you look like our regional, Baltics, Nordics, I could name 2-3 companies that like are focused, maybe 4 are focused on accessibility. They might have or might not have meetups or smaller external community around them. However, there is no like one community that is outside these companies that are like really passionate about the accessibility. There's not per se organization that is, which is also important, I think, to localize information in local language. There's still a lot of information that is in English. And if you look at the organizations, and I've been working in If Insurance, where actually I was one of the pioneers of accessibility initiative in the company, and now also in Printify, I see how much it really depends on someone within organization that is passionate about it. And then there's always the need for the driver that is building circle around. And for that driver, very essential is that there is like learning materials, like materials to refer to. I learned accessibility in university. Now it's very much better situation with more materials, but still, and there's standards and guidelines and etc. But still not that much in local languages, not that much in easy consume way, because it's also a pretty complex domain. And I really wish there would be more designers and more developers in my organization, in different companies, and in general, getting together and talking about accessibility. Okay. I think we can do better. And Alina, loop me in your circle. Would love to be there.
I guess a small follow-up for you, Liga. Obviously you mentioned it's not as big as you'd like it to be. Do you think changes in the legislation at the European level will help grow that community?
So here's the thing, we talk about push and pull, right? Because the best things, like also Elena was becoming this in this domain specialist because of her interest. The strongest is if you have like internal drive to the topic. Obviously, the changes in legislation that will come a bit kind of from top on us, and it will require us to learn about that more. And that will require us also a lot of specialists to seek for more information, seek for, sparring partners and case studies, and that will also encourage them actually to contact each other.
Okay.
But that would be also kind of on the balance between, push and pull. So let's see. That's a good chance, but let's see.
I guess as a second question also for you, Liga, what should serve as the main motivation for companies deciding to implement accessibility in their digital products?
And that's also an interesting one. What should and what is actually serving, right? Obviously, what should, primarily that would be overall ethical responsibility, the social responsibility, that we really care about this, like everyone, and that everyone can use the services equally. That should be one of the main things. The other thing that should be as a driver to think about accessibility, I think also would be actually the market reach, and especially thinking who are our customers, because if we, like the first understanding of accessibility, it serves for someone with certain disability. But we know that, and I have experience in my last 3 months, even at least 3 temporary disabilities for a while. And our society is also getting older, especially in Europe. So the paying customers are the ones who actually might have a bit extra needs. And here accessibility can actually help you also to reach more customers. From the should part, ethical responsibility, obviously the brand reputation, the market reach should be the key drivers.
Those are drivers, but the ethical one is the one at the core of it all.
But the biggest weight so far, the legal compliance is doing it.
And touching this topic, we all know that 2025 will introduce different regulations regarding different new regulations regarding accessibility. Elena, do you think that the new regulations will create immediate impact on the problem?
From my experience, what I see already, also by questions from potential clients, or also discussions with potential, and also in our community. So for now, what potentially was triggered, it was fear of it. What will be after this 2025? But basically, I think that regulations often serve like a good catalysis, for some changes, for planning, for thinking about how we are going to fix this, how we are going to add some innovations, also how we are going to improve something. What we need to start with, what we need to start: designs, development, education, or basically I see overall that also Latvian companies and European companies, they already started planning, thinking, also fixing something, and they started to provide learning materials for for development teams, and overall, I would say maybe again 2025. This act is act is going to be actual for new products, which will be released after in July, basically 2025. Of course, companies who are developing new projects, of course, they started working and they have now basically a lot of space what to do. They need to know at least, and they need to provide accessibility at some statement how they are accessible. So they are a bit pushed, but at the same time they have time to do this. They have time to plan Q1, Q2 in their companies, and to include this accessibility testing, development, planning into their product. But for other projects who are already in life, maybe I would say they will have 5 more years to be more accessible. So basically, this situation is interesting for new projects. This is must-have. For another, like this is must-have, but with a bit other deadline. But basically, I see that in the nearest 5 years, this topic will be super actual. And if you have like big company, if you have big product, this is right time for doing this, because as we understand and as you see from testing, functional testing, accessibility, other kinds of testings, yeah. So always better to plan like in time, not staying like and do not plan to fix this after going to production, for example, or before like couple of months before production. This is no right like logics also for overall testing and development. But I hope that it will trigger more discussions. It it's triggered already, so especially for new products. I am a bit like positive. I see this from a positive side. But yeah, let's see how it will go.
So there are a lot of career opportunities in accessibility right
Also.
now, actually.
Yes,
Growing
yes,
field.
of course.
And then a question for
Exactly.
both of you, and I'll start with Liga, just because you briefly touched on this already. How does adopting accessibility contribute to a business's success and market expansion?
Yeah, well, this is also an interesting one, because the first thing that typically would be perceived that accessibility is an extra cost, and it is, because you need extra specialists that has a certain components, you need the knowledge, so that's a training, you need a developer that has actually this competence, and plus also the engagement and interest in the accessibility to build these things. But what I have seen that obviously what companies are interested in terms of reaching their customers, there's one angle which is reaching new customers. The other angle is increasing loyalty and user experience and happiness of existing customers. Quite often, I see that the benefit is that, and I'm also trying always to tell about accessibility. That's not for the certain kind of group of people, but that's like how we can improve the experience layers for all, and thinking rather for all than a smaller group. That's, well, first it's easier also to sell in for this kind of thinking, but also that's actually the reality, what I believe. And if you think of like good accessibility for the public website, that typically means that the navigation is structured correctly. It supports the search engine optimization. So that already helps you to reach new customers in that angle, right? Or even the mobile experience, all of the keyboard navigation, the tabbing, that all is supporting the mobile navigation, mobile experience way much more than, sometimes even more than someone that has a visual disability. So again, we can reach way much more mobile device users. And as I see, the more there's, again, talking of a certain user segment that is mobile only. That is certain generation that is using mobile devices only already. That's the young people. Or going in certain countries, if you want to reach customers in Asia or in Africa, in kind of lower development countries, there's also quite often the case that people have only mobile devices. So if your site is optimized for mobile, then you have way much better possibility to reach these customers somewhere there. But I mean, putting that aside, I think that it's overall, we can see that really, if you improve accessibility for digital products, the engagement metrics typically go up. People are more quicker reaching their goals. So maybe sometimes the positive user experience is not something they report. They report the negative ones and when they have a complaint. But overall, the usage and loyalty improves. And actually, I have a super sneak peek. There's one, we are actually doing small revamp of our platform at the moment. And one of the reasons why we did it, it was exactly the accessibility improvement. And we already, since like a few days, rolling it out. In A/B test, we see that actually the new improved version, which has a better accessibility results, is actually increasing better signups, shorter session, but more successful sessions on the platform. So it really helps to improve the business metrics, though we can't, kind of really estimate before that would happen. So it does.
Okay, and Liga actually wanted to add something about maybe new potential investors for the companies.
That's also an interesting one, right? I think it really depends on the company or the startup, which industry you are, and it also depends what kind of investor you're approaching. If that's an investor who is really looking about certain values and looking after, that the brand is really taking care about like inclusive design and has a high ethics standard, then definitely that would be your for that potential company's competitive advantage to get funding if the values match. Then again, depends on obviously the business, the brand, the investor. Sometimes it's different values. Sometimes it's faster time to market, and that's also fine.
Yeah.
So if you target certain investor that has these values and matches your product, that could actually be a way to get certain investor faster.
All right. Elina, do you have something to add regarding this topic?
Yeah.
I would say I agree with Ligas about this. Basically what I can add, this is almost the same, basically accessible design often changes overall user experience and for everyone, not only for people with disabilities. Basically features like clear navigation, alternative text for images, and adaptive layouts for correct headings, order. It's all can make this product easier for using for all the users, basically without any discrimination. So basically I totally agree with you, Legals.
Okay, and Elina, from your experience, what negative outcomes can occur if the implemented accessibility is not thoroughly tested?
Oh, this is a super good topic. Basically, this is something what we discuss about functional testing. Basically, every time, when you're doing this earlier, that is better. And basically, about if we are speaking about accessibility, of course, we can trigger user frustration. Of course, if something is not working and not working from accessibility perspective, some buttons are not visible, or buttons are described as safe image, or something like this. We a screen reader user. Totally frustrated. What should I do? This is image, or this is some div, or this is really button. What by pressing on what we can save some information. Okay. If you have some frustration, but potentially we can lose some customer base. Of course. If our product is not accessible. And if we have this possibility to something can improve, of course, do this as earlier as possible. Then legal problems 2025, and if you have this new project, potentially you can have some problems and maybe some fines and lawsuits. This is something again, what you can trigger for yourself. Again, if you have some problems, with your customers, and if customers are not silent, and if they can to post something in X or Facebook or Instagram, okay, again, negative publicity. Internet, if again, sometimes we see and we hear only negative feedback sometimes, and people like to share negative feedbacks instead of good. This is also something what a potential company can deal with. And increased cost, of course, this is from my side P0 most critical problem. Of course, if we're starting with if we're starting a new project, and if we have possibility to plan design, ask designers or accessibility specialists to review this design. If you will have accessible designs from the start. So you are not going, you are going to develop this design more accessible with correct color contrasts, correct borders, text, I don't know, headings, and so on, of course. And if it's possible to test this accessibility before going to production, as for like anything like functional, non-functional, do this if it's possible, because it's better to do this before and do this and again after like you have your first version, for example, of your product. Give this version to test for accessibility specialists, because some accessibility defects, they are not local but global. For example, it's totally fine to add some correct role for all the buttons, but you need to trigger this testing, and you need to catch this global problem for correct roles for some UI components. And you can reuse this for all other pages or features. So basically, I can speak about it a lot. So
I think that there was this saying, if it's not tested, it's not done.
Exactly.
Yes.
I guess we spent a lot of the time talking about the business impact and why it's imperative to make sure everything works, but I really want to hone in on the user side of stuff now. We've talked a lot about the business side. However, how can implemented accessibility really benefit users? And as a second up to that, would you agree that accessible design can benefit not only people with long-term disabilities, but also people who do not normally have those disabilities or accessibility issues?
Liga, you can start.
Liga can start this, yes.
I mean, 100%. And I think that there are multiple things how technically we build our digital products that already are supporting user experience to accessibility. But really, this is the thing. Like, for instance, just navigating through the mobile phone, or even like using or not using mousepad if you have injured finger, or maybe there's sudden sunlight, or maybe you really had, like in my case actually, had certain trauma around your eye, and you're not able to see for even a week, right? It's a super short time. And then you want to like still continue working, consuming the I don't know, Slack messages and WhatsApp messages or news sites and et cetera as normal. And you realize that you really can't if it's not optimized for these kind of cases. So I think that it's there's so many layers how this designing for certain group can improve the overall experience. And we have even like from the history, the inclusive design, classical inclusive designs, which is the water tap, right? The kind of mixer. You know, it was designed for someone who was kind of not having the full arm motorics, but it's helping us. Or I don't know, the tons of the things. Even the keyboard that we use at the moment, it was originally created for a lady that was blind and wanted to write letters to her husband during nights. And now it's like, can you imagine life without a keyboard, right? No one can imagine that. So definitely, there is a way that it's not only improving experience, but sometimes even sparking the innovation that you kind of try to tailor for certain group with limited capabilities. But then we find out that we all can benefit from that.
Excellent, and I thank you for those examples. Also, Elena, do you have any quick comments on that as well, and how user experience is impacted?
Basically, I also wanted to add about this temporary and like situational disabilities. There is like also different categories of disabilities, like hearing, physical, and temporary or situational. Yeah, so this is, but basically, yes. I don't know. I think, Liga, you covered everything with your answer. Yeah.
Yes, and ladies, maybe in a one-sentence answer, what is the message that users with disability receive knowing that the world is moving to a more inclusive design direction?
We can go with Liga first.
We are all the same, and we are all more connected.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
And Elena?
Yeah, agree. And I would say that now it's correct time, and when like people also with disabilities, they can use their potential. and without any blockers. So yeah.
Wonderful.
All right.
Excellent notes to end on and excellent messages there. Thank you so much for those.
Okay. See you in the future.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
And now we are moving on.
We're moving on. It is my honor to welcome our next speaker to QualityForge, Piotr Żolka. Piotr is an accessibility expert. He's also the CEO of Kinaole, a company that specializes in making the world accessible to all. As a UX designer and strategist, he aims to bridge the gap between technology and its users, creating a better, more inclusive world through technology. Today, Piotr will talk about breaking barriers and explain the best practices in accessibility testing. So I'm very excited to see him here today and a UX expert.
Exactly. And I think that, you have to know the best practices to make it more efficient.
And to make a good, well-rounded, high-quality product.
Yes.
So, welcome
Piotr
to the stage, Piotr. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning, and good afternoon, guys. Welcome. I will tell the story how to test the accessibility. So, first of all, I will tell a little bit detail about that more than 1 billion people around the globe today they encounter some struggling with using the digital product. So this is a huge number, and this number is definitely impact how we should develop the digital product on the daily basis. But last but not least, we also aging. And I would say most of us will have a disability in our lifetime. It might be, I'm wearing the glasses. I'm the man in the close to 40. I'm having on the bird and wearing the glasses on a daily basis. So because of that, I need also today some, maybe not the special, but functionality that help me to use the product in a better way. And I would say to confirm this is a well-known, or maybe you haven't heard it, report from UK. It's called the click-away pound. So they evaluate that approximately 10% of the UK population today needs access, like the color contrast change, the dark mode, or maybe they're using assistive technology. And they found out that this group of the people generate the potential click away, which is worth the 17 billion pounds. So it is a huge number. And what does a click potential away means? It means I'm going to the one website. I put my introduction to the screen readers. So screen readers is the software who translate the text, which is visible or not visible on the digital ecosystem, and translate that in the synthesized speech or in the braille output. So there is a different screen readers on the market. This will be very important in a moment. The most popular is the JAWS and the NVDA. NVDA is the free open source, and JAWS is the paid one. The voiceover is a built-in in the Apple product. Narrator is a built-in in the Windows. Of course, there's much more like the TalkBack, which is a part of the Android. So we're starting to building a digital product. And usually what I'm doing and what I'm using, I love to use the impact map because I don't want to attach to the persona. Because usually the persona is like, oh, beautiful, somebody who has wealth, he has work, have 5 kids. I prefer to talking about the user needs. And in this example, you have a socializer, you have a spontaneous person, but you also have a price conscious. And for example, who might be a price conscious? It might be older women. It might be the old students. It might be the John Smith who is on wheelchair. So they still having the same need. They want to travel. So they want to use some digital product. And then, so I will make a statement that we are designing disability rather to make a product accessible from beginning. So how we can change it. So luckily, there is a WCAG 2.1 and also 2.2. So there is a global standards who tell a little bit a story how to build a product in the accessible perspective. WCAG is split into 3 chapters, the single, double, and triple A, and tell a little bit guidelines how to ensure that we're building the product for everyone. This is super important. But if we take this as a perspective, accessibility or the WCAG cover some aspect of the human being. It's not cover everything. So it's very important to go a little bit broad, like include the age, include the gender, language, etc., to ensure that we're building the right product. So if we're having those elements in the place, let's think and let's go through the accessibility testing per role, because I strongly believe if we start testing earlier, we can, first of all, build a better product for everyone, and we can ensure and discover the issues on the earlier stage. You remember this quote that fixing the issues is on the design cost $1, once on the development phase it cost 100. So this is the same principles. So let's jump on the first role. It's a UX UI designer. So how the UX UI designer can apply the accessibility testing on the daily basis? It might. I would say there's a very important role to be implemented or to be part of the accessibility journey. So first of all, if you're using a Figma or any other tool, you can use the plugins. The plugins that give you already a confirmation that you're following the accessibility principles. One of them is the color contrast. So there's plenty of the color contrast plugins that you can quickly verify, oh, my text cover or it's meet the minimum color contrast. I'm there. If not, for example, because the brand told us, oh guys, we're having a beautiful brand, please follow, but this brand doesn't follow the minimum color contrast, then we need a little bit find a way to improve it. All the Stark who giving you already principles how to ensure that the size of the component that you're building, it's okayish for the people who having a little bit bigger hands, or maybe they're using some assistive devices or a single pen, whatever. So already on the design phase, there is some tools that can verify if we follow the accessibility on the proper level. And then I really love, because everyone mentioned, oh, we are not able to test the mockups. Yes, you are. And I really love the concept of the concierge testing. So what we usually doing? So we're preparing the mockups. Then we need to describe a little bit of semantic. And I would say today and nowadays, the UX UI designer should know the basic of the HTML. Is a must, because if you don't understand the concept, how the digital products are being built, it will be really hard to achieve this accessibility awareness on the beginning. And then you become a screen reader. So you become a person who can read and translate your mockup, for example, for the individuals with the visual impairment of the individuals who are using the assistive technology on a daily basis. So how it looks like from the Figma perspective. First of all, you need to decide if, for example, there is some alternative text for the elements which are not text content, like the icons, pictures. You can use this A11.1 annotation kit, which I really love and I recommend if you're using the Figma. Also, the meaningful sequence. So WCAG is not telling you what is a meaningful sequence, because for the Western and Eastern culture, the meaningful sequence might be a slightly different. So there's your decision as the designer, which then imply or influence the developers. How does the content should be read step by step? So let's take examples. So there is a Kinaole website. So what we did, we describe this as the logo. So there is logo, and this is also clickable link, because usually the logo direct us to the homepage. So what we did, we described first of all that into this semantic. So there's a link. Then we describe how this link will be announced for the screen readers. And then what we are doing, we preparing the screen reader transcript. Of course, you need to be known how or train how to screen reader works, what they read, because there is even the difference between the screen readers. I will tell about this later in this presentation. So what we did, this is a job for the UX designer. So I just defined a screen reader transcript and Kinaole link menu navigation, because there is also some menu navigation. Then list 4 items about us, our services, collapse button group. And you can see already on this level, if I'm the UX designer or UX UI designer, or whatever you're doing, but you're doing the mockups, I already need to define what is this. Is this a link or there's a button? Because as you can see, there is some special arrows. Perhaps it's open some drop down or something. So what we did invite the blind person, and we start to read this transcript for this person. And this person say, Kinaole, okay, a logo. So what does logo really do? Because from my perspective, each link should describe some purpose. So what we did, after that, we renamed this as the Kinaole logo, because some people, and I would say that there's a 50-50, some people prefer to have this logo name inside the alternative text. Some don't care it. But we put, so Kinaole logo, and then we put the main page and then link. So already the person knows, oh, there's a Kinaole logo, main page, link. And already people, the people with the visual impairment, the blind and those who are using the screen, there's a, okay, so there's a link and it will direct me to the main page. So this gives us already confirmation and also expand a little bit of knowledge to ensure that we are building the right product. This is also important from the perspective that we start to describe the product earlier on the stage. We don't need to have a local host. We don't need to have a ready production system to test the accessibility. You can test it earlier. And already you can start to describe how it should be done according to the book. And also I would treat the accessibility as the innovation, because for me, to building and designing the accessibility for everyone, including the inclusive concept, is to ensure that we're building the additional layer that translate what is on the screen. And on the screen, you can see the regular, this is in Polish. I put this for purpose because the accessibility should be neutral. And you can see there is something that you can change the pricing. Normally, if you implement this by the book as accessibility, so each of this will announce separately. So it means, okay, I'm borrowing the 20,000, then on the 60 month, and then I have information about how much does it cost to have a loan. But in the accessibility perspective or the inclusive perspective, we can think differently, because what is the most important in such element? The most important aspect is how much I will pay, because perhaps I have some level of the income, I needed some money, but what I can change only the how long does it take. So what we did, every time if you're using this slider or this slider, the screen reader will always announce the same content. Your installment amount will be something for the 10,000 on the period 60 months. And that is a way that we're thinking on everyone. You don't need to change the design, but you can change the way how it will be implemented in the end. So UX designers, so wow, so we already covered the perspective how to test it on the earlier. Then the design goes to the developer. So what the developer can do? Of course, there is a concept of the automation. Is 100% of the automation testing is possible? No, not today, unfortunately. I would say approximately from 25 to even 40, 45%, but still, the technology is evolving. There is artificial intelligence that might help us to ensure that we are building the right product. But what we can do on the level of the continuous integration and continuous delivery. First of all, introduce some tools. There is a bunch of the open source to handle the www, the mobile, to ensure that we having already confirmation that we are on the right track. Also, we need to set up some automation testing on the different stages. Like, for example, if you have a unit test, if your organization using it, why not? Maybe we can already put something to ensure that we're building the right product. Of course, very important is to have KPIs and generate reports that we can see if we're progressing. This is super important to have a see, okay, yes, in this month we are better compared to the previous, or we are worse, and then find why we're doing this. A little bit overview of the tools. So what I wanted to do, I just used the conference page, and I just used the evaluatory to just verify how many accessibility issues I'm able to find. So guys, you did a good job. Automation cannot find any issue related to the product. This tool is for free. Everyone can use it. It's already cover approximately 10 success criteria that you can use on your daily product. The another tool, and on the other hand, I use another tool which found an issue. But the issue described that, oh, there is some insufficient color contrast for some of the elements. This element, this is online, 10 October, etc. And if we look on this, there is almost grayish to the, and the font is white, and background is grayish. For sure, there is a color contrast, but this is because of this tool, how it's took the color contrast, he report the issue. So we're having a false positive issue, say, oh, you have an issue. In this scenario, yes, you need to be prepared to not only, oh, I just implement the automation and I will have a score and I can just tell my boss, oh, it's fine, it's fantastic, we can go in the right direction. No, it's also required a time to review those issues. Then, from the, for example, the mobile, there's also plenty of the tools. One of them is the Espresso on the Android, which give you a really great foundation to verify the accessibility issue on the earliest stage. On the iOS is the Optum. This tool gives you already the information that if the developers already include some accessibility components or the accessibility traits in the system. So if we seeing the accessible true, it's met, it means, okay, we are going in the right direction. So there is a tools. And then we're going in the tester, the human being or the AI. To be honest, I'm a big fan of the AI. Today, you can use the ChatGPT or the other AI to verify the code. It's also give you some potential feedback that you still need to verify with your knowledge skills. And there is a manual test that you need to verify the website, and the tester or the auditor needs to have a technical knowledge how the product is built in, because usually this is looking into the code. Of course, there's plenty of the plugins that you can use in using like AXA, Wave, headings map, landmarks plugin that you can use it to ensure that you conducting the right manual test. what is most important? To provide the recommendation. I would say there is area to improve in the entire industry, because some people saying, oh, you're incorrect. You don't follow the 1.1.1 non-text content from WCAG. But then what? And this is very important to show a recommendation, suggestion, because sometimes there is plenty of the solution to solve particle issue. Like, for example, this. Should we describe this or not? Because, for example, the image for sure missing to the alt tag. But there is one aspect. Then somebody needs to decide if there is a pure decorative element or is a meaningful elements, and how to translate. Of course, if you have a multi-language content, then you need to think, okay, so how to translate this into different languages. So very small things started to be a really big one. Of course, and again, I testing the conference page. So this is my picture, my name, last name, and the company. So I just went to the HTML code, and I can see that, okay, my image is already contained my first and last name. But the question is, do we really need this? Because already my name is next to my picture. So for some people who are using the assistive technology, it might be the duplication because I'm telling the same information twice. So maybe, I'm not telling this a real issue, but this is something to consider. Do you really want, and what is the level of the accessibility or inclusivity that you want to introduce for your product? And I would say the screen readers. Many people saying, yes, we are testing with the screen readers. I have one important message to you. Be conscious, because this is a really nice page which is showing reliability or on the area support by different user agents. And you can see on the screen that combination of the screen reader and the browser might have a different reliability. And I would say nowadays, the best combination is the NVDA in the Firefox. This is the best ever, and I'm still seeing the people, especially blind people, who are using the Firefox and the NVDA on the daily basis. So testing with that, it might be also already cover some issues, because you can have a beautiful HTML code, but if you're using some specific combination, screen readers can tell nothing, and this is okay. Then okay or not okay, because still the screen readers and the browser, they are developing also. So we need also consider this. I remember that like a few months back, the Chrome put the update, and due to this update, people using the NVDA are not able to hear the errors on the page. It took like 3 or 4 days to fix this, but it's not always because you made a bad decision in the writing the code. Maybe it is because the screen reader, the tools, the browser, or even the system that you're using on a daily basis. So please remember, and from my perspective, I love to use the screen reader to just verify, not test. I can just go jump and see, okay, it's require a little bit of polishing, or there's a total nightmare because nothing is announced by the screen reader. But definitely, it's not the tool to test. It's rather to verify from my perspective. Of course, the screen readers require a huge knowledge how to use it, because normally we, as the human being testers, say, okay, I would just use the tab and shift tab to go through entire content. There's a plenty of the combination that you can use your screen reader. You can even, if the page or your digital product have a well-defined heading structure, you can use the H key from your keyboard to jump directly to the heading structure. So it's important to ensure that you're building the right product for everyone. And last but not least, it's important that it's a team effort. It's not like you building, the UX designer built and accessible product, describe everything using some plugins, etc. It's a team effort. It's a developer, business analyst, and so on. So from my perspective, accessibility is the UX must-have. Accessibility it should be the QA criteria. You should validate the
Oh, it looks like Piotr has frozen. Our technical guys are taking a look at that, seeing if we can get him back into the call. So far, I think we can safe to say this is an incredibly thorough and well done. Oh, he's back. Hello.
Yeah, I'm back. Oh, sorry, my internet connection was unstable. Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, so what does it really mean from my perspective? First of all, we build the better services for everyone. We can help reach the wider audience because if our product will be accessible, we can attract the more people for our product. We improve the overall usability, and I would say this is something super important. Less development and maintenance time, because accessibility is there's a quality of the code, how you're building and how you maintain this for the future developer. So this is something that the company need to think about it, not only to have this ethical aspect to, oh, I'm building the accessibility inclusivity, but also I'm building the better product that it will be less cost in the future. And last but not least, remember it's a law, which is a mandatory in the UA, in the US, India, Japan, South Africa, and more countries they are in this. So thank you for this presentation. Sorry for the internet connection. So yeah.
No, thank you so much. I just want to say that was an incredibly thorough and well done presentation. I appreciated you had not only your personal examples, but other real world examples, and you also put us under the spotlight. So thank you for that, putting our website through the ringer, and it's glad to see it came out like reasonably well. Obviously, there are still areas to improve upon, but thank you for all of that. That was incredible.
Yes, I believe that we have time for at least one last question to Piotr. If you had one message to deliver to young accessibility specialists, what would it be?
Test it, meet the people, because I think I started my journey more like 15 years ago, and I would say I met the blind person who just showed me, oh, I'm just using the JAWS, which I bought for the $2,000 because this tool helps me to be the same person as you. You can use the internet, you can check the news, etc. So I think go on the conferences, go on the meetups, also go on the communities which support the individuals with the disability and older people to just, collect the information how they're using the digital product on the daily basis. For example, for me, my parents are very inspired because when I'm seeing how they're using the mobile, it's, fascinating. My dad is like, for him, it took like 30 seconds to open one app. For us, is it 2 seconds? So this is something that we can learn from them and perhaps adapt on the daily basis.
Yeah.
No, that's very informative. And
of course, huge shout out to our parents because it's always so enjoyable to help them with technologies, right?
It is. And I think that's also
I'm always, when my mom calling is Peter, I have a problem. There's something on the computer. I say, okay, so I'm willing to help. And this is something that we can already solve it because if we hear the voice of those people, we can improve our product later.
No, I think that's something we can all relate to. We all have older relatives who, those accessibility features, as you mentioned, they make it so they can keep interacting and keep in touch with loved ones like you and us and everyone they know.
Exactly.
Oh,
okay, Piotr.
Thank you so much. That was an incredible presentation. We do hope to see you again because that was outstanding. But you are free to go. Have a lovely rest of your day. And thank you again for being part of QualityForge.
You too. Thank you for our invitation, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay, so as we are continuing with our next speech of today, I would like to introduce Mick Keane. Mick is the Principal Digital Accessibility Engineer and Standards Lead at Optum, experienced in testing, training, and focused on web content accessibility guidelines. Even though Mick is huge on guidelines, I would like to mention a quote shared by him. Digital accessibility is about people, not just conformance. I think that this is a wonderful message sent
That's a
out
wonderful
there.
sentiment, and reminds us that while guidelines are very important, it's also about the people. Those guidelines are for real humans at the end of the day. They're not just bits of paperwork.
So we are continuing with Mick Keane with his speech on how to integrate digital accessibility successfully.
Hello, Mick. Welcome to QualityForge.
Welcome.
Hi, Joss and Santa. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today and talk about successfully integrating digital accessibility. I hope to provide some helpful guidance, insights, and strategies on embedding digital accessibility in organizations based on my experiences. So I'll start today with a very brief intro on myself. I think a lot of that has been covered already, and provide an overview on the Center of Excellence at Optum, which I work on, to give an insight on how we approach integrating accessibility. And then I'll delve into the crux of this presentation, sharing kind of 6 key approaches that can help to successfully integrate digital accessibility into your org based on what I've observed over years. And we'll conclude with some closing remarks and hopefully have some time for Q&A as well at the end. Most images on these slides are decorative, but I'll describe any that provide a bit more insight. So very quickly, starting with myself, I'm a digital accessibility engineer at Optum for 7 years now. My journey in accessibility began at college or university, where a lecturer gave a class on accessibility, and it really highlighted to me pretty early on the impact that an accessible site and assistive technology can have on people. I went in and pursued a career in front-end development with accessibility in mind, but I was eventually able to have a full-time role in accessibility at Optum. And I've last few years been a standards lead, and in recent years joined the mobile accessibility task force with W3C. Also, in the last year, I co-founded Accessibility Ireland with a couple of friends, and our goal is building a local community of advocates and awareness through educational events within Ireland. So that's enough about me. I want to discuss now the accessibility journey at Optum. So some background on who Optum are. Optum is part of United Health Group, and United Health Group is a parent company with United Healthcare and Optum as its 2 main divisions. United Healthcare essentially focuses on health insurance and benefits, primarily in the US. And overall, there's an estimated 444,000 employees within United Health Group. So it just gives you a sense of the scale that we're working under. Optum, the role they play, it's a health service innovation company. We focus on enhancing healthcare services and tech. And our mission, which I really love, is to help people live healthier lives and help make the health system work better for everyone. So our accessibility center sits within Optum, but we look at helping teams across United Health Group make their products, services, websites, and apps accessible. It's a simple but challenging goal. We want to make sure everyone, regardless of ability, can take advantage of all our features and functions and products and services offered. Our own mission is very closely tied with the companies, and that's to enable the enterprise with the accessibility training, which is very key, tooling, processes, and resources to make the healthcare system work better for everyone. Again, that key word is everyone. So how did we evolve in terms of a kind of guideline on the enterprise accessibility timeline? So 2013 was a very significant milestone as it marked the introduction of the accessibility engineer role at Optum, the first person who that. And I think any team going on an accessibility journey, that's a really, really important milestone. More engineers grew, and by 2016, the Accessibility Center of Excellence was officially formed. And around that time, there was key legislation in the Affordable Care Act, Section 5057, that enabled our team to consolidate and drive an accessibility program within the company. Hopefully, the European Accessibility Act is going to do that similar within countries within the EU. 2016, we developed our Accessibility Knowledge Center, which is our provider kind of learning and knowledge resources in plain language for our teams. 2021, we published our engineering standards, accessibility engineering standards. And 2024, we launched Total Accessibility. These are programs I'm going to talk more about, but they're key programs in our journey. And today we have 50 accessibility engineers across US, India, and Ireland with many work streams. That's a pretty large accessibility team, but as spoken of, the scale of our company is massive, as is the production of websites and applications. So how do we tackle that? We have many work streams, but there's 6 core ones that really how we kind of deal with that challenge. We have standards and knowledge, and this is the area I work in. We invest a lot in plain language and technical content to equip our teams with necessary accessibility materials for their roles. We also continue to develop and iterate our engineering standards, which standardize our digital accessibility testing methodology and basically formalize how we test our checkpoints. But we try to go beyond the web content accessibility guidelines, and our standards enable us to do that. This team also provides live and in-demand training when necessary. We have governance and monitoring. So this group provides assessments for a company and vendor digital experiences to identify the defects, gauge the risk, and monitor WCAG 2.1 AA plus compliance. I say plus because we aim to go beyond that. Enhanced support. So here is where our engineers actually get embedded directly on our product teams, providing continuous support across the software development cycle, including implementation and monitoring. We have a specialized PDF group that handles the large-scale documentation needs of our company. And we also have a digital disability inclusion group. And this work stream is really important because it focuses on the accessibility internally within the company, operating an accessibility fulfillment center that provides assistive technology to employees as they need it. We also plan and participate in numerous disability inclusion events in terms of global accessibility awareness day to keep building accessibility into our culture, build awareness, and try to gain advocates on our mission and support for people with disabilities. And then we have a special request and escalation team that essentially address any urgent issues that come through across any of those work streams. So that gives a little insight into how our Accessibility Center of Excellence works. But I want to delve now into kind of 6 key ways of integrating digital accessibility, considering some of those approaches that we've taken on and worked for us, and also just based on my experience. So number 1 is invest in people first. If there's one takeaway I'd like you to have from today, is that there's no shortcuts when it comes to accessibility. And I have an image here of a person running over a bridge. When you're going over a bridge, there's no left or right turns you can take. You have to go straight on. With the European Accessibility Act coming, my hope is that people and companies aren't looking for quick fix solutions, be that through tooling or having a fixation on audits and scoring. There's no tool, and it's probably mentioned already today, that can test for 100% of accessibility issues. In my experience, generally around the 30% mark. And audits cover a moment in time. So production and development continue after audits. And if you're not embedding accessibility into your processes, then accessibility issues are going to keep persisting. Some audits are done via automated scans, which goes back to that kind of tooling issue and on how much they actually detect. And then if you do get manual audits, and usually when websites are generally very large, they're done based on representative pages. So they give you a flavor how accessible your site is, but they don't give you the full picture. And that's not to dismiss tooling, and audits provide great value. However, if you're focusing solely on them, if you're not focusing on people, you're not going to achieve kind of full compliance. And if you're solely focused on compliance, then you're missing the bigger picture. And it might sound a bit corny, but accessibility does go beyond compliance and regulations. It is about people. That's what it's about. So why invest in an accessibility engineer? Well, one, user insight. So accessibility is about people. We create digital content for them. Engineers will understand the diverse needs of users with disabilities and the various types of assistive technology that they use. So you need to understand the user, right, to be able to create usable, accessible content for them. Breaking down and understanding requirements. So the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG, are the accessible guidelines most legislation, including the European Accessibility Act, are going to refer to. It's a very technical document, and it goes through a fair amount of updates. Engineers stay updated with it, and most importantly, they can break it down into digestible pieces and relate it to technology and roles that you're using, be that web, React Native, single-page applications, native apps. They'll connect the dots and give you that kind of full picture that you need. Team education. So the role of accessibility engineers is kind of changing, in my view, to be more focused on education than a QA testing at the end, which is where it needs to go. It's that process of shifting accessibility left, which we're going to touch on more. But engineers can work closely with the full product team and educate them on what they need to do to incorporate accessibility features from the start. And then you have legal compliance. So engineers will understand the basics of the laws and regulations. We're not lawyers, but we'll know what needs to be done. And that's why, while legal compliance isn't the sole focus by any means, it's really important for companies to understand. And then culture embedding. So accessibility engineers can educate teams about the importance of accessibility and will advocate for it. Helping to embed it into the company culture, and having the right culture around accessibility is very important. Which brings me straight into that next approach. So developing the right culture. Why is this important? You need the right culture to ensure accessibility is core value rather than an afterthought. And that's where the challenges really come into play when it comes to accessibility, when it is that afterthought. So a key aspect of this is leadership commitment. Part of the culture in Optum, we speak a lot about the importance of a leadership shadow, and a very simple concept. I'm sure many of you have come across it before, and it's the influence leaders' actions, behaviors, and values have on others. So if your development manager speaks about the importance of accessibility to you and in your goals, or your CAO gives an accessible presentations, and you're sending simple things like accessible emails, this resonates and trickles down throughout the team. If accessibility is not a priority at all the levels, then it's much more difficult to implement. So leadership buy-in is crucial. The next one, another way to kind of build the right culture around accessibility is engaging with users with disabilities. Bring them into your design and testing phase, or development phase even. Gather feedback and insights, and have people with disabilities in your team actually building your applications. It adds immense value. Invite team members or external speakers to share their experiences. They'll build a deeper understanding and importance of accessibility and how it enhances the user experience for everyone, not just people with disabilities. And get creative. We have a very simple initiative a few years ago called Accessibility Pledge. It's a pledge for employees to continue to learn about accessibility and incorporate it into every aspect of the work. You register through a landing page, which is shown in the screenshot on the slide. And once they do that, they're given a snippet to add to their email signature and links to resources to learn more about accessibility. It's very simple, but it keeps that level of awareness around accessibility in the company and continues to build it into the culture. So next is create internal standards. And I'm a bit biased because this is my area, but I think this is really crucial. So we've dedicated a lot of time into developing our standards around web and native accessibility. These standards break down the testing checkpoints that we use, which are based on WCAG, and our own internal standards. They provide an overview of metadata around the standards, such as the priority level teams should look at, the impact it will have on the users. They detail the core requirements, outline testing steps so that whoever may be testing the standard, whether it be a QA or accessibility engineer or dev or design, they're all following the same testing steps. and it provides templated remarks along with guidance around remediation and best practices. So we've invested a lot in these, but they've rewarded us a lot too. So they brought a lot of consistency. So as I said, we have a large scale organization, large team, and most teams do have large development teams. So it leads us to consistent results and reporting. WCAG in general is it's technical, but it can be open to interpretation as well. So our standards ensure uniformity, and that's important to our users, because if they're using different products and accessibility is being implemented the same way, then that's a better user experience. It brings quality, so it provides more accurate results and reporting. Efficiency in terms of simplifying content, made reporting issues clearer and more concise to our teams. And then maturity. So having a robust set of, having a robust set of standards enables us to adapt to new technologies and standards. So recently WCAG 2.2 came out and released updates. That transition for us was a lot easier because we had a structured approach to implement and use WCAG success criteria into our standards. So standards and content offer a really good reference point for the team where they can learn and educate themselves. Investing in them early yields long-term benefits. Additionally, you can break content down to suit your development team process and specific content for the various roles on the team, which leads us very nicely into shifting accessibility left. It's a term that's very kind of out there and common now. I think most people might have heard it. And essentially, to me, what it is, it's really is proactive accessibility. And it's a bit silly, but I like to use a bacon analogy to describe it. So there's an image here of a woman and two kids baking. So imagine you're baking a cake for an event. You're putting a lot of time and effort to it. It might be 4 or 5 tiers. You baked it, and your guests have arrived. You serve it, but only 20 or 30% might be able to eat the cake because they have dietary restrictions. You can't take ingredients out. So you're probably going to have to scramble. Maybe you make a new cake or you go buy cakes. It's stressful, it's time consuming. Had you considered all the dietary requirements at the recipe stage, if you had kind of got those, then the process would have been more straightforward, less stressful, and you might have ended up with a better cake. But at least everyone could have had it. So similarly, accessibility is much less costly, time consuming, and simpler if it's embedded at the very beginning during that initial concept stage. It also results in a much better end product. Again, accessibility, reinforce that message, enhances the user experience for everyone. So previously, and still to this day in many ways, accessibility at times is seen as primarily a development issue and it's tested at the end, and that's where the challenges come into play. We broke down our own accessibility checklist to identify the primary ownership of each checkpoint. So out of the 77 checkpoints, for example, we tested in web, 45% were primary ownership with UX, 9% was with visual design, and 17% was with content author. So only 22 of those checkpoints, or 29%, had primary ownership with a developer. So that means 71% of the checkpoints could have been done before it even gets to development at initial phase. So embedding accessibility at the beginning of your software development cycle will lead to much more inclusive, user-friendly, and cost-effective solutions. And how do you do this? Where do you start? We've been looking to prioritize accessibility for a while now, or incorporated left for a while now. And this year we formalized it into a model called total accessibility. And here's some of the key features within it. So one is create goals around accessibility. So include goals around accessibility for each role in your team. Give them a focus. Accessibility advocates and champions, look for those within your team. A champion is someone who will really be passionate about accessibility and push to ensure the goals and priorities around accessibility are met. New accessibility processes in that software development lifecycle. So include accessibility requirements in your user stories, your acceptance criteria. In your designs, add accessible annotations so the handover to development is better. Break down the accessibility requirements into role-based standards and checklists. This will help each team member focus on their specific responsibilities and be able to do testing as they progress. Tools and training. So developers especially can benefit from accessibility testing tools, helping them to catch and fix accessibility issues in the code as it's developed before it's deployed. Providing ongoing role-based accessibility training will help keep the team updated on the best practices and new guidelines as they come up. And then we have the ACOE, the Accessibility Center of Excellence, support and monitoring. So that's the engineers are there embedded on the team, available to provide training, support, monitoring, and mentorship as everything is going along. They're just some ideas on how you can consciously look at shifting accessibility left and integrate it into your development process from the start. I think we have two other approaches left. So the next one is taking small steps. And going back to the cake analogy here, and there's an image of a professional baker. So if you've never baked before, you're not going to start up a bakery straight away, or at least you probably shouldn't, or you're not going to apply for TV shows like the Bake Off Professionals after a couple of weeks. You have to set realistic expectations. If your team is new to accessibility, they're not going to be experts overnight. It's not realistic, and it will feel like a sense of failing. With accessibility, taking small steps prevents teams from being overwhelmed, allows for constant and sustainable progress, and ultimately will lead to a more successful long-term accessibility implementation. I have an image here of a child taking a small step / leap. The way we encourage this, we developed a training series called For Accessibility. The session focuses on essential accessibility practices for each role in terms of designers, developers, content, and product owners. For example, with the developer for Dev4, we concentrate on validating HTML, using accessibility checking tools, testing with a keyboard, and testing with a screen reader. For practices that can have a really significant impact without overloading that developer. And they're not just focused on guidelines, they're practice that can influence and have a great impact on those guidelines. And then lastly is having your house in order. And there's an image here of a model house kind of sinking in the sand. I suppose a lot of us probably on the call today, if not all, have been in projects that have been mismanaged. And that's where projects have unclear requirements or lack of well-defined requirements, maybe scope creep, constant change. There's poor or no real communication between product owners, designers, developers. You might be having handovers or retrospectives, inadequate testing, rushing through the testing phases, having those big, large backlogs of defects. Or what stems from a lot of this is unrealistic deadlines, and deadlines that are too tight to allow for thorough work. Implementing accessibility into these kind of projects is very challenging, to put it mildly. And there's an image here of again, two model houses, one on a strong foundation and one kind of thinking. Approaches of being proactive with accessibility become very difficult with a lack of communication or the right culture. So you need that strong foundation to begin with when you're looking at integrating accessibility properly. So just to conclude, some takeaways I hope you'll have is don't take shortcuts, invest in people first, accessibility engineers, develop the right culture to ensure accessibility is a core value, create and invest in your internal standards, put time into content because it will have long-term benefits for your team. Shift accessibility left, be proactive with accessibility, embed it into each role, and take small steps with your team. Have realistic expectations and try to have your house in order. You need the right foundations to embed accessibility. So with that, I think if there's any time, happy to take any questions.
Yeah, we do. I do believe we have about 5 minutes. Thank you for that. That was a great presentation. Outstanding. I enjoyed the recurring cake analogy. That was very useful, very good illustrative tool there. And I like how you've reinforced something we've seen mentioned throughout the whole conference today, that investing early in the right people, in the right tools, really pays off in the long run.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Absolutely.
without further ado, let's go into those questions. First one, on a personal note, how did you decide on leaning towards mobile app testing, specifically accessibility testing?
Yeah, I suppose for one is being in that place at that time, for sure. Opportunity kind of arose. And then I think the role mobile plays in all our lives is much more important today than it was just, we don't just take a call, but for people with disabilities, it plays a huge role. And kind of fascination with emerging technologies brought a focus there. And then that approach of, the web content accessibility guidelines to begin with is very web focused. It's in the name. So how you'd map those, the theory behind all those success criteria into something that has a different language in terms of native mobile apps, and how we could map different techniques kind of really interested me. So being in the right place, and I suppose an interest.
Okay. And Mick, you mentioned, of course, that a lot of policies can be very complicated. So, and getting to know the different guidelines can be quite overwhelming. So where would you advise to start in terms of guidelines?
No, it's true. It can be like pointing any developer or designer to WCAG straight off the bat it's a challenge. So I think with people taking their first step, being curious is really important. Trying to understand the why around this is really, really important. So even taking steps of going to conferences, listen to talks by people with disabilities on how they're interacting with products is really important. And then trying to use some of those, like navigating if you're a developer or even designer, navigating a website with just a keyboard, seeing how that experience is, trying a screen reader, seeing, kind of experiencing that assistive technology. And it gives you a sense then it's about taking small steps, looking at 3 or 4 things that you can start with, whether you're a designer, making sure you're going to just focus on contrast of colors, or being sure that you're not just using colors to define something, or looking at the heading structure. So just small steps, and being curious.
Thank you. I think that's a great answer. Another one, looking into your personal experience. From your experience, do you think that companies struggle with the integration process itself when it comes to accessibility, or is it a lack of vision on how the end product should look?
I think it's a bit of both, and a lot of it is down to, again, awareness and education. There is, going back to some of my points, there is a lot of still thinking accessibility comes at the end, and we can test for it at the end and it'll be fine. But when you test something at the end, and using that cake, you can't go back. It's a lot more difficult to go back and go through all that processes. And again, it's looking at accessibility through the right lenses, how it impacts everyone. It's a benefit for everyone. So it's a bit of both, I think.
Yeah, no, excellent answer. It is about looking at it through the right lens. And as you said, with a cake, it's a lot easier to make the cake right the first time than go back and try to fix it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So Mick, being the principal digital accessibility engineer and standards lead comes with a lot of responsibilities. So what helps you on maintaining a healthy work-life balance?
That's a good question, actually, because a lot of accessibility engineers do feel and get burnout a lot. A lot of the time, because they're trying to cover everything, and it's really, really difficult. I suppose it's about setting boundaries. It is really being, because if you're burnt out, then you can't really do your role quite well at all. So it's being strict and setting those boundaries, and there's always tomorrow. So looking at it that way, but I'm far from an expert.
Okay, we also have a lot of comments, and
coming from the live thing, and I think we might be able to squeeze out an answer for one very quickly here.
Sure.
I found accessibility testing very time-consuming, going through an application page by page. I've not seen a tool that completely automates this. Is that something you expect to change in the near future? So perhaps the development of some of these accessibility tools, are they becoming more advanced, and is that going to make it easier in the future for companies to implement accessibility testing?
Yeah, like AI and machine learning is definitely going to keep going, and you are seeing improvements in terms of accessibility, even in terms of things like live captionings being more accurate, or transcripts, or in terms of how I would expect, without being a fortune teller, I would expect tooling to continuously improve. Whether they can ever get to that kind of 100% mark, I'm not so sure, but I do think, and tooling plays a great role, especially in the development process, but even the design and catching issues and helping out. But yeah, I would hope over time that we'll see more improvements.
Yeah, and I think you're right. We'll definitely see a lot of that. AI is really helping make those tools faster, more accessible, and easier. But that is the last of our questions, and also the last of the time we have today with you. So thank you for everything. That was an outstanding presentation. We really enjoyed having you here, and we do hope to see you again. Thank you again for being part of QualityForge, and please enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Also, I would like to mention, if there are any comments left unanswered, we will forward them to the speakers and provide the answers later on.
If there's any pressing questions, we will do our best to get those to the speakers post. But moving on, our next accessibility expert is Maya Sellen. Maya is the Inclusive Design and Digital Accessibility Principal at Shell. She has shifted the way how organizations think, design, and operate thanks to her passionate advocacy and leadership for ethical design and digital accessibility. She'll be presenting Considering the Human in Human-Centered Design, Being Human in a Tele-Everything World. Maya will be joining us very shortly on this topic, but I'm quite excited.
Yes.
It's going to be... Oh, there she is. Fantastic.
Hello, Maya.
Great to see you. Thank you for being with us on QualityForge. It's a pleasure to see you.
You as well. Thank you for having me.
The stage is all yours.
The stage is all yours. You can dive straight in.
Okay, perfect. Well, hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm really glad you're here. I'm Maya Sellen. I've got brown eyes and I'm mixed race, but you can't quite tell which ones. I've got a short haircut, the sides are buzzed, and my natural dark brown, and the top is a purplish white. And today I'm wearing a bright orange shift dress to celebrate the sunny weather I find myself in. And before we get started, I am a little bit of a wild card. So I'm here representing myself. All of the thoughts and opinions in this talk are mine and mine alone. And I have a little bit of a confession to make as well, because I shouldn't be here. This isn't my comfort zone. I should be up here. Oops. I am living out my fantasy here. I've photoshopped myself right onto the bridge of the Starship Enterprise, along with my favorite crew. That's me at the helm, and Data's over at Ops with Picard and Riker looking very intently over Data's shoulder at something on the view screen. And of course, we've got Worf and Geordi hanging out in the background. I was in high school when Star Trek Next Generation first started airing on TV, and I fell in love with the characters and the idealism of the Star Trek universe. Space, the final frontier. I still honestly get shivers every time I hear that line. For the non-fans out there, Star Trek is a humanistic science fiction TV series about a group of explorers who go on missions throughout the universe in their starship, the Enterprise. At home, I geek out about Star Trek Next Gen. But at work, I geek out about accessibility and the power of inclusion. I'm sure we've all had occasions where we felt excluded or overlooked. Not the right height, not the right shape, not the right personality, not the right accent, not the right whatever. And speaking of accents, not just my own. This is a photo of my mom in her teens. That's her second from the right. It's a formal family portrait in black and white. She's standing in the back with her three sisters in formal kimono, and that's my grandmother and grandfather seated up front in formal Western clothing. Mom moved to the US from Japan a little before I was born in DC. I don't remember DC, but I do remember what it was like growing up in North Carolina. I remember long evening hours watching my mom painstakingly transcribe notes from her English classes at the local community college. I remember eagerly answering all of her English questions, including the ones she didn't ask. My annoyance with strangers who would give her nicknames because they couldn't be bothered to learn to pronounce hers. It's Yayoi, by the way. Is that hard? And my outrage with people who would, in my very opinionated view, pretend they couldn't understand her because of her accent. I remember my own bad behavior as well and being embarrassed by mom's accent. This is a small meal from Burger King, a drink of surprise that reminded me of an occasion when I was a teenager. Mom asked if I wanted to go to Burger King for a treat, and of course I said yes. So we hop into the car, she pulls us up to the drive-thru, asks me what I want, turns to the monitor and proudly places an order for large fries, please. Oh, Mom, large fries. I just blurted it out without thinking. We heard some muffled laughter coming through the monitor. Mom laughed it all off as well, as I recall, but it wasn't exactly one of my finer moments. I was almost 30 when I moved to the Netherlands. I started my own journey learning a foreign language, had my own fair share of pronunciation mishaps. This is a photo I took at the beach, standing on the pier late one afternoon in the fall. There's a beautiful, warm, late afternoon sky with fluffy clouds, people walking along the shore, and buildings in the distance, including the dome of the famous Kurhaus Hotel. And while this country may be small, its words are as long as its people. Scheveningen. Scheveningen. That's the name of the beach, and it took me forever to learn to pronounce that, much less spell it. I remember standing on that pier, thinking back on all my years in the country, sheepishly recalling the flies incident and thinking to myself how brave my mom had been all those years ago to move to a foreign land with a foreign language and foreign people. The reason I shared all of this is my life has led me to work in a field that cares about including everyone. To me, accessibility, digital inclusion, it's not about rules or regulations. It's about people. People who just want to be able to do the things everyone else takes for granted. But okay, I hear you. This is a tech conference and we're techies. We want to build cool stuff for people. But are we building for all people? There's an H in HCD, and that's what I'm here to talk to you about. So what is HCD anyway? I looked up some definitions, and it struck me as a little bit odd that the top 3 sources I found all started with defining human-centered design as a problem-solving technique. Harvard Business School says HCD is a problem-solving technique that puts real people at the center of the development process. I wonder who these real people are. Wikipedia says HCD is an approach in problem-solving commonly used in design by involving the human perspective. But okay, which humans? IDEO says HCD is a creative approach to problem solving. It's It's a process that starts with the people you're designing for. Okay, but hang on a second. What if someone else wants to use your stuff? It wasn't until I checked the Interaction Design Foundation, co-founded by Don Norman, father of UX, that I came across a definition that started to resonate with me. Human-centered design is a practice where designers focus on people and their context. Here still, though, I could ask which people. The article goes on to talk about how Don Norman was helping designers understand their responsibility to the people they were designing for. That, however amazing the technology was they were working with, the problem was that the designers kept overlooking the human limitations of the people who had to use their designs. As the article put it, the trouble with users is they're only human. I admit I got a pretty good chuckle out of it when I read that, but it also made me ask myself, what does it mean to be human? Is there a difference between being a human and being a person? Are we less human if we look different, think different, speak a different language? Does being smaller or weaker than someone else mean less important for something that's being designed or built? The idea of what makes a human is a concept that's long been debated and narrated in literature and film, including my favorite program. In season 2, 1989, an episode aired called The Measure of a Man, wherein a hearing was convened to determine if Data was a citizen with rights or property of the Federation. It was super dramatic for me because I really identified with Data. I thought we were alike in many ways. Well, except for the superhuman intellect and strength, of course. For the non-fans, Data was the name of one of the main characters on the show. He had greenish skin, yellow eyes, and a slicked back brown haircut. He was a vital member of the bridge crew, leadership team on a starship, a science officer, and a one-of-a-kind, self-aware android. Data was my favorite character. His life mission was to understand what it meant to be and to try to become more human. And as a bicultural kid growing up in the deep south of the US, one language, one culture at home, another language, another culture when I walked out that front door with no real visual identity. No one ever correctly guesses where I'm from. I really connected with Data's quest for self-identification and belonging. In The Measure of a Man, a high-ranking member of Starfleet had decided he wanted to use Data as a template, duplicate him, deploy them in dangerous situations, and save human lives. The twist was this. In order to duplicate Data, Starfleet had to take him apart. And they had no idea what magical combination of life experiences, friendships, algorithms, and heuristic nets made Data. So if they took Data apart, could they put him back together as Data again? That was the premise of what was, for me, one of the most gut-wrenching, thought-provoking episodes of a TV series I had ever seen in my young life. It challenged me to think about what it meant to be human. So now I ask you, what does it mean to be human? Is it the color of my skin, my ability to see or hear clearly, my ability to move about and interact with things, or my ability to communicate effectively? In 2021, Pew Research Center published an article. They spoke to nearly 1,000 innovators, designers, developers, business and policy leaders about what they thought life would be like in 2025. Yeah, next year. Post-pandemic and other crises in 2020. The article title reads, experts say the new normal in 2025 will be far more tech-driven, presenting more big challenges. The view of most of the respondents was that people's relationship with tech would deepen, that we would come to rely increasingly on digital connections for work, education, healthcare, commercial transactions, and social interactions. A number of them referred to this as a Tele-Everything world. 6 main themes emerged, 3 bad and 3 good. Let's start with the bad, shall we? Growing economic inequality as the tech and knowledge gap between the haves and have-nots widens. Big tech companies gaining increasing power and reducing user privacy and control. Increased misinformation and the relentless manipulation of public opinion. Now, quickly on to the good. New reforms aimed at racial justice and social equity as critiques gain support. Enhanced quality of life for many as flexible work arrangements are embraced. Yeah, you hear that, Amazon? Technological enhancements that allow people to live safer, more productive lives. Some potential for real positive change. But I have to ask myself, the lives of whom? Who will we be including in this new frontier? And who will we leave behind? The designers and builders of these exciting new technologies have to remember we are all different. In 2020, the World Economic Forum published an article entitled, "Here's Why AI Needs a More Diverse Workforce." The article started with the story of an 11-year-old girl whose father had signed her up for a robotics camp without telling her. When she arrived and discovered there was one other girl, the other 11 attendees were boys, all with previous programming experience, she was furious at the disparity and decided to team up with the other girl to challenge the boys. And yeah, you guessed it, they beat the boys in every challenge. The article goes on to talk about the decline in women's representation in the tech workforce since the 90s, the even lower representation of Black and Latinx employees, as well as a lack of diversity amongst entrepreneurs and venture capitalists. The key message, and I am paraphrasing heavily here, our tech workforce, including AI, doesn't reflect humanity. It isn't diverse enough to reflect the concerns of the populations being impacted. We must address the diversity gaps in our tech workforce today to mitigate bias in the systems of tomorrow. We need to make sure we include everyone. In June of 2023, the UK Parliament website published an article by the Communications and Digital Committee calling out the UK government for having no credible strategy to tackle digital exclusion. They accused the UK government of neglecting its citizens by allowing them to fall behind digitally. According to the article, 4 million people are unable to get online by completing a single basic digital task. And over the course of a year, 1 million had either cut back or canceled their internet due to affordability issues. As that Pew Research study predicted, the gap between the haves and the have-nots is widening. And even those who are getting by today might struggle in the future. Do you remember that Don Norman article and the quote that the trouble with users is they're only human? He identified back in the 80s that problems were stemming from the fact that people without specialist knowledge were using computers. Well, that problem hasn't gotten any better, and it's costing the UK economy up to £63 billion a year. That's billion with a B. How do we solve for digital exclusion in a cost of living crisis? How do we ensure we include everyone, regardless of their social standing, access to technology, physical or mental ability? In other words, how do we design for humans? All humans. Unfortunately, there's no easy answer to this, no checklist or cheat sheet we can refer to for all the answers. But what I can share with you is this. We can't build technology for everyone if we don't remember to include everyone. Sometimes it's more important to ask questions than have all the answers. You know, when I was working on this talk, images from one of my favorite memories just kept flashing through my head. You see, on my 49th, I signed myself up for my first tandem skydive. This is me and my instructor at 13,000 feet, soaring over the Palm Jumeirah in Dubai, where I just so happened to be today. I still remember my heart pounding out of my chest when that jump buzzer went green and sounded. The instructor leaned forward and asked me, "Are you ready?" And I think I managed to nod before he flung us out that plane door. The sun blasted me in the face. Air came rushing up so fast I could hardly breathe. But I took a breath and opened my eyes, and the views were stunning. The reason I'm telling you this is I think inclusive design is a lot like tandem skydiving. You need to know the rules, what you should and shouldn't do. You've got a rough idea how it's going to go, but every single time it's different. The experience is thrilling and a little bit scary. And you have to be brave. Take that leap of faith and trust that together your feet will touch the ground safely. As our time together draws to an end and we're about to say goodbye, I'd like to ask you to do just one thing for me, please. Think of someone you know who's been excluded digitally. For me, I think about Mom, who left her home and moved to a new country. I think about my elderly neighbor who needed help getting her new printer online. I think about Dad, who tripped and fell while he was out jogging and got stuck in a cast for months. Who are you thinking of? To be human is to feel, to think, to care, to act. So let's be brave. Let's show up and be seen. Let's embrace our differences, embrace the nerdery of it all. Let's embrace the diversity of being human and recognize it as one of our greatest gifts. Let's challenge the assumptions of who we're designing for and remember to include everyone when we're building those really cool techie things. Let's remember to put the human back into human-centered design. Thank you. Thank you for listening, and live long and prosper.
Thank you, Maya.
That was incredible.
Yes, I was really mesmerized by your presentation, and I strongly believe that I was not the only one. We can read
Thank
a
you.
lot of comments. People really enjoyed your presentation. So
Thank you so much.
you have worked in technologies for more than 20 years. Has it been
Yes.
interesting to see how the world of technologies has evolved over this time?
Oh, absolutely. I'm a huge gadget geek and tech nerd. So seeing the evolution from when I got my very first computer back in the 80s and, made my way onto the internet to now we're walking around with computers on our wrists or in our ears and in our pockets. It's absolutely fascinating. And I still dream of joining Starfleet and going into space someday, so who knows?
Wonderful. The second question for you. Have you always known that inclusive design and accessibility was a field you wanted to work in, and how did you sort of end up working there?
I did not know. I didn't know it existed, so I call it pure kismet that I encountered it. I just happened to be working at Shell, and a job opening came up in the brand team, and somebody there very, very kindly said, "Hey, I think you would be good for this." Little did they know they created a little monster that went around on campaigns all of the time, but that just did it for me as soon as I found out about it.
Yeah, so the stars basically aligned for you.
Absolutely, yes.
Wonderful. And from your experience, is it easy to keep in mind the human factor while working in tech? Or is it something you have to work on?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily easy to do. It's not that people don't care, because I believe fundamentally everybody does care and everybody wants to include everyone. But with conflicting priorities, with time or money, it can become difficult to advocate for this. And I think it's just a matter of learning what you should or shouldn't do and building that into the process from the beginning. So it's not an add-on, it's not an extra. Your designs don't become less beautiful. All of these myths that I could spend hours talking about, but so it can be difficult in that way. For me, once I learned out about it, I can't shut up about it, as you may have noticed. So in that way, it's not difficult. And when you see the impact that you can have when colleagues have reached out to say thank you, that will sustain me for the rest of the year.
And that's a good point, because it also touches on what we've heard from our previous speakers, that from the get-go, if you have that mindset, if you move forward with that, you will not forget it as easy, and it does transfer through the process. It's something that can keep growing with you.
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful.
Okay, Maya. Thank you for joining us today. It was truly amazing.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me.
You pleased a lot of Star Trek fans in our comments as well. They loved your intro.
Great.
Okay, bye-bye.
But thank you, and yes, goodbye.
Wow.
That was incredible. That was a very, very well done speech.
Yes, it was a very deep speech, and I have a feeling that we can go and grab a coffee.
Yeah, no, after that incredible speech, I think we all need a little coffee, a water, a drink. But do stay tuned. We have that announcement coming up at the end, as well as a bunch of very exciting speakers. Next up, we will have David Burns, who is head of open source at BrowserStack, as well as advice on how the EAA will be impacting accessibility standards in Europe and probably globally.
Yes. Okay. See you in a bit.
See you in 10 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. Moving on to the next speaker of today, I would like to introduce David Burns. David is currently the head of open source at BrowserStack and has built his experience in quality assurance for more than 15 years. Specializing in engineering leadership, editor of standard specifications, a master in Selenium, author, blogger, speaker, and helping us on answering the question, can test automation solve A11Y testing? David, welcome.
Oh, just to make sure, David, when you come in, make sure you're sharing your screen. That way our tech guy knows to bring you in to the stage. I'm very excited.
David, are you able to hear us?
Anyway, I'm quite excited with this. He works at BrowserStack on open source projects, so this is going to be a very good presentation to have.
I mean, automation itself. Oh, we see David.
There you are. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm excited to do this.
We're very excited to have you. This is a lot of great enthusiasm. Thank you.
Okay, just one technical question. Have you shared your screen?
Yes.
I think I have.
Yes, you have. Our tech guy has given us a thumbs up from behind the camera, so we know it's all ready to go.
Then the stage is yours.
Yeah, you can crack on.
Lovely. Hi, everyone. So today I'm going to try and answer the question, can test automation solve accessibility testing? So just a kind of a quick overview of who I am is I chair the W3C Browser Testing and Tools Working Group. I'm a Selenium committer, author, and now these days I head up developer relations and open source at BrowserStack, which is a kind of development first company allowing people to be able to test their applications on the web or on mobile phones, and kind of a number of items that go around that. Sorry. So today I've kind of kept the agenda rather light in that where I think we need to be, can technology fool us or can it help us? I think those are the three items that I hope by the end of today's talk, you should have a good understanding, or at least like see how I interpret the world. To me, where do we need to be? So I spent nearly 9.5 years working at Mozilla, and the main reason that I kind of did that was that I truly believed that the web was one of the greatest feats of humanity. And to me, why should we limit it to only those who can see or kind of find it easy to access? And we should need to fix some of the problems that are out there. And there are a number of amazing people who are trying to do that. And so that, to me, we need to keep the web one of the greatest feats of humanity. And humanity tends to be quite good at trying to fix some of these things. So I'm pretty sure a number of speakers today and kind of over the last many months and for the many months to come, have been talking about the new laws that are being passed in the EU and kind of how every company is going to have to do that. While that's really great, the EU is not the only region, that does all these things. And some of these have been put into place for many years, and there are like groups that are trying to drive that forward. One of the main ones that we all know and love is WCAG, and how they have been driving some of the recommendations, right? And unfortunately, a lot of these things are recommendations and can easily be fooled, which is rather disappointing, because companies will always try to do their bare minimum when it comes to kind of the law, and then try to get everything into place. But the main thing is that over time, we are seeing more and more people able to access the web, mobile devices, and do amazing things with it. But as I said, there are a number of people, and this is one of my favorites. I know it's quite old now, in that it happened 5 years ago, and a lot of things have changed. But I remember reading it when I was at Mozilla and laughing, because it was one of those things where, like, if you could trick any system into thinking it was doing the right thing. And so in this case, it gave the best performance, best accessibility, followed all the rules, but they were easily tricked. And since everyone at that time was doing the bare minimum, they would use something like Lighthouse within Google Chrome, or other tools that were out there. And a number of companies were always trying to fix it. But as things kind of progressed, as with everything, it was always gamified. To me, this is, if you've kind of worked in development for a long time and you hear an executive come down and go, we need to improve the code coverage, you know that that's not necessarily the best metric, because again, it can be gamified and it doesn't actually improve the quality, because it's just kind of seeing numbers on a board go up. And so how do these tools generally work? Well, in terms of like Axe Core and all of them, firstly, it's parsing the HTML, just checking that everything is in place, parsing some CSS, applying heuristics, and then we get this situation where we've got, in this case, I found this picture while kind of going through Reddit of this accessible set of stairs made for wheelchairs. I'm sure we've all seen some of these things out there, made us laugh, made us cry, made us cringe. But the key thing is that when we look at it, just because something says it's accessible doesn't necessarily mean that it is. And so the nice thing that we see from kind of the space is the heuristics are constantly changing. And we start to apply new tooling to see if something is generally good. And while I was going through this, I found an example of a visually impaired aid on a cruise network. And in the background, there were waves as the background image, which meant that the text was very hard to read. Again, like I put it through some of the heuristics, and again, it was like, yeah, it's fine. Again, it comes down to what is the minimum that people can do. And people will do that minimum. So in this case, someone said that this is accessible, therefore it must be, even though it probably isn't. But I'm sure some of you are saying, David, you're being incredibly unfair. And I probably am, because the way I look at accessibility is that we should be looking at decreasing the delta between the minimum viable product that we can deliver to our people, to our customers, and to our users in terms of accessibility, and maximum valuable product. The smaller the delta there, the better that it is for everyone. Again, to me, this is, are we improving humanity? That is the thing that, like, we've always been kind of taught, is that each generation should make sure that the next generation's lives are easier, better, and things like that. And so while I am being unfair, it is not against the people, not against the technologies, but kind of against the process. And the main reason is that when we look at the tools, I think applying one tool and then going, this is which is the bare minimum. Excuse me. This is the bare minimum. Should we say that this is accessible enough? So in this case, I quickly knocked up a quick example on kind of JSBin of something that has the tab index out of order. Now, this one's really hard. So for those who kind of like try to apply heuristics across a DOM, is that just because an element looks like it's at a position on the page doesn't necessarily mean it is in that part of the DOM tree into the terms of web. So I come from, as I've said, I worked at Mozilla for like 9.5 years. I have a lot of focus in the work that I do, especially with Selenium, around browsers. And so I have a great understanding of how the DOM works and things like this. And so in this case, I applied kind of accessibility testing to this really simple page that I created. You can see some of the things that I didn't do properly, like I didn't create the keyboard or text labels. I didn't apply the labels properly. Again, I'm what I would consider myself more of a back-end engineer than a front-end engineer, because it's around driving something, not necessarily making something look good or improving the user experience. My level of user experience is around command line tools. And so in this case, you can kind of see the basic mistakes that I've done, which I think everyone does. But in this case, there's no way of applying heuristics to figure out if the tab index is out of order. And the thing that I also noticed is I'd only put kind of these 12 elements, so 6 labels and 6 inputs. But when I opened up Firefox's accessibility tool in the DevTools, there was a 7th tab index that I didn't realize. Now, historically, what some people have done, the first person that I know did it, doesn't necessarily mean they were the first person, but the first person I knew who did this was Julian Harty. He worked at Google in 2010. I was doing a lot of work with Simon Stewart at that time on WebDriver. Simon Stewart is the creator of WebDriver. And he was using WebDriver to do accessibility testing at the time. And in this case, could I navigate google.com search results within a certain amount of tabs? And his example was he needed to kind of think of, the number's probably wrong, but the way I remember it is that he needed to be able to tab from the first element that he could find all the way around and back to that element within, say, 30 presses of the tab. And each time they would apply, was the accessibility details in the DOM correct or not? Was it useful or not? Again, that was just a basic test, again, and not one that could do full accessibility test. And so in this case, to me, is we need to apply our kind of thinking around the testing pyramid. In this case, it's more around like test certain bits, which are quick and fast, and then we move to slower and slower items. And in this case, if I were able to do kind of tabbing through this, I wouldn't see it through automation, but I could visually see it when I notice that the tab index is out of order. Excuse me. And one would hope that we would have this solved by kind of QA or just by someone checking things, but this is not necessarily the case. And then we have other ways that are kind of slowly but surely coming up One project that is kind of incubating within my W3C working group is what's called the AT driver, which is assisted technology driver, and it's based off kind of the same concepts of WebDriver, but to drive screen reading. Because while it's easy from kind of me to be able to use a keyboard, not everyone can use a keyboard. And then with screen readers, not everyone, as I'm sure you all know, and is that you need to be able to kind of get the relevant information back. But if I know from kind of working on browsers that screen readers are never going to give the same results depending on the operating system. And then it's a bit better thanks to the work of the W3C and WCAG and the ARIA working group. Browsers are better at kind of showing that information, but they don't necessarily always show it in the same light. And this tool, which is now kind of being standardized against WebDriver, is the ability to kind of push this further and further through screen readers and stuff like that. And then the other way is, and so kind of this is just an example of browser, like what that idea of BrowserStack is that if I go back to the WebDriver example with the tab indexes, is that you can do kind of your normal testing, but sometimes you need to offload your testing onto another service to be able to get some better results. So historically, front-end people would do their testing and then need to make sure that it looks the same in different operating systems and different browsers. And they would send it off to a visual testing service or a visual regression testing service. What is the kind of the new norm is that you can go from a page something like this, which then during its process, like every time you navigate to a new page, it sends over some of the details to another page, another subsystem at BrowserStack, where in this case, we kind of apply some of the heuristics to the page and then try to figure out what is critical, what is not, and so on. So this is a demo page. I think it was being, it's not on that screen, but I think it was just running it against like one of the major sites that are out there, mostly not to kind of tell them that they're doing it wrong, but like so that we can see when we apply the same heuristics, are they getting the same results and things like that. So this is a new product that's coming out of BrowserStack, but it's still coming. But the idea is here that we take some of the key elements of different forms of testing, and we can't just say that one is going to be good enough. Automation is necessary because we need to, as a kind of industry, we're always told that we need to be moving as fast as possible. Not going to repeat like what Facebook suggests, move fast and break things. That is not necessarily what we should be doing, but we should be moving fast and kind of making meaningful changes along the way so that we can improve how people use our products, people use the web, and people learn and share information as we go through kind of everything. And I think I've hit my 20 minutes. So thank you. I hope you found that quite useful. As I said, like, don't try to do automation all in one hit. I think you need to be applying accessibility testing at multiple layers, at multiple levels, and trying to solve each and every bit as you go through. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you. I think an analogy, just to add on to what you there, one of our previous speakers called it a bit like a cake, in that are multiple layers, and it's better to get those right the first time than try and fix one after you've finished all of the baking and had it out there.
Oh yeah, I use more the concept, like, and maybe this is because I really like Shrek. It's more like onions, right? But it's, to me, it's like, have you ever cut into an onion and the outside looks okay, and then you get to the center and it's all rotten?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so to me, that's why I kind of prefer onion, where you think, yeah, I'm doing okay, and then you like get further and further in, you're like, oh my gosh, what have I done wrong?
Yeah, good. Another analogy that is less cake.
Yeah. I mean, afterwards we can do a summary of all the analogies we have
food
gathered
analogies,
during
yeah.
the day.
But that was outstanding. Thank you for that, and also bringing us up to date on some of the developments of what is in the works, in what's available and will be available in the future. So that's wonderful for our guests today. If you're ready, we'll head into those questions now that we have lined up.
Yeah, sure.
Wonderful. So kicking it off, from a personal point of view, considering your long experience, what was the turning point when you decided to work more with accessibility?
I think it was like at university, I kind of got very much into open source. And so I'm kind of the older generation. So I was in university at the beginning of 2000. And so open source was this like real idea of like improving things constantly. Right. And so I fully believed in it. And then I got to the idea of actually the web is really awesome. And then from there, I went through all the different stages because like I studied industrial psychology and computer science at university. And so to me, like the way the human mind works with computers has always incredibly fascinated me. I think it's amazing, which is why I think I got so stuck into Selenium, because it was always this idea of, could I train a computer to act like a human, right? Like to do proper clicks, to do this, to do that. Which has been daunting, but exciting at the same time. And kind of accessibility is just an avenue off there, right? Because like you need to be able to do these things as a person, and obviously we need to be moving faster, but sometimes it's just hard. And so kind of I try and make things easier for people with the work that I do, especially in the open source space. I've been incredibly fortunate to have been paid to work on open source for like the last 15 years of my career. And the idea has always been to kind of try improve things, or like with the W3C, help others, help people, right? So kind of if I can facilitate all of that stuff moving forward, and which is why kind of we've got the AT driver within my working group now, and that's been driven a lot by a group called Baku. They're based in the east coast of the US, but they're working with screen reader companies. And so for me, I can't always help with the accessibility, but I can facilitate others being able to get where they need to. And that's why I still do it.
Oh, that's good. There's a grand facilitator.
I think that's very fortunate that a person can find actually his career, so that you're so passionate about it. You can be very happy about it.
And you're able to help in so many different ways on so many different things.
Yeah, well, I try.
All right, David. And from your personal perspective, do you think that bigger companies have more accessible designs, or is it the other way around?
I'm going to give the kind of the boring answer, which is it depends. What I tend to find with a lot of these things is if you can start from scratch, everything kind of works out better. If you're having to iterate and improve and things like that, that goes slower. So some of the bigger companies might take a lot longer to get to certain things, where smaller companies can move really fast and go, actually, we need to fix this now because it can help us with sales or whatever. So I don't think there's a good answer on that one. I just think kind of the bigger companies, if they can move faster, so kind of like Amazon's and sometimes can move faster than say an eBay in the way they kind of structure the company. And a lot of that's out in the public domain, where like sometimes eBay is just like this big enterprise company, where Amazon, like they've always said, oh, we need to have small teams so we can iterate faster.
Okay.
So it's a hard one. But,
bigger companies have more resources. However, they have bigger platforms. But smaller companies have less resources.
It's a lot down to the structuring
Yeah,
of it all.
but I agree. This is a tricky question.
I guess another more personal one, as we've mentioned, you are an avid content producer, writer, speaker. So what are the things that do spark your inspiration when you do write these blogs, articles, and speeches?
To me, it's how can I help others learn, right? Like, so a lot of my blog posts are kind of, I've either helped a customer or I've been on kind of Discord or Slack in a community helping people. And it's like, actually, I could help you, but if I kind of spread my knowledge, and sometimes it's just like I write for, like on my blog, personally, I write for myself. Like if no one read it, it's fine, right? Because there's sometimes where I think it's good to just get it out there. But a lot of like the inspiration is like, I saw that problem, that person's having it. Here's how I would solve it and put it out. And then if it helps one person, then I think I've been successful.
Okay.
Good answer.
Yeah, good answer. We accept it. So, David, often the career growth comes from the personality. I believe so. So what main characteristics of yours helped you to end up in a lead position?
So I think kind of the way I kind of mentor people at the moment is that like there are, as we all know, there are two clear tracks in a company. You can either go into management or you can go down an IC route. The one thing that I think is important in both of those cases is how much you feel you want to interact with kind of humans at a kind of very personal level, right? Like a good engineering manager has great rapport and will like make sure that people are successful, where a good team lead, principal engineer, whatever, they will always care that like the people are being productive, right? And so it's always important to care about the person. At the end of the day, I think kind of engineering managers and principal engineers write about the same amount of code. I know a lot of people will disagree with me on that one, but from my personal experience, like I think they write about the same amount of code. But to me, it's how much do you want to have to interact with humans on a like scale, and then go from there. Like, do you want to show people, and then how willing are you to have some difficult conversations? Like, I'm not expecting a principal engineer to have a difficult conversation with a person saying you're not performing. And those difficult conversations are not for everyone. And I'm sure we've all had bad managers in our career, right? Where we're like, yeah, I think you should have stayed on the IC track because your people skills are not necessarily there, but your heart's in the right place. So it's one of those. I think I've just been fortunate that like I like speaking to people. I like to waffle, as it's probably coming across at the moment. But at the end of the day, like I just want people to be successful, and I think that's why I've been quite good at my career. Is that like I've managed to build up a good network of people where I've helped them, and then in the future when I reach out to them, I know that they'll be able to they'll be willing to help me, because like while I've been harsh sometimes, hopefully I've always been fair.
Yeah, I believe that communication is a huge part of leading people, and if you are an introvert, that might actually take some more energy out of you, but if you are an extrovert, for example, it could be a bit easier.
And I can say, rest assured, you're probably not the only Briton in the world who likes to waffle on about things. And I guess it's in a very succinct way, is there any one major challenge that you've seen over your career that at the end of the day you thought actually helped you grow?
Not necessarily in my career. Like I was very much into sports when I was growing up, and the thing that like my school was very sporty, and they were like, okay, because you've got to the top level of like in the later years, we're organizing sports psychologists. We'll get you, so you get to think about problems in a different way. And I think the thing that really stuck with me was the coaches and the sports psychologists were like, control what you can, and what you can't control, figure out what part of that is in the future controllable. If not, ignore it, right? So control what you can, and then try just brace for whatever else is coming, and then go from there.
A solid maxim.
So it's something that's always stuck with me, and like my wife always goes, "Well, you never get stressed," and it's like, well, I can't control everything, so like let's just go with it.
Words to live by. Well, I believe that is all the time we have for today, unfortunately. But it's been a pleasure having you here. Thank you for being part of QualityForge, and I guess on that note, goodbye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 QualityForge is almost at an end, but the importance of the next topic will be key for businesses heading into 2025. So, on that, I would like to introduce Susanna Lauren. Susanna is the chair of the Funke Foundation and an expert when it comes to EEA regulations. She is eager to be involved in research, innovation, policy, standards, as well as lend a practical hand in order to make a difference and make the world of technology much more accessible. 2025 is going to make history, and Susanna is here to explain how to prepare your business for the European Accessibility Act, which is coming into force in the summer of 2025. I'm very excited to hear from her, and I know a lot of businesses are very much bracing for this. Hello, Susanna. Thank you for joining us today on QualityForge.
Hello, and thanks for having me. I hope everything works with the slideshow and sound and all of that.
Yes, our tech
guy is giving us a thumbs up.
Sounds good.
The stage is yours.
The stage is yours. You take it away.
Thank you very much. And hello, everyone. I don't know where people are, if you are in the room somewhere or online, but welcome to this little quick walkthrough of the Accessibility Act. I will not be able to go through everything in this legislation, of course, because it's a very limited time, but I hope to give you at least some highlights and tips on the way. So my name is Susanna Lauren, and as was said, I'm the managing director of a small independent research institution based out of Sweden. I'm currently in Brussels, but that's for another reason. I'm also representing the International Association of Accessibility Professionals towards the EU, and I'm currently also the chair of the joint technical body e-accessibility for the standardization organizations that work on making sure that we have standards to go with the Accessibility Act. So most of what is happening right now is kind of my fault, or if you want somebody to blame, at least you can look in my direction. So what I'm trying to do in this short period of time is to talk a little bit about the legislation, mention something about the standards that are important to know about, and then give a little bit of recommendations for preparation if you haven't already started your journey towards the next legislation updates next summer. So I think it's important to understand that the EAA is not a regulation, it's a directive. There are different levels of legislation in the EU, and a regulation applies across all member states. It's the same, it's a one-size-fits-all, it goes across the member states and everyone does exactly the same thing. GDPR is a regulation, most people know about that. All the EU legislation on accessibility are directives, and that means that we have a common an overview of what is the common purpose of the law and who is covered and what is covered and so on, but all of that is transposed or implemented into national legislation. Some people say that makes it weaker than a regulation. I'm not a lawyer, but I think it makes sense to do accessibility legislation as directives because the countries, the member states, are at very different maturity levels when it comes to digitalization in the broader sense, and also when it comes to accessibility. There are also differences in culture and history and how you treat these things and assistive technology provisions and all of that. So in my head, it does really make sense that the accessibility legislation is transposed nationally. Of course, that makes it flexible and good, but also slightly less harmonized than a regulation would. So there are pros and cons of both of these, but it's important to know the difference. At member state level, the countries can either update existing legislation or develop new laws in order to make sure that they meet the new legislation. Every member state also is required to have a surveillance authority when it comes to the European Accessibility Act. And in most countries, these will be sector-based. So if you already have a surveillance authority for the bank and financial system, and you have one for IT or things like that, then they will most probably, in most countries, have the surveillance responsibility for the Accessibility Act sector-based. Some of the smaller member states may have just one surveillance authority, but so it differs depending on the member state. Also, the penalties are decided at national level. So that means that we have different the enforcement procedures are the same in all countries, but they made difference in how how big the fines will be, and also whether there is a possible prison sentence at the end of the road or not. Of course, harmonization is the goal. It's the goal of the legislator, and I believe also most of the member states realize that harmonization is a good thing and that it really supports the inner market and all the cross-border sales of goods and services, and also accessibility testing tools and so on. So it's not like the member states are trying to be difficult and therefore they change things, but sometimes there are good reasons for doing things slightly different in some member states. However, looking at the implementation of the Accessibility Act, the differences are quite small when it comes to scope and requirements. So just a little bit of repetition maybe for some of you about the scope of the Accessibility Act. It's manufacturers, authorized representatives, importers, distributors, and providers of certain products and services. Sometimes we hear that this is a legislation for private sector. That's not exactly true, because this act it doesn't matter what kind of organization is behind, as long as you're part of this, an economic operator as part of this ecosystem, all the way from manufacturing to providing the service to product or service to clients or to customers. So this means that it's also a very broad and ambitious legislation, because even if an economic operator is headquartered outside of the EU but want to sell their product or service in the inner market of the European Union, they still need to comply with this legislation. So quite a wide spread ambition for this legislation. When we look more specifically at the products and services in scope of the legislation, the products first are computers, smartphones, tablets, all of that, including their operating systems. We have payment terminals and self-service terminals, electronic terminals for communication, everything around digital TV and e-readers. And if we look at the services in scope, that covers electronic communication services, streaming services, and when it comes to transportation, the digital services of that, so not the buses and trains in themselves, but everything around ticket machines and digital information and so on. That is all the digital services around the transportation system. We have ebooks and software, e-commerce, and e-commerce in a very broad sense, and consumer banking services. So this is already quite wide scope, of course, but it doesn't cover everything. You need to be within those products and services mentioned in the legislation to be in scope of this legislation. And then we come to the requirements. So where do I understand what to do from my perspective if I'm now an economic operator somewhere in this ecosystem? Well, in the European legislation, in the European Accessibility Act, it's very clearly defined who is in scope of the legislation and what is in scope of the legislation. So that is really found in the legislation. Also, it says what accessibility means in different products and services. And then we have the European standards. And those standards are voluntary documents aiming to support you if you are a product owner or a service provider. So to meet the requirements. So that is kind of the how to meet the requirements. That is published in the standards. But, and this is important, you don't have to follow the standard. The standards are created as presumed conformance. So if you do meet the standards, then you know that it's very likely that you have also met the legislation. But if you prefer to meet the accessibility requirements of the legislation in another way, you are absolutely welcome to do it. Then you have the burden of proof yourself, of course, but this way we also leave room for innovation. So the standard is there to help, but it's not part of the legislation. That's also important to remember the difference between those two things. The EN 301549 is the kind of the key standard when it comes to digital accessibility in Europe. It has been around for a while. It started to be this first version was to support the procurement directive, and then the next update was to support the web accessibility directive. And now we are updating it and reviewing it again in order for it to support the European Accessibility Act. So this is kind of a baby that many of us have been working on for a long time. And it's also a standard that has made a good kind of a journey out to the world. Is now implemented in many countries outside of the EU as well. And it's a very broad standard. So when a new legislation enters into force, the European Commission is providing a mandate or a standardization request to the standardization organizations in Europe. So, and the current mandate is called 587, is covering many things. So the standardization organizations are required to update existing standards. So first of all, the EN 301549 on products and services. And then also the EN 17161, that is a standard, more a procedural standard, supporting you with the methodology on how to use a design for all approach to achieve accessibility. We are also updating the EN 17210, which is a standard on the built environment. And of course, some of you will think, why are we updating a standard on accessibility in the built environment when this is a legislation that has to do with digital things? But in the European Accessibility Act, there is an opt-in, opt-out possibility for member states that also would like to make sure that the built environment, the accessibility of the built environment is also included. So there is a voluntary possibility for member states to also use this legislation when it comes to accessibility of the built environment. And therefore, we're also updating this standard. Apart from those three updates, we are also creating or developing new standards. So the first standard is on non-digital content. And the second one is for accessibility of support services. And then maybe the most important one, at least for me personally, I think, is the accessibility of emergency services, which is still something that, I mean, really about life and death today for people with disabilities. So 3 existing standards being updated and 3 new standards are being developed. And this, of course, takes time. And unfortunately, it will not be finished before the Accessibility Act enters into force. So people think, oh, then we can't do anything because there is no standard in place. Then remember, the standards are a voluntary support measure, and you still have to comply with the legislation, even if the standard is not in place. And there are already well-written requirements. The current version of the EN 301549 is out there, and there will be publicly available drafts that would support you if you would like to look at them even before they are stable, of course. But it is an issue that the standards and the legislation are not entering into force at the same date. But that is unfortunately the situation right now. On a kind of an overall approach to the requirements, you can say that they cover the specific product or service that you are in charge of. So there are general requirements in the Act, and then there are product-specific and service-specific, and then you can even have certain requirements for like self-service terminals specifically, or for e-commerce, or for banks, and so on. So there are kind of 3 layers of requirements in the Act itself. But in general, the product or service needs to be accessible. And then the information and instruction around the product or service also needs to be accessible. Any support services to go with a product or service needs to be accessible, as well as the packaging, if we're talking about a product. And of course, you need to provide documentation around the accessibility so that the surveillance authority and also others buying your product or service and making decisions around it know in what way it fulfills the requirements. So it's also quite all-encompassing, you can say, when it comes to the requirements. So how to do this? How do you go about making sure that you meet the requirements and are prepared on the 28th of June next year when the Accessibility Act enters into force? Well, my recommendation will always be to take one step at a time. And I hope that everyone listening here are not kind of haven't started at all yet. So probably you are already one step ahead, or at least not on kind of square one or zero. But just as a first step, I think is always to make some kind of analysis. So look down and say, what is the current state? Where are we right now with our product or service? How accessible are we? Do we know that at all? Do we understand where we are, or if there is a gap already to fill? And then when you understand your current status of accessibility, you start looking for the internal resources and say, so if everything is perfect, then that's good. But usually you do find a couple of things that are not already accessible when you start looking at it. And then you need to understand what kind of internal resources do we have? Do we have the competence, the experience, the processes in place? Or do we need to update that? Do we need to train our staff? Or do we need to maybe look at external experts to help us do that? Do we have a testing procedure? Do we have end users to test with? How do we do this? And that is really important to map and get an idea of so that you can move on and make sure that you have a good process internally to not be kind of woken up all one day and with somebody saying, hey, you're not accessible, and you really have no idea. So that kind of analysis and looking kind of inwards in the beginning, I think is a really, really important step, because if you don't know where you are, there is no way you can draw a map and end up in a good place. So after this analysis and you know your situation and the status, then it's usually a question about competence. So very often that requires some kind of training or competence sharing, if you will. It could be interesting to look at certification. So IAAP does have accessibility certification. There are other ways of doing some kind of guarantee in accessibility, but it's important to kind of document where you are and how you make sure that the competence is really in-house already. And also, I think it's very important in most cases to have buy-in from management, because this will require resources, maybe even budget if you rely on external suppliers and so on. And it's really important that this is not just one accessibility ambassador that tries to push this through, but that it's the whole team or the whole group, and also really that the management and leading people understand how important that is and provides the time and resources to fix the accessibility issues. And then working with the procedures. And this is something that is often lacking and something that we try to recommend again and again. And sometimes we feel that accessibility is really seen as a one-off. You do one thing, one project or one activity, and then you kind of forget it. And I've never seen an organization succeed with accessibility doing it that way. So I think it's extremely important to build in procedures and methods, workflows to be able to succeed with accessibility. Really to have a way of working. We know that before this and this happens, we do this testing, or we go to this team, or we have this number of weeks to do internal testing, or whatever it is. It depends, of course, of the product or service and how large the organization is and all of that. But somehow you need to have a way to make sure that before launch, you know that the product or service is accessible, or you know that you have a problem, but at least that you're aware of the level of accessibility. And hopefully you take it seriously so that you will not launch if it's not meeting the requirements. And here it's also important to document your workflow so that when this very ambitious person who is now driving the accessibility team goes on maternity leave or something, that you're not left alone. You need to document how this process works and this workflow so that anyone can make sure to do it. Because accessibility is not one person's responsibility or even one team. I mean, it's everyone needs to work on accessibility and understand at least the basics of it. And here, I think it's also important to think about how do we work with standards? Do we use the standards as inspiration? Do we use it as the requirement? Do we meet the standards always, or have we kind of interpreted the standards our own way? There are many different ways of working with standards, but try to have some kind of connection to the standards or base your work on standards. That will for sure help you in the beginning to make sure that you meet the requirements of the legislation. And the EN 301549 is a standard that is published free of charge, so you don't need to pay for this knowledge that you get from the standard. So I want to end up on a positive note. I think one of the most beautiful things in the Accessibility Act is where it talks about maximizing the foreseeable use. That's really a way of explaining what accessibility is and how I think accessibility can be perceived. So not as, oh no, this is another regulation or this is another rule, somebody's imposing this on us, and oh, boring standards, this is horrible. But no, this is the whole idea, is to make sure that your product and service can be used by as many users as possible. That's a positive thing and should also be a good investment to make sure that your business makes sense for as many users as possible. So maximizing the foreseeable use, I think, is a good kind of leading payoff for starting accessibility work to meet the requirements for June 2025. So I hope I have some time for questions, if we have any questions from the audience.
We do have some time for some questions. First of all, thank you. We're aware summarizing an entire European Act into something so succinct is no easy task, so we appreciate how well you did that and picked out those key points.
Yeah, I actually really loved the kind of step-by-step timeline which you did that included the analysis part, competence, and procedures, because it's really easy to get lost for businesses in all of this process, basically.
Yes, but we do have some questions, just sort of, I guess, add some extra points. The first one is, have you noticed that companies are now starting to actively work on their accessibility because of the upcoming regulations, and how are you kind of seeing that come about amongst them?
Yes, I usually refer to what was happening 1 year before the Web Accessibility Directive entered into force, which covers the public sector, because I was heavily involved in that work as well. And during the transposition period, many of us worked on that directive, and we thought that everyone knew what we were talking about. But really, when that entered into or got adopted in the member states, the public sector bodies, most of them kind of woke up and said, oh, why didn't anyone tell us about this? And we were very, very surprised. But now, more than 1 or 2 years ago, I am doing almost nothing else than training and providing support services and so on the Accessibility Act. So I feel that the private sector, commercial companies are doing much more and are much more prepared and aware about this than the public sector ever was. And that makes me think that we are in a good place, in a good position. And I really see many of the companies doing a lot of work and really starting to process this. That said, this is mainly larger companies, and I know there are smaller companies that for sure struggle with this and probably don't even know about the legislation. So I don't have scientific proof of this on each sector in all of the countries, but we do see a lot of movement, and also a lot of movement in the market when it comes to accessibility services and the requirement for the not the requirement, the demand for training and not just for us, but generally in the market. I think there is a boom in demand for expertise, which is a good thing.
That's incredibly positive. That's very positive news.
Yeah, so basically we can really hope that companies are that one step ahead of this process.
Yeah, I hope so, and probably the larger one will kind of drag the smaller ones with them. That's what I hope, at least. So yeah.
Us too. Okay, moving on to the next question. What do you think were the driving factors that finally pushed the EU to adopt EAA, and why now?
I have to be careful with what I say and what I don't say, but I mean, there is the EU is based on the European Union has ratified the UN CRPD, and that is the baseline for all strategies and activities around the disabilities in the Union. And despite we had 15 years ago, there was a drawback on possible legislation, but since 2017, we got the update of the procurement directive that had kind of increased the requirements on accessibility. Then we had the Web Accessibility Directive, and now we have the Accessibility Act. It has been a kind of a gradual move towards more accessibility, and it's part of the disability strategy, and it has been planned for a long time and then gradually kind of grown into it. So I think it has been it takes time. Things take time in the union, but when it starts to move, then it's kind of more or less unstoppable. So it's a good thing when it starts rolling. And really the key solution was when it stopped being the kind of the communication around the whole thing, the kind of internal negotiation process moved from being more of a social inclusion disability issue, but more of an inner market idea. So both the Web Accessibility Directive and the Accessibility Act are presented kind of in the legal framework as good for business. We are removing barriers so that technology companies can sell across borders. So both of these directives are actually inner market focused directives. That's not how you usually think about it, but I think that was kind of the turning point or the tipping point when it started to get traction within the trilogue.
Okay.
We are seeing a bunch of questions coming through in the live chat, so I'm going to try succinctly summarize some of them. And they tend to go along the line of who is legally binded to comply in the case of software products? Is it the owner, the software vendor, or both?
Could be both. It really depends. Sorry for being political responding, but that will be a legally interesting detail to figure out. But I mean, it depends on if you are the distributor, the producer, and so on. And it can differ depending on the product or service. But I would say generally both at least needs to make sure that they comply.
Would you say there's different expectations for the vendor versus the owner? Are they going to walk in sort of a similar fashion?
I think the vendor is usually more aware and more keen, I would say. At least that's my experience, but I couldn't, I mean, I don't have any scientific proof or statistic proof of that, but that's my impression.
No, I think that's a good answer. Yeah. We had a bunch of those coming through, so I tried to put them into one question. I guess this is a shorter one here. Do you think legislation like the EAA will lead to the Brussels effect globally, where we see what happens in Europe will lead to a larger impact globally?
I love that question. Thank you. Yes. The response is yes. I think so. I'm like a dinosaur in this. I've been doing this for so long, and the US has always been kind of the leader in accessibility because of their legislation and also being kind of bold in many ways, and also having many of the large tech companies, obviously. But nowadays, actually, we are the front runners here. We have the kind of the yellow T-shirt of Tour de France or whatever. I mean, our standards are imposing greater requirements on accessibility than the US ones do, and also the legislation is far more ambitious. So I think already we see that there is, I don't know if it's a Brussels thing, but an EU lead in this, and I really hope we can continue with that. And it's not kind of we need to compete with somebody, but it's just good that someone else can show that we can lead, and we do things a little differently. And I'm sure then, I mean, Canada is doing a fantastic job as well, so then they can take a lead on something, and then maybe Australia comes and so on. And if we continue to kind of compete a little bit but friendly, and then be really focusing on being good at different parts of this, I think that leads to kind of a jointly improvement of the accessibility profession and also the inclusiveness of society at large.
Wonderful. We have one last question.
Susanna, this may be a bit personal, but what keeps you motivated to keep pushing and advocating for digital accessibility? I mean, you have already put in such a huge work in this. What keeps you driving?
That what I do makes a difference for individuals with disabilities every day. I don't know what else I could do that is as rewarding as doing accessibility. I just can't figure out another job that I would rather have. I mean, we all work a lot, but I think this is a fantastic community with super engaged people. And I mean, I learn something new every day. And I can go to bed happily asleep knowing that I've done things a little bit better for people with disabilities. I mean, that's a reward. I don't know what else I could do that would be that rewarding.
Very inspirational response there.
Yeah.
But I believe, unfortunately, that is all the time we have for both questions and presentation. Thank you again for being part of QualityForge. You did a great job succinctly summarizing an entire European Act, and with our questions as well. It's been a pleasure to have you here today, and we hope to see you again.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
That was quite good.
That was quite good. And I know that a lot of people were actually looking forward to this presentation.
Exactly. Clearing up the EEA and getting a good understanding of it is vital for a lot of businesses this year and next.
But now, QualityForge is honored to introduce you to the last keynote speaker of today, Pedro Velino. Pedro is a senior SEO specialist at Mindvalley and a digital marketing professional with more than 16 years of experience across different fields of marketing strategy, content management, social media, as well as digital accessibility. He's a coach, writer, and accessibility consulting pushing for a more inclusive and accessible digital world. Inclusive by design. How accessibility enhances SEO and boosts user experience by Pedro Velino.
Oh, we got it from our tech guy, Pedro. Once you've got your presentation on screen, he'll know to bring you through. I'm very excited for this. As a marketer myself, I understand the importance of SEO. So it's definitely, you can't have a marketing strategy that doesn't involve SEO. Paid ads is definitely a great direct route, but SEO is the long-term bread and butter of marketing.
This is actually your field of work.
This is my field
Literally.
of work. I'm not an engineer, I'm a marketer.
But okay, SEO, I mean, that's your thing.
It is my thing.
Okay, hello, Pedro.
Hello, Pedro.
Hello. I hope the presentation is going through.
It is. The tech guy, we've got a thumbs up.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the lovely intro.
All right, Pedro, it's very nice to see you today, and the stage is yours.
Yeah, take it away.
Thank you so much. Let's go then. So hi everyone. Thank you so much for staying here, staying tuned to the last talk of the day. I'm going to talk about how does accessibility impact SEO. It's more than you know, and and it's very interesting for me. Just a quick intro. I am blind. I am legally blind. I only see like 1 to 2%, roughly. So it might happen that throughout the presentation you'll see this happening. It's just for me to get my bearings, because although I do have good memory, sometimes it fails. Let's be honest. So today we're going to talk about what is accessibility, which by now you must be very versed on. How accessibility impacts and enhances SEO. What are the intersections between those two? the tools that I use and that are most commonly used to audit both accessibility and SEO websites. And then let's dive into a bit of overlays. What are they, and why? What do I think about them? How it impacts the business, and finally the key takeaways. So jumping in, what is accessibility? I'm sure that everyone has a take on this, and everyone has a, I'd say that everyone that works with accessibility and is very passionate about it, and has their own version of this. And even though I just pasted this here, I do think that for me, accessibility is that baseline to build something very, very inclusive. You don't start to build to create a building or to construct a building with the facade, right? You go to the foundations. And for me, digital accessibility is exactly that, to create those foundations that allow people not just to access the information, but to understand it. So yeah, that's at least for me, that's what it is. This is something that I want you to have in mind throughout the presentation. 2.2 billion. It's a big number. It's a quarter of the population in the world. So according to the World Health Organization, 2.2 billion, I love saying that word, has some kind of visual impairment or blindness. It's a lot of people. And when we, because I also design websites, but when we start to do it, we don't think about the reach that the website or that it can have, right? So do have in mind 2.2 billion. I would add one more, because Google is also blind. I don't know if you know this. Google crawlers are blind. They don't care how pretty your website is, or the websites are. They don't care how incredible, innovative they are, and they have the parallax and the beautiful colors. They're blind, and when they go to the website, they care about three things: the text or the content, the structure, and the metadata. So the metadata contextualizes what Google is about to see. Structure allows it to go through the content in a very, very organized way. And the text, of course, it's what Google is there for. The crawler is there for, to understand what you're providing and to catalog it accordingly. This being said, why is accessibility so important for SEO and vice versa? Like they do go hand in hand. When you start to think about SEO, and when you start to go in and change a few things, alt text, this and that, you start to understand that accessibility asks you for, the demands the same thing, the exact same thing. They do go hand in hand in the sense that if you're catering to Google, and if Google does not see, then why don't you go the extra mile and actually do things so that the visually impaired users, and I apologize because I will be focusing on visually impaired users for some reason. Why don't you cater to them and go that extra mile and do those things that are so, I'm going to say, small? There are 13 things that intersect between accessibility and SEO, and I say small because creating an alt text for an image, it takes 15 seconds for image, let's say, if that. So there are so many things that we can do, and we are going to go over them for you to have an idea of how simple it is to make an impact or to have an impact in accessibility and SEO. First thing, alt text. It's so common to go into a website and alt text is missing. I've lost count of how many times I read images that said image.png or image.jpg or 10 numbers and 15 letters .png. So it's so common that who's building the website just puts the image there and does not think about the alt text. And I'm going to say it's okay because sometimes they're doing it like they're doing a lot of things. I get it, but it's not okay in the sense that it's so simple that it shouldn't happen anymore. And alt text, they should be specific in the sense they need to go and tell people what exactly it's there. Not be redundant, because don't say that it's a picture of or an image of, because it's already we know. They need to be descriptive. Really describe what's in the images. And you do have AI now, very good AI that describes the images very, very well. And you can go from short descriptions to longer and deeper descriptions, but They do it very well. And I'm going to jump a few because I'm really eager to talk about the alt text on buttons. Again, I lost count of how many buttons, how many websites keep telling me that the button is a button, and I don't know what's there. I really don't know what's there. So I'm going to share an example. Recently, I wanted to buy a pair of boots because I do love boots, and it's winter in Portugal. And I went to the website and I wanted to check out. But before going to check out, I wanted to select the size of the boots. Button, 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 and button. I tried to zoom in like this, but unfortunately, before being selected, the buttons are faded, which didn't help. So I ended up leaving the website of the brand and going into another website that also sold the boots. And in the end, I asked someone to buy them for me because I couldn't use it. It's so frustrating not to be able to do something so simple as to buy a pair of boots. So again, buttons do describe what the button does, what the action is. It's so important and it's so easy to do. Next is headers. This is a structural thing. It's where you tell both Google and screen readers what's going on. What is the structure of the website, right? What's the main topic? What are the subtopics that you're going to talk about? And again, they're so important both for screen readers because it allows the person to navigate through the text, through the article, through the content, or wherever it is, but also for Google to catalog correctly and understand what keywords should your website and your page be ranked for. So again, very, very important. H1s, H2s, H3s. Do mix and match them, but at least use them and try not to use more than one H1 because it's important to understand that the main title is what Google wants the first time it kind of goes into the page. So have that in mind. Second one is links, anchor texts. And the issue here is the same with the buttons and the images. Again, so many websites tell me that a link is a link, and sometimes when they're fancy, they tell me that an hyperlink is a link. So it's very amusing for me to go through some websites. Again, this is so easy to implement. When you're creating the link, you just say what alt text, what anchor text you want it to be there, and it's done. And if this is so important for accessibility, for navigation, because I need to understand, I need to know where to go. For SEO, it's as important because Google needs to understand where to go, needs to know that the next page is as important and as the same context as the previous page for it to kind of provide that information and catalog it and say, no, this is a very cool website. It has all this internal linking set up and it works really well. So it's so important. Just recapping, alt text, button text, headers, and the anchor text. It's basic. And now my screen froze, I think. No, here we go. Next one, titles. Titles, I could have called this metadata. Metadata is what you call your website. It's the title that when people search for your website on Google, it's the first thing that they see, the title and the description. Again, this tells Google what you're all about, what keyword are you focused on, and what you're selling or what you're offering. And for screen readers, it's exactly the same thing. Again, Google crawlers behave in the same way as screen readers. So talking about one is talking about the other one. For me to understand what the website is about is very important. When I'm navigating through my tabs, and I can say that this morning I think it's 37 tabs open on Chrome. It's so important for me to understand that what website is opened where, what title that page has, so that I know exactly where I am and don't get lost, because it happens sometimes. Captions, leaving text a bit and going to captions. This helps everyone, right? Hearing impaired, and you'd think that this doesn't help visually impaired, but it also does, because while providing captions, you're actually providing transcripts of the audio that is being recorded. Something that most brands on YouTube, most YouTubers are doing, is to provide those transcripts on the video itself, sometimes on the description, because it also helps to timestamp and go exactly where I want to go. This is happening with podcasts. It's the same thing. Again, Google and screen readers, they act the same way, and we can navigate through all that text, all that amount of text very easily, and find exactly what we're looking for. And it helps everyone in a sense. It helps to contextualize. TikTok is doing that. I think it always demands that creators do it. Instagram Reels, the same thing. So it's very common to see this now because it's so important, and it has a real impact in visual and hearing impaired people. Again, this is one of those cases where I just got lost. Mobile friendliness. This has been a given for the last about 10, 12 years that we've been doing this. And I was fortunate to find this image as it was described to me, that on the left is what not to do and on the right is the correct way to do it. Mobile friendliness for me sums up to simplicity. Make it simple. Simplify it. If you need the image to be bigger, make it bigger. The button to be bigger, make it bigger. Use the real estate that we now have on the screens. We have 6.7 inches each screen, 6.1, 6.5. So let's use those screens, because even for me, even for a blind person, being able to navigate more easily on the smartphone is so important. Instead of trying to pinpoint the exact place where the link is, or trying to go through the list. So again, mobile friendliness is definitely a feature that caters to both aspects of accessibility and SEO. Oh, again, and this is not working for some reason. Oh, here we go. Keyboard navigation. This goes to structure and how you structure the website. And I'm going to speak more about a few structure related to features, but keyboard navigation, again, does not cater only to a specific group of people. It caters to a lot. Some people cannot use the mouse. So the navigation is so important through the keyboard, especially for screen readers. I can say that I use, with the screen reader, I only use the keyboard. I go tabs and go through tables with the keyboard. If the website is structured in a nice way, very well structured, if it has a good sitemap that we're going to see in a few slides, the navigation is so smoother for a screen reader, and also for Google, again, because it just knows where to go. It's very easy to follow those breadcrumbs. And site speed. Again, I apologize for these breaks in the flow, but it happens sometimes when a blind person is presenting. So site speed. Again, this kind of speaks for itself. But if it's important for Google that the user experience is good for the user, right? If the experience is good for the user, providing content, loading content fast, can you imagine using a screen reader on a website that it's lagging, that it's slow to load? It's pretty much impossible. And in the beginning, that's what we have. I've been using screen readers for a long time, and I can honestly say that right now the page speed and the difference it's barely noticeable sometimes. This is something that we're very fortunate to have. But Google still looks at it. It looks at the core web vitals. It's something that those that work with SEO, those of you that work with SEO know very well, and sometimes it's a pain to fix. But again, page speed is also important. Lists. Provide content that has lists, listicle articles, listicle content, the top 5, the top 11, the best. That's content that Google loves to consume because it provides very quick to understand information. And for a screen reader, again, it's so easy to navigate. Tab, 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 tab. Go through all the titles, go through all the hyperlinks, and I know exactly where I am. I know exactly what I'm talking about or what I'm reading about, and it's so easy. Going into breadcrumbs, and if I'm not mistaken, breadcrumbs, like I said before, breadcrumbs is another way to provide navigation, not just for Google, but especially for screen readers and I mean for everyone. It's so easy to access the breadcrumbs as a navigation menu. I use that a lot, and I still use it as that because I can just again tab and understand where I am: home, product A or product B or product category or whatever it is that I'm looking for. It's a very easy way to catalog, and a very easy way for Google to understand where it is. Again, Google, when he's categorizing your website, cataloging your website, he needs to understand the relationship between the pages. One of the most common errors that I get on SEMrush is orphan pages that don't have any links to them or to other pages. So that breadcrumb kind of prevents those orphan pages to exist, because you always know, always have at least one link to them, and always a good thing to have. Color schemes. Color schemes are a tricky thing, because there are so many people that have different ways and different disabilities and different issues or conditions. You have people that prefer yellow on blue, people that prefer pink on blue, or blue on pink. So there's so many. Other prefer black and white. So there's so many. But the idea for me here, that the takeaway is to try and use high contrast colors. For example, myself, I can still see the difference between what's on the left and what's on the right. So I know where the margin is. And like me, many other million people kind of love to know that, especially with buttons, for example. It's very common that buttons are the same color or just faded. And accessibility wise, that's just a no-no. Try to put those buttons with high contrast. You still can design a very beautiful website. You just have to be creative, I'd say. Again, let me just focus here on what this is all about. Oh, so sitemap. Yeah, I already mentioned this, but sitemap, it's the basis of the website. It's where the screen reader kind of goes and it knows exactly where it is. You can navigate to tabs, to arrows. Google does the same thing. It's the first thing that actually Google reads from your website is the sitemap. Is where he understands where everything is, and if there's something broken there, he's gonna let you know, in the sense that he's not gonna rank that page for very well. For screen readers, it's the same thing, exactly the same thing. There's no difference on behavior. Semantic HTML is something that I've been pushing for in every company that I work for, just because it's such a simple way to organize the content, right? I work with blogs, I work with other kinds of content, but I always try to convey to the developers that this is so much easier to organize the content on the page. If I say that the section has one article, one image, and one header, I can take that section, put it anywhere else, and it will survive by on its own. And Google will understand what the section is, and understand that the image is in the same context as the header and as the article. The same way goes for the article. I know that the whole article, not just some paragraphs, the whole article relates to a specific topic, and that's much easier for navigation and for SEO. And for accessibility, we do have all the screen readers have a capability of going through the types of content that we want to go through. For example, titles, hyperlinks, or or containers for content. So that's something that I personally like to navigate through, and always try to push in every company that I work for. Okay, that part is over. The 13-point list of what intersections goes between accessibility and SEO. And I want to focus on tools right now, just because there are so many different tools. These are the ones I use, that I like to use, that I go to. I do use some other Chrome extensions, Firefox extensions, and so on to kind of go into more depth and to go more deep into things. But so SEO wise, I do focus on SEMrush and Ahrefs. I think they are the best. That provide really cool insights. The audits are very good. I've used others like DeepCrawl and so on, but these two are my go-to. Not only because they are accessible, I can navigate through them with the screen reader. So accessibility is not just about the websites, right? It's also about the tools that we use to make sure that those websites are accessible. And in my field, SEO, I'm fortunate enough to have these two tools that are fairly accessible, despite having some tooltips that I actually don't like to when they show up, but it is what it is. Lighthouse is a tool that I use both for SEO and accessibility, because it not only analyzes the website, but also provides the possible answers and possible solutions to the problem that you're having. So that's something that I always like to extract and provide to the team that's working with me, because it's very detailed, and they seem to like that very, very much. Accessibility wise, I also use Rocket Validator and then Wave and a few others, but these are the ones that I usually those are my go-to, that tell me what exactly is wrong with the websites. Again, they do tell me a lot of times that alt texts are missing, but because I'm working with SEO at the same time, I usually solve one problem, one problem with different tools. It doesn't matter where I come from. If I come from SEO side or the accessibility side, the issue is going to be solved either way. So that's a good thing. And automation. I'm sure most of you will know Yoast for WordPress. It's an automation tool that provides metadata, especially title and description, which helps a lot when you have like 500, 600 pages where you have to do that manually. So Yoast goes in and does that the best way it can. And then I do mention two other things, two automation tools. They are Userway and Accessibility. They are called overlays, and overlays, they're pretty much software that you install in the website, usually by just implementing a tag on the code, and they have access to the website, and they can improve accessibility of the website. They can change font size, they can change colors, they can change a lot of things. My take on overlays is that I do not use overlays. I do not like to use overlays, just because I've had bad experiences with them. As a screen reader user, overlays are not themselves the most accessible thing in the world. I'm a believer, and I believe that overlays came up because the United States had a huge increase in lawsuits against websites that were not accessible, that were not compliant with ADA. So that was one of the reasons why overlays kind of had a boost, because they market themselves as this problem-solving software that will stop you from getting sued. I'd say that's not the best way to go about accessibility. Also because some of the times they don't work. They don't provide the right accessibility for the right person. But again, it's just my take on this, a very personal one, as a user, as a blind user of websites. Sorry. I'm sure that you're wondering, how does all of this affect the business? Well, do you remember the 2.2 billion people that I mentioned before? That's a huge, huge potential target audience. Even if you target 0.1%, it's going to be a lot of millions. So again, having a website accessible, it's not just because us blind people or people with disability want it. It's just because there are so many other people that are not classified as disabled or special needs or whatever you want to call it. There are so many people that do have some needs to access to the internet, that if you don't apply this to your website in this case, you are losing a lot of potential customers. The other thing I like to focus is that when you're doing accessibility from scratch, you're already doing SEO, and the vice versa. So you can kind of approach two major things on just one go. You don't have to spend money on individual implementations, right? You can just approach them at the same time, and it will work for you. And again, increasing the pool and increasing the potential targets, you're most definitely increase your user experience, the user experience. You'll have happier people. Your reputation will grow. I mean, this is the snowball, right? You do one thing and just keeps adding up to the positive things, to the benefits. Key takeaways. This pretty much sums up what I just said, is that accessibility allows you to get to more people. It's something that you need to do because you want to do, not because you want to market it, but because you need to do. And you don't have to start big. You can start small. You can start with smaller things. Change the images, change the alt text on the images. You don't need a developer for that. You just need to do it. to go in back office, whatever it is, and just do it. The same with the buttons, the same with the link. So you can start small and go from there. But once you start, don't stop. Like, don't stop, because it's an ongoing process. It's something that you need to do, and you need to keep doing it. As much as you need to keep doing SEO, as much as you need to keep providing content to your blog or to your website, to wherever you're dealing with. So do it, start small, and don't stop. That's my takeaway from this. And yeah, I think I went a bit fast, but thank you so much, and I'm open for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Pedro. Also, I wanted to say that it's totally fine with the breaks, because we're overall happy that you were able to join us today. And I think that you inspired a lot of people out there.
That's so nice of you to say that. It's something that I try to do. It's I try to go into everything I do with that fresh perspective on the person I'm talking to. Doesn't need to know that I'm blind or not. Just needs to, and if he doesn't know, I will tell him about it, because I love to talk about this. I love to speak about the things that are being done, not just by me, but from all the community. I've been listening to all the speakers here, and they're doing amazing things in their fields, in their companies. And if I inspire by experience, by example, they inspire by example as much as I do. So yeah, but thank you so much for that.
Okay, moving on with the Q&A session. I was actually curious, do you think that it's ethical for a company to market themselves as a digitally accessible product?
I mean, ethically, yeah, there's nothing wrong about it. My issue with that is when you do accessibility. I mean, as long as you do it, okay, I guess. But if you do it to use it on your marketing materials, I'd say that you're doing it for the wrong reasons. And sometimes it matters. Sometimes it matters why you are doing things. I'd rather focus on a company that surprises me when I go to the website and I know, oh, they're accessible right now. That's amazing. They're so cool. And then they didn't make a fuss about it. Than to go and read about a company that is pushing PRs, is pushing press releases saying, oh, now we're accessible. Again, I get it. It's a good thing that you're doing it. But for me personally, sometimes the reasons do matter.
All right.
Well, good. And it's important for the company to, and I guess it is for you a lot cooler when you see a company doing it just because they believe it's the right thing, not immediately just using it so they can put out a release saying we're accessible now. It's a lot more fun when it's a genuine push.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. And the same goes for when companies say that they're inclusive and all that. I mean, just be. Don't need to advertise it, I'd say.
I mean, let the actions speak louder than
Exactly.
Speak for themselves.
That's exactly it.
So next question, are there any specific regulations or guidelines that could directly connect accessibility standards to SEO practices? Maybe there's some standards or guidelines out there that just by following them, you're already creating a great SEO like experience off the bat.
Yeah, so no guidelines regarding accessibility. None of them mention SEO. But when you follow the WCAG, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines from the W3 Consortium, if you just follow them, your website is going to be search engine optimized. Because again, all that I've mentioned before, all those 13 features, they are mentioned on the WCAG. And if you do them, your website is going to be SEO optimized, like hands down.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's easy. It's easier than we think. Yeah. Actually, if I might just to tell you a story about the following guidelines. So a friend of mine a few years ago, like 10, 12 years ago, he developed an app it was for the iPhone, for iOS, and it was called AirPad because you could play drums with the iPhone. So the iPhone would be your drumstick. And it had 10 areas with 10 different sounds. So the tom, the snare, the hi-hat, and the cymbals, so on. because I love drumming, and I want in another life I'll definitely be a drummer. And he gave me the app for me to try, and he just said, try this one. Okay, I downloaded it, installed it, played with it, set it up. I love the app. I do love the app. I don't have it right now because it's not optimized for the 15 Pro, but I love the app. And I told him, man, thank you so much for thinking about me, thinking about accessibility, man. I love you so much for that. And he said, is it accessible? Yes. Oh, I just followed the developer's kit. That's all I did. Okay, thank you the same for that. So if you follow guidelines, those especially these guidelines for accessibility, you're on your way. Like you're done. That's a really that's a plus, I'd say.
Yeah, just easy as that. Follow the guidelines.
Just as easy as that, exactly.
All right, Pedro, if there was a message you could deliver to a young SEO specialist, what would it be?
Change areas. That's my go-to. I do say this as a joke because I do think that there's still a space, but AI is here. It's no longer like it's not 100% accurate. No, it's not. But it's so close, and we have so many tools that already can go in and take care of most technical stuff, most of the technical issues. You have AI that already writes amazing content. So looking to the future, I think that, and I'm speaking about, let's say, the Western world, where we are much ahead with that. I think the future for SEO, it's going to be tricky. This being said, I've witnessed people saying that when the voice search came along, oh, now the SEO is the SEO field is going to be changed. Now Google is going to change, and nothing changed. Actually, nothing changed. We still go in and we still go into the search box and we still type in the keywords that we want to search. So if you're already working as an SEO, as junior as you may be, keep up with the trends. I think that's the best thing I can say. Keep up with the trends. If you're not on SEO and you're thinking about it, think about something else. Like, I'm as honest as I can be.
I mean, in general, if you choose a career in IT, you have to be ready that you have to study and learn for your whole life. Is it right?
Yeah, completely right. Like I've been doing this for 16, 17 years. And I'm still learning. I still follow the trends. I still go into those experts that are even more experts than I am, and see, okay, what are they doing? What's going on? What's that's it. What's going on? What's up with the SEO world? So yeah, definitely don't stop learning.
Nice, okay. Useful advice for young SEO marketers out there. Next question. You've already told us about that drum app that you had an excellent experience with. Have you had any personal experience where there was a digital product that you like, but there was accessibility issues holding it back?
Digital, yeah. Many. For example, games. And again, I'm not saying that the games need to be accessible for everyone. I'm not that person. I don't believe that. The same way that I don't go to the movies and expect that it's going to be accessible for me, that there's the person doing audio description, because that's just not feasible. It's too much for the outcome. I understand that. But there are some games, for example, Minesweeper, and like those, like simple games that I love and I can no longer play. And I get so frustrated with that. So at the moment, I don't play anything else. I just do that. Otherwise, there are some workarounds for not for games, but for example, for watching TV, let's say. So in Portugal, there are a few providers, TV providers. Only one has an accessible app, and it's only for Apple TV. So my frustration here is that, okay, there is one accessible one, there is one that works, but it kind of forces me to spend money on an equipment that otherwise I wouldn't have to spend. So that's my frustration sometimes. It's not that I cannot use that product, that digital product, is that for me to use it, I do have to go the extra mile, and I do have to spend more money than I'm going to use the word normal here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah. Good answer.
It is what
That was
yeah.
well versed.
Okay. Pedro, one of the digital user groups are content creators. How can a content creator contribute to accessibility with the content they actually create?
Well, for me, content creator, I'm thinking about either let's say TikToker, YouTuber, or even a blogger, like the old-fashioned blogger that writes text. The best way for like the baseline for me is if you're going to do something, if you're going to create a content, make it useful, right? Make it interesting. I think that's a given. But apart from that, if you're a YouTuber, if you're a TikToker or Instagrammer, make sure that your videos have captions, that your videos have descriptions. And that's already something that the apps provide. They already provide the space for you to do that. If you're doing like just pictures, fortunately, Meta is working on the Meta AI that actually provides really good descriptions, and they work together with the screen reader. So you're kind of off the hook on that. But do use descriptions everywhere. And when thinking about the written content, written articles, just go through the list that I mentioned before. Is make clear titles, clear headers. Say what should. I mean, be creative with that, but be also very clear. Use descriptions on the images. I mean, that's it. Those are the things. Try to make a balance between being accessible or thinking about how people are consuming your content and your creativity and what you want to put out there. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
that's good.
And this is actually a helpful tip for content creators. For example, short form videos that they can go into the apps and enable these closed captions.
Exactly. That's a good point. And for example, YouTube provides timestamps, which is good. But sometimes as a screen reader user, I cannot see that. So having the transcripts on the description, where I can see where the topic that I want to listen to is, it's very, very useful. The same goes for podcasts. Some podcast clients allow the timestamps to be very fluid. Others don't. For example, iOS, the iOS apps is not there yet. Yeah, I think it's getting there, but it's not there yet. So one of the podcasts that I listen to, they always provide those timestamps as a transcript, as a text. So this kind of simple things that you can do that help a lot.
Thank you. We've also been checking our stream chat, and we have some comments saying you had a very useful and informative presentation and talk. So nice. Thank you on that, Mark. And we do have an additional question. So with the upcoming stricter legislation, specifically also in the European Union, as someone who encounters accessibility issues daily, do you plan to actively report sites with serious activity problems? And if you do you plan to hold bigger companies to a higher standard?
The second part is what I like to operate. I do believe that sometimes, I don't know if the word ignorance, I'm not using it as a negative term, it's just not having the knowledge, let's say. Sometimes the knowledge is not there. Sometimes the people that create the website, they don't know how to approach this. Because let's be honest, digital accessibility, it's still a fairly, not recent, but new thing, or unknown thing for most developers, for most people that work in the industry, in the marketing or whatever. So my first assumption is, okay, they don't know. So my first take will be to kind of reach out, and I've done this before, websites that I like, of brands that I like, I've reached out and say, guys, you should do this. Just because I'm a user, otherwise I won't be able to be a client or to be a customer or to be a follower or whatever. So I've done that before, and something that I will keep on doing is to give the benefit of the doubt, to inform, hey guys, do you know that you can do something about the accessibility issues that you have on your website? And if like a few months from then nothing is done, or yeah, maybe I'll report them just because.
No, that also touches on something we heard earlier. If you remember, Mari, she mentioned in her talk that Bolt pushed an update to an app that actually made it difficult for people with screen readers to choose the vehicle of their type. And it's through getting that feedback that they were able to very quickly fix the issue. So it is sometimes just a case of not knowing and not negligence, just as you said, a bit of ignorance.
That's exactly it. Look, even let's be honest. Even Apple, when they release an update to the iOS or a fix or whatever, sometimes things don't work. There are specific minor things that just stop working because they were looking at the bigger picture. And yes, I'm not a Bolt user for that exact reason. I cannot use the Bolt app on my phone. It takes me too much time to ask for a car, so I only use Uber. Fortunately, Uber is kept their accessibility, I would say, between, I'm going to be really nice here, between 70 and 90%, let's say. Because depending on the update that they do, they kind of mess up what they did before. But still, it's always very accessible. And the same goes for the food delivery apps. Uber Eats does not work as well as Uber, for example. Glovo and Bolt Food are just awful to use. So yeah, it goes to show that when they don't know, they cannot fix it. We need to tell them.
Yeah.
Okay, so not immediately reporting everyone.
Yeah, no, because that would be like me saying every time I go into the street, every time I use my stick, my cane, my white cane, if someone goes to me and bumps into me and says, "Oh, what you're doing? Oh, careful!" If I need to tell them, even though I have the stick, I apologize. I didn't see you, and the reaction most of the time is that awkward silence. And, oh, sorry, dude. Yeah, so sorry. So I can't go reporting that person or in worst case scenario hitting them just because they said I can see or I don't know. So I draw the parallel there. I cannot blow up every time someone does not understand that I'm blind. I need to educate them. Hey guys, sorry, I can't see that. Can you make it like this or that? And I use the same mindset for the internet, for apps, for everything. Is, hey guys, I can't use this because of this. Can you do something about it? And then let's see how they react. Sometimes the reaction tells me more about the company than whatever is on the website. So yeah.
But also, touching the feedback part, it's very important. What is the actual feedback? If you give a feedback that, for example, your app is bad, accessibility is bad, it's so general, like they can't make any changes.
They can't pinpoint the issue.
Yeah, the feedback has to be constructive, pinpointing what is the issue.
Exactly. My advice is, even if you don't know anything about accessibility, is describe what you want to do and what you cannot do. Like, just describe it. Exactly. I want to order a car for this point, but I cannot use the map because. So that's it. That's my advice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Pedro. Thank you for joining us today. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you for being part of QualityForge. The presentation was outstanding, as we've seen by the feedback we've seen in the live comment.
Yeah, it was very fun.
So thank you again, and have a wonderful day.
I'm so glad. Thank you so much for having me. And I really want to just one more shout out. Thank you to all of you, to you guys, the hosts, and also the people that are in the back office. They helped a lot, and they had so much patience for me. So trying to put this together. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for inviting me. It was a real pleasure being here.
And
all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Oh, Josh, I have a bittersweet feeling right now. And with that great final note from Pedro, QualityForge 2024 has come to an end. After an incredible day of discussions at QualityForge, we want to take a moment to reflect on the journey we've shared together during the day. Additionally, we would like to finish this conference with an announcement, so we invite everyone to stay with us till the end.
Today we explored the critical role of digital accessibility and inclusive design in shaping a better and more connected future for everyone. We've heard from inspiring thought leaders, experts and advocates who have not only shared their knowledge, but have reminded us why accessibility is essential in the digital age. The core message throughout our discussions has been clear. Accessibility is not an extra feature. It is a fundamental pillar of quality and inclusion in digital design.
The benefits of accessibility are countless, not just for individuals with disabilities, but for businesses, communities, and society as a whole. When we build with accessibility in mind, we are creating digital environments that work for everyone, regardless of age, ability, or circumstance.
By making our products and services accessible, we open the door to a larger audience. For companies, it means increased reach and engagement.
Accessible design is a good design. When we make our platforms easier to navigate, more intuitive, and more flexible, it means that user experience improves for everyone.
Companies that prioritize accessibility demonstrate a commitment to inclusivity and diversity, which results in enhanced brand loyalty and reputation.
As we've discussed, accessibility isn't just about ethics. It's also good for business. Accessible websites are often better optimized for search engines, leading to improved SEO rankings.
As accessibility regulations continue to evolve globally, ensuring that our products meet accessibility standards helps businesses stay compliant and avoid costly legal issues. But beyond compliance, accessible design reflects a commitment to fairness and equality.
And these are just a few key takeaways we have collected from today's discussions. The message we can carry forward is that by implementing the principles of accessibility and inclusion into our work, products, and organizations, we not only strengthen our businesses, we create a stronger, more inclusive world. And now, finishing this day with an announcement. Do you like winning prizes? And do you like trying to find issues? Well, if you do, then we have the event for you.
For 4 years, TestDevLab has hosted its Testers Challenge, a virtual competition for QA engineers and software developers alike, but anyone can join. This year it's back, November 7th through 18th, where participants will delve deep into our 3 challenges to identify bug and accessibility issues with products.
The best performers can win prizes like One Wheels, health rings, and headphones.
So if you'd like to test yourself or gain more insight on what not to do when designing digital products, sign up now. The first challenge is waiting for you on the site, which can be accessed via the QR code in front of you now.
Josh, are you planning to join Testers Challenge?
100%. I want the One Wheel.
Okay, with this exciting announcement, we are wrapping up QualityForge 2024. We would like to say a huge thank you to the spectacular speakers for sharing their experience and the wonderful team behind scenes who organized the QualityForge.
And of course, thank you to you, the audience, for joining us today and for being part of the change to make a more inclusive world. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. You were a wonderful co-host.
And thank you, Santa. You were an outstanding co-host.
Okay. See you in the future. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.